From all over the world we come across for a conference made for pros by pros. For devs and QAs, this is the place to be, with top-notch speakers and lots of coffee and beer. So come join us in this journey so great, where we'll make new friends and celebrate coding skills and testing perfected. The attitude is always challenge accepted. IT people, let's raise the bar, learning, growing, going far, with open hearts and minds connected. Challenge accepted, challenge accepted. Hey, 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 hey. Challenge accepted, challenge accepted. The attitude is always challenge accepted. Challenge accepted, challenge accepted. The attitude is always challenge accepted.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Jonathan Asso Forum at Sofia Tech Park. And please welcome with big and warm applause your hosts today, Tony Karabashev!
And Vladislav Yolinov.
Welcome to the second edition of the very first conference for developers initiated by QA engineers. Challenge accepted for professionals by professionals. If you enjoyed the song you just heard, it was created specially for the Challenge Accepted events. Lyrics and music by Peter Srbev, arrangement, vocals and mastering by Peter Makavev. Peter and Peter make it better.
But if you didn't enjoy it, we don't know who created it. I just heard it for the first time.
There was a song. I didn't hear it.
Last year, we opened Dev Challenge Accepted with Hello World. And this year, we upgrade to
Hello Universe. Today, your journey on the road will be full of cool stuff to learn, plenty of experts to meet, and plethora of surprises to discover.
It's time to express our gratitude to our awesome sponsors, without whom this conference would be like a computer with an old video card. It works, yes, it works, but it doesn't impress.
Let's give some love to our gold sponsors.
Luxoft,
Bosch Engineering Center Sofia,
AmuseNet,
Infopulse,
and Nemetschek Bulgaria.
Our silver sponsors are
Commerzbank,
Flutter International,
Blank Factor,
Kin Plus Carta,
Lab 08,
DraftKings,
and our bronze sponsors, Nuvei. They're also our coffee break sponsors, Coherent Solutions, Experian, Axway, Dev Experts, and Milestone.
As well as Accenture, SiteGround, Proxiat, Interop.io, Matrix Eastern Europe, EGT Digital.
Don't forget to explore our sponsor booths outside. They've got cool prices, fun games, and a lot of surprises. It's like finding Easter eggs in software.
Yeah. Want to join the big prize draw at the end? Get a stamp on your badge from every single sponsor. It's like debugging. You gotta check them all to win. Please note that the MuseNet logo in your roadmaps is printed with special ink and may look invisible to, but your eyes are okay.
And give the big thanks to our partners as well. They're like the backup server to our main event. Always there to support.
A huge shout out to Pure Water for providing us with filtered hydration. It's healthy, it's convenient, and it's good for the environment.
We've also got Red Bull drinks to keep your system running smooth.
And big thanks to our volunteers, the folks in the reflective vests. If you need any assistance or have any questions, do not hesitate to contact them.
Most of them are IT professionals and esteemed colleagues of yours, but they chose to donate their time to help make Team awesome.
Let's show our appreciation with round of applause and the respect they deserve. And the final thanks goes to you guys, because every year you help us make the world a better place by supporting our charity cause.
This year, Challenge Accepted events join forces with Caps for the Future, led by Lazar Radkov.
This game-changing initiative is on a mission to secure a fifth neonatal ambulance for key Bulgarian regions. They've got an impressive track record, including life-saving, medical donations, and recycling 1 million kilograms of plastic.
Please welcome
Lazar
Radkov!
Nope. Try again.
Challenge accepted, challenge accepted.
Okay, okay, now it's better, now it's better. If we don't have any technical issues, it won't be my turn, I promise. Okay, first of all, thank you everybody for being here. I would like to thank the organizers for supporting our cause. I would like to share something with you in the beginning. This morning, I was thinking of putting on a shirt and, jacket, a well-looking jacket, but then I thought, nah, that won't be a good idea. Maybe I'll look more like a manager and, people won't appreciate it. So, I have less than 4 minutes. I would like to say a couple of words about what we are doing, what we have been doing for the last 6 years with my colleagues from Caps from Future, Kapački za Бъдеще, in Bulgarian. 6 years ago, we found out that in Bulgarian hospitals, there aren't enough baby incubators. We found out that 1 out of 10 babies is being born prematurely, and that 1/3, like 30–35% of these babies develop some kind of eye damage due to being prematurely born, and because lots of the baby incubators in the Bulgarian hospitals, and especially in the smaller ones, in the smaller towns, away from, in the smaller towns, in the more distant parts of the country, we found out the baby incubators there are from the 90s, from the 80s, and even from the 70s, from the last centuries. Some of them were, they were my age. Some of them were even older. So we set on a mission to change that, or at least in the beginning we thought, okay, maybe we'll buy 1 incubator, 2 incubators. But a couple of weeks after our first campaign in 2017, we managed to donate the first incubator. In 2018, we donated 2 incubators. In 2019, we donated 19 incubators. And our mission was from the beginning of 2020 that in Bulgaria, in no hospital there is an incubator, baby incubator that is from the last century. And on the 1st of December 2019, we managed to replace the last incubator that was from the 1919 something. And from the beginning of 2020, there was no hospital in Bulgaria that in which the newest incubator was from the last century. Then we started helping more. We helped another 14 hospitals. We donated more than 40. I think there were around 45 medical devices to another 14 hospitals. And then we found out that there weren't enough baby ambulances, neonatal baby ambulances. There were only 2, only here in Sofia, and they were donated by other charity organizations. So we set on to change this, and in 2021 we managed to donate the first one in Plovdiv, and it helps a couple of districts. It helps District Plovdiv, District Pazardzhik, District Smolen, Haskovo and Krzhely. In 2022 we donated another 3 baby ambulances. Now the 5th one is ready, and we're working to gather funds for the 6th one. The baby incubators have already helped the medical doctors to save thousands of babies' lives that otherwise could have been that otherwise could have been compromised, lives that otherwise could have been compromised. And the baby ambulances have already saved maybe more than 100 babies. We're still waiting for the numbers from the different parts of the country. So basically, the volunteers, the people, and the people who donate to Plastic Apps for Future, they really help to save the future, to save the lives of the still unborn babies who will need specialized medical attention. And I would like to help everyone who has helped, who is helping, and who will help this cause, because you're helping to save babies' lives. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for being here with us. Thank you, Lazar.
За мен е чест.
Challenge accepted, challenge accepted. He added to his own challenge accepted. Challenge accepted, challenge accepted. He added to his own challenge accepted.
You can make your noble donation directly to their bank account displayed on the screens in the stream, or by going to the reception desk where you can buy a t-shirt. All the funds gathered will be donated to Kapački za Buduće, or Caps for the Future initiative.
Make a donation, enjoy the t-shirts, save a life. It's like upgrading your software, but for humanity.
Challenge
Accepted.
на здраве.
Merci.
Our charity cause has a small patch this year. We've given free conference passes to 40 top high school students with strong interest in software development. Please applaud your future colleagues.
Some of them are already better developers than some of you.
And definitely than both of us.
Yes, of course.
Oh. And now,
Wow. And now,
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a warm welcome to our first speaker. Last year he made his debut as a speaker on our stage. This year he opens the whole conference. Every year he is one of our invaluable volunteers, and this year he is also nominated for Dev of the Year award. In a nutshell, Ned is a wild card and jack of all trades.
I just hope next year he doesn't decide to execute sudo make me a conference host. Because I really love this
Return.
Yes,
Ned is hitting the stage to talk about technical depth in software. Think of it like ignoring updates to your apps. You might not notice it immediately, but it will slow you down in the long run. Catch his talk to stay ahead of the game. Make some noise for Nedelcho
Leave the stage, it's mine.
Okay.
Leave it. Hello everyone. This year I hope that the presentation is going to start from the beginning. There will be no issues with it. But let's see. Do we have a picture? Okay. It's working. Perfect. So, let me introduce myself. I'm Ned. I'm a team lead in NetPools. I've been doing this for the last 8 years almost. I've got a bachelor degree in computer science from the Technical University of Gabrovo. Another one, master degree, but didn't finish it. Almost there. And this year I graduated New Bulgarian University with IT project management. So finally I have a master degree. And also I'm dealing with system administration and DevOps, AWS, GCP, Docker, Kubernetes, and all the other buzzwords around the DevOps world. And I have a little bit confession to make. I'm working with PHP. I know. See? I've got a special t-shirt for this, especially for this occasion. And yeah, you can boo me. Go on, I know, no one likes it. But yeah. What can I say? Let's deep dive into technical depth. It's a little bit boring, but I think that I made the change in the beginning, so now you can go to sleep. So, what is technical depth, actually? This is when you have to prioritize something. Instead of delivering it the right way, you have to do it a little bit rushed. You have to speed deliver it. So you're not delivering the perfect code. But it's working. It's okay. At least it looks so. This guy, Ward Cunningham, is the guy that made the phrase exist. He's the one that mentioned it, and since then it's widely used. This guy actually is, he developed the first wiki, and also he's a co-author of the Manifesto of Agile Software Development. So he's a big guy in the software world. And this is how the technical depth looks like. And this is the actual representation. When you have something like the house you see there, it's hard to implement something. And it takes a lot of time. So, a simple example for this is a library. Usually people use banks, but I prefer to use a library. It looks more natural. And the library is like your code. At first, every book, every piece of code has its own place. Everything is perfectly organized. You search for this model, you know it's over here, it's responsible for this controller is over there, it's responsible for this. This helper is going to help you with this. You know how to find it. Everything is nicely structured and easy to find. and it saves time. You need to change something, you go there, change it, bam, you're out. What happens if you rush it? Let's say you have to return the book to the library, but you don't have the time. You have to go, okay, not gonna move so much. You have to go and return the book immediately. You have to do it really, really, really fast. And you go to the library, you put the book somewhere, you don't search for the right place. You don't search for the section that it's supposed to be in it. You're not searching for the author or anything. You just put it somewhere. The first place that you see. You put it there and that's it. It's the same with the code actually. You have to add a piece of code. You see a suitable place. It's not the perfect place, but you're in a rush. You don't have the time to search for the proper place. So you just put it there and hope it's going to work. But what do you have? It's a somewhat organized library. What does it mean? Well, you have the library. Most of the codes or the books are in its place. It's easy to find them. It doesn't take so much time, but if you search for that specific book or that specific piece of code, you're gonna spend such time to search for it, so it's a messy one. And this is the perfect time to start working on your technical depth. This is the time when you should start organizing things. If you start now, it's gonna be easy. If you wait, it's gonna become a mess. Right now, if you spend some time, let's say in the example with the library, every night the librarian spends 1 hour, not more, 1 hour, just to go and grab the books that are misplaced and put it in the right place. Okay? Put it on the right place, and you have the organized library in the morning again. And it's gonna be easy for everyone. It's gonna be perfect for most of the people, for all the people. This is the same with the code. If you spend some time now, when you have a little misplaced code, you spend it. It's gonna take your time, but at the end you have perfect code, and everything is gonna work. But if you don't do this, you have a messy library or a messy code. Then everything is out of order. And with the example of the library, you go there, search for a book, and it's hard to find it because it's not in the proper place, it's not alphabetically ordered, it's somewhere around there. You spent hours searching for a book. And why? If you can spend 5 minutes to find it, why should you spend hours of searching? And that's for one book. I think that now you can get the picture that I showed earlier with the house. It's the same thing. You have this total mess, and you have to find something or add something, and it's really, really hard to do this. So what can I do? What can all of you do? You can dedicate a little time each day to refactor bad code or rush decisions. Well, it's not always easy to do so because not everyone is going to dedicate that time. But at least each couple of days you can do this. Of course, if it's not some project that is really, really, really important to be finished on that deadline and la 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 la, of course, it's hard then. But after that, you can spend that time. And you can spend it this way. Ooh. Okay, so you can fix your code when you do other tasks. What I mean is, you go there, and you see that this piece of code should not be there. Probably someone rushed it. Okay, I see it. It's not a big deal to move it in the proper place. I know where it should go. I take it, put it back in place. I'm going to spend, let's say, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour. But at the end, I'll have organized code, and I'm going to finish my work, except that. So it's going to be better than it was, so why not? And the other approach is dedicated sprints for fixing. This is a little bit more tricky because it's hard to convince product and management to dedicate that time because it's not bringing them money, but it's an important thing. And yeah, it's hard to convince them. When something is not bringing money, it's hard to convince people to dedicate time for it. And actually, I did a reversal of the presentation a couple of days ago at the company, at InetPulse. And one of my colleagues asked me how exactly how can I speak with the manager to prioritize the technical debt? And it's really dependent of the manager. But there is a common ground there, and that's its numbers. You can give them some examples. If we keep on adding technical debt to the code, a simple task like this, it's going to take, let's say, 5 days, for example. But if the code is okay and everything is in order, the same task is probably going to cost us 1 day. And with numbers, product and management understand you. So I think that this is the common ground there, and this is the way that they're going to understand you. But yeah, as I said, it's not a universal thing, but it's one of the things that I think that it's going to work if you want to ask them to prioritize it. One other way of prioritizing is with this effort impact matrix. So you can categorize the tasks or the debt that you have. So you have which is low effort, high impact, and low impact. So you have quick wins, which is low effort and high impact. You understand why? Because with a little bit of time, you're going to save a lot of headaches in the future. You have the major project, which is high impact, but it's going to cost time. This is a big refactoring that you have to do, for example, some messed up code or some old library that you have to replace or something like this. Then you have the low impact, low effort. It's something that you're not using, you're not changing a lot, it's working, but it's bugging you. But it's going to be an easy fix. It's going to be easy to put it back in order. So it's a time fluence. If you have the time, you can fix it. It's going to help, but it's not a big issue. And the money pit, it's, yeah, high effort, low impact, blah, blah, blah. No one's going to do this. And one important thing, when a deadline is approaching, choose the lesser evil. What I mean by this is, for example, you have a code that you have to deliver by a strict deadline, let's say by the end of the month. So you see that things are not going by smoothly, so you have to do something. It's either you have to go to management or the client and say, I'm not gonna be ready on time, we'll have to push the deadline. I know that we have a contract, but yeah, this turned out it's a little bit more complicated. Yeah, no one wants to do this, but if you do this and the client is okay or the management is okay, you have the perfect code that you want. This approach is good, but yeah, you have to deal with the client and maybe you have to cut your share of the money. The little bit less effort that you, the little bit better approach, actually, is just do some of the things, but not all of them. So you will write the code, it's going to work. You're going to do, let's say, end-to-end testing. But you're not going to finish the documentation, you're not going to finish commenting the code, for example, or something like this. A little bit lesser evil that you can fix later on, but at least you're going to know that the code is working and you have all the code. So the client is going to be happy because everything is working, everything is fine. And after you're done with the project, after everything is okay, you can spend the time to invest in the things that you missed. And the worst case scenario is just rush the code. You're going to do the code, it's going to work, the client is going to be happy, but at what cost? You won't have unit testing, you won't have logging, you won't have monitoring. So you have one code on production that you have no idea how it works, if it works, and what's the impact of that code. Because it might be some function that's going in infinite loop, don't know, and you have no idea. The only way that you're going to know this is if the client is complaining about it, and that's a bad thing. So usually the second option is the best option because you're going to deliver on time. Everyone's going to be happy. You have some monitoring, but not all. And you're going to know it. At least you're going to know if something is wrong with the code. Let's dive deep into examples. Those examples are from our work. I don't know if you see it. Yeah. Some comments. And the last one is actually, it's 2023. It's still in the code, so I think no one wants to touch it. So, we made a video content website. We had no time to waste to make everything perfect. We were a newly formed team, so everyone still had his own style of writing things and his own opinion on everything. And we had to write fast and make it work. We did it. We did it on time, but it was not the best thing. After that, we had a few sprints to refactor the code. Actually, we turned something like this. Everything was a mishmash. Everyone used his own style. Everything was out of order. And turn it into something like this. Everything was looking the same, it was consistent, and it was nice looking, and you can find something, actually. Because before that, you had no idea how they wrote that, if it's using camel case, kebab case, lowercase, blah, blah case, or something. So now, at least you know how to find it. Another one, a legacy application. It was 15 years old, PHP code, mixed HTML, JS, and PHP files. I don't know how much of you guys have seen this. It's a little bit old-timers way of doing things. It was before the frameworks, and you had one PHP file, and everything goes in. It's really hard to find something, fix something, reorganize something. It had no framework. Outdated PHP version, I think it was 2020, and we were still using 7.3, PHP 7.3, which was already deprecated. We had outdated libraries, no documentation, no tests, and we needed a new design. It was a whole redesign of the whole thing. So, when you see this, what you're gonna say? How the... Yeah. So, what we did, yeah, here is an example of the code that I was talking about, actually. You see this? Do you think it's easy to read? Do you think it's easy to fix and to change something in that? It's a total mismatch. So, we rewrote the whole thing. It was a hard thing to convince the management to do so. So we had to do a proper explaining why we need to do this and some deadlines for both things. But we managed to convince them to rewrite the whole application. So currently the whole application is running Laravel with everything modern, and it's using Vue.js front end. So now we are using some new technologies at least. And what we actually did with the technical debt here is this. We destroyed it. And we created a new one, but that's a different story. And this is the different story. It's the same application that we had strict deadline, and we wrote all the essential stuff. We did it with Laravel, as I said. We did it properly, but we didn't have the time to invest on, let's say, for example, tests. Who needs tests? We have QA. He's going to test it. So we didn't have the time to make some proper testing. We didn't have the time to make some proper monitoring. We didn't have the time for making it atomic components in the Vue.js. But it was working. We managed to replace the whole application with the new one, and it was working properly. It didn't crash, so it was working properly. So it was good. Later on, we added the monitoring, proper error handling, tests, and storybook for the components. All the components now are atomic, and we have proper testing and everything. Now we are making all the things that are Cypress for testing on the components and everything. So now it's looking okay, but at first we had the essential stuff. We created a lot of technical debt that we needed to fix, but now we are dedicating time to fix those errors. Now we have the time to actually go through the files, and we have people that are dedicated to repay the debt, and we have people working on the new components, on the new things. So we are fixing and adding new features. That's one of the ways that you can convince also the management, because you're going to produce new features, you're going to produce them fast, and you're actually going to do fixing of the old things. One other example. It is a high traffic application I talked about last year on the conference. Actually, the whole case is based on the conference last year. We had no cache, we had high peak traffic, not enough servers, and we had some big events that evening. So the whole thing crashed. And the person that was on call actually managed to find what the reason behind this is, and it was because of the MySQL database that we were using. It was slowing down everything. We had no way to fix this because scaling of MySQL is a little bit complicated. So what we actually did was to find which queries are the ones that are slowing down everything. We saw that those queries are actually executed each time that the person enters the website. So if they watch a couple of videos, they're going to see the same queries executed again and again and again. So we needed a quick fix. And the quick fix that we did was we cached the query results in the PHP session. It's not a good way of doing things. It did the job. Everything was working after that. We had no issues till the end of the day. So on the next day, we added new things in the sprint to do proper caching. Now, after that, we added Redis and so on. So we repaid that technical debt that we accumulated when we fixed it with the PHP session. And there's a nice image representation of this one. Just make it work till we get home. After that, we're going to fix it. One other example that my colleagues yesterday gave me, not yesterday, a couple of days ago gave me, is with image manipulation app that they're creating right now, or they already created, no idea. They didn't have the time to make it exactly by the book, because of deadlines, of course. What else can it be? So they used big images all over the place, because to make all the thumbnails, all the other things, it's taking some time. It's implementation, it's changes in the code, it's other things. So they did it the fastest way possible. They added the images, they served the images, but well, probably when they tested, they were testing with smaller images, but the user at the end tested it, was working, not testing, was working with images that were 10 megabytes. So imagine a page with, let's say, 50 images with 10 megabytes. Yeah, after that, they actually reserved some time to refactor the whole thing, make thumbnails of the images, lazy loadings, probably gzip and so on. So after that, it was working properly, and it was not a big headache. So, some things that you should take from this. Don't be afraid of technical debt. It's getting messy when you don't keep it strict, when you let it loose. But if you keep it in order, under control, it's your best friend, because you can save some valuable time from it and repay it afterwards. It's actually here the analogy with the banks is a good one. You go to the bank, you take a credit, you use the money now, you buy a new car, for example, and you repay later. So this is the thing that I had to say. And yeah, make time to repay your debt. Don't lose control of it, because it's getting ugly at the end, and it's really, really ugly. And actually, I have one more example that it's not included in the presentation, because I don't remember it exactly, but we had some servers in our infrastructure that was using way outdated distros because of MySQL version that we had to keep, because of a client that we had a contract that has a replication of the exact same version that we had to keep. So we were keeping something that's not secure, outdated, no way to update, because of a contract with a client. This is one of the things that I think now it's sorted, but I'm not dealing with this anymore, so I have no idea actually. But yeah, this is kind of a deadlock technical debt. There is no way to get over this if you're not asking the client to change anything. Usually they don't cooperate with this, so it's hard. And that was all from me. I hope you enjoyed it. If you have any questions, now is the time. I'm here, or later on I will be down there on the speaker's corner next to the beer. Unfortunately, there is still no beer, so I'm going to be just next to the beer stand, I guess.
Beer corner.
Beer corner, yeah. They have coffee. They have coffee, so at least coffee.
So do you have any questions for Net? Or if we have some questions in the stream? Well, it seems your coffee debt is slowing you down and dragging you down. If you have any questions later for Net, you can find him, as he said, to our dedicated speakers corner. Thank you, Net, for being here all
Thank
day
you.
and doing so much work. Big applause for Net. And as you heard, we have lots of corners today. We have beer corner, later coffee corner, speakers corner, shisha corner, corner, and corner.
And if you, yes, and if you want to speak from our stage, sign up for lightning talks on the whiteboard
in the corner.
In the corner.
Yeah. And just before we go in the first coffee break for today, a quick announcement. When you hear the song Challenge Accepted, this means you have to come back to the hall because this means the next lecture is about to start. And now,
coffee break.
Sponsored by Nuvei, in the corner. We will be waiting for you here in 10:45.
Increasing software complexity and new technologies in software-defined vehicles require a different repair strategy and solution. Luxoft solves the related challenges as a true partner, accelerating your transformation to digital vehicles and services. Because of the software's complexity, a regular mechanic will, on his own, not be able to analyze it, to find an issue's root cause, and to finally fix it. To effectively process the related huge amount of log and environment data, AI-supported remote services are required. Based on this data from the integrated central onboard diagnostics and intelligent in-vehicle edge pre-processing, a service expert can virtually access the vehicle in a mobility operations center, find the issue's root cause with AI-guided remote diagnostics, and fix it securely and safely with smart over-the-air updates or services operations. DXC Luxoft Advanced Diagnostics and Connected Platforms. Live in the future now.
Welcome to InfoPulse Bulgaria, part of a global IT company with more than 30 years of experience in providing IT services to customers in more than 40 countries around the world. Our team is constantly growing. This moves us forward and motivates us to become a major part of the local IT market. We firmly believe in our values: involvement, flexibility, openness and innovation. They help us build strong collaborative relationships with our specialists and customers and achieve even greater efficiency and operational flexibility. We offer a wide range of services and we're ready to contribute to the development of all industries. With our current focus on finance and insurance, manufacturing and agricultural telecom industries, we strive to enhance the expertise of our specialists and meet the specific needs of our customers. As a global and reliable service provider, we assist our clients in innovating and achieving scalability, enhanced efficiency, and operational agility. People are our greatest asset, and our strength comes from our unity. We're not just colleagues, but a team of friends with innovative thinking. We support each other as one big family, and we all strive to build the future together. We're waiting for you at InfoPulse Bulgaria.
Welcome everybody into our new home.
We are here today to celebrate the Flutter International reopening the office in Sofia.
To create meaningful moments, we have created areas where our colleagues can collaborate, have fun, or enjoy some quiet time during work while still enjoying the office.
One team, we're hiring. Join now at careers.flutterinternational.com.
Welcome to Blind Factor.
Един за всички, всички за един. Или All for Eight, както ще го чуеш на езика на IT мускетарите от Labo 8. Какво? Какви мускетари? Този тук е талисманът на Labo 8. Избрали са го, защото и те като мускетарите са супер задружни и отдадени на това, което правят. Така че честна мускетарска може да им довериш, ако не живота, то поне най-важния си софтуерен продукт. В Labo им в България може да видиш как един супер силен екип гради продукти с скандинавско качество. Портфолиото им е доста любопитно. От софтуер, който се използва на Международната космическа станция, през приложения за любители на триатлон, до платформи, които създават нови тенденции в маркетинга. Хващат един продукт и го разкостват. От стратегия през дизайн до техническа имплементация и всичкото това в дългосрочно партньорство с клиентите им. И цялата тази работа се случва в среда, за която знам, че си мечтаеш. Страхотна банда са, а само да видиш и останалите... По-добре не се бави, ами пиши на Дилянчето и пробвай и ти да влезеш в отбора на мускетарите от Labo 8.
Здравей! Тук съм, за да ти покажа какво е да работиш в DraftKings.
На първо място, ние сме глобална технологична компания, която разработва приложения за дигитални и спортни развлечения. Екипът ни се състои от хиляди хора на различни места по света. В България сме екип от над 1000 души и разполагаме с 2 офиса. В София и в Пловдив. Какво правим в офиса ли? Работим! Срещаме се по залите, обсъждаме стратегии. Като цяло, в офиса е супер. Но разбира се, имаме опция да работим и от вкъщи. Или от близкото кафене.
Разработваме софтуера си с Netcore, TypeScript и React.
Тук съм аз. И правим Data Streaming с Kafka и Routing с RabbitMQ. Деплойваме в Kubernetes, в AWS и GCP. Ползваме комбинация от SQL и NoSQL бази данни, а мониторинга си го правим с Selk.
И други. И искаме и ти да станеш част от нашия екип.
Let's make a truce. A death challenge accepted.
QA challenge accepted.
Death challenge accepted.
QA
Death challenge accepted.
QA
Death challenge accepted. Death challenge accepted. Challenge accepted.
From all over the world we come across for a conference made for pros by pros. For devs and QAs, this is the place to be, with top-notch speakers and lots of coffee and beer. So come join us in this journey so great, where we'll make new friends and celebrate coding skills and testing perfected. The attitude is always challenge accepted. IT people, let's raise the bar, learning, growing, going far, with open hearts and minds connected. Challenge accepted, challenge accepted. Accepted. The attitude is always challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. The attitude is always challenge accepted.
Winter tires yet? Because Kirill is about to give you some traction on the topic.
Please applaud
Kirill Vuchko!
Everyone. See more people coming in, so that's good. Yeah, today, thank you for the nice introduction. Today I'm going to talk to you about how to break the ice, how to build reliable and efficient and effective communication between services in a system that is distributed. So what to expect today, and why do we need to break the ice between services? Why there is ice in the first place? Turns out services are quite shy. They don't want to share too much with their clients, and actually we need to do something. We need to take action to fight that introvert of services and help them talk to each other. So I'm going to take you through a journey, right? How to bring a distributed system into production, and focusing on, of course, service-to-service communication. This journey starts with a choice. You have to figure out what is right for your use case, what is right for your clients in terms of the API that those services needs to implement. How many of you working on RESTful services, RESTful APIs? Or have worked? Okay. How many of you have worked on gRPC or used gRPC? Okay. Not a lot. So just to outline the main difference, REST uses HTTP and JSON to communicate between client and server, and the API is modeled with as a set of resources that accept different methods, so like verbs like post, delete. So it's very much modeled around the web as a kind of hypertext style almost. gRPC, on the other hand, is an RPC. Everybody alive? Okay. gRPC, on the other hand, is an RPC protocol, which means that it works by creating client objects that look like a local object, but when you call it from a client, it actually invokes a procedure remotely on a remote process. And for this talk, I'm going to focus on gRPC, so bear with me. So we decided we want to use gRPC. It's nice, performant, good support, and has some nice features. For example, runs over HTTP2. It uses binary encoding, so it's efficient, so we like it, and we start working it. So if you take a look at the gRPC website, there is a getting started. I will not walk you through that, but basically what we do is we write the schema, we generate some code, we bootstrap a service, and we implement a service interface that is generated by based on the schema, and then we have a container, which is our service, which has an API. If we look a little bit closer, how does this look like? We start with the schema. So this is schema. gRPC is schema first, which is quite handy. We can get it reviewed, etc. And then based on this protocol buffer description of our service and the messages that it accepts and returns, we write the green parts, essentially, the business logic and the handler. And everything else, as you can see on this diagram, is kind of done for us. So we get the code-generated structures, we get which are passed to the code-generated client called a stub. Then this goes to the gRPC channel, which is the abstraction of this connection to an endpoint, to a remote service. And then this serializes the request using protobuf, sends it over the wire. And then on the other end, essentially the handler receives the same object, the same message that was passed to the client stub on the client side. That's kind of magical, if you think about it. So this is the request path. And then we have a response path. So how does this response path look like? We have a handler. The handler returns, like as a normal function return. And this goes through a similar process as the request. So it's serialized, it's transported back to the client. When it's deserialized, and then the business logic on the client side, it actually sees the response object. Again, kind of magic. There is one additional thing, which is called the status. A lot of you shared you've been working on REST, so it's entirely similar to the HTTP status, so there is some semantic attached to those status codes. You have unavailable, you have not found, invalid argument, so kind of there is like a nomenclature with those. So that's it, pretty simple. Before we decide to do something with this container that we have, one tip for the day is to enable server reflection. So what does this mean? How many of you are kind of have an API, because most of you said you're doing REST, how many of you are publishing like Swagger or OpenAPI on those services? Okay. So yeah, what it does is essentially it allows your client to see, first to discover, to to discover your API. So they can browse your API, they can see what methods, what objects, and there are a lot of tools that support that discovery. And what is even more awesome is that what they discover is not something in a source control that they don't know, okay, is this deployed on this instance, in this environment. They actually can see what is live currently, what the server's perception of the API definition is, which is quite powerful. And a few tools that I mentioned here, there is gRPC URL, or I'm not sure how you pronounce that, but it's like curl for gRPC. You can send requests from a CLI. Postman, I guess many of you have used. There is one more, GHZ, which is essentially a load testing CLI. It's quite simple, quite powerful. You can use it as a CLI or as a library. Those things are much simpler when you have the reflection enabled. So, okay, we're ready. We've played with our container. It works well. We tested it. Everything cool. We want to deploy it to AWS. And turns out AWS loves gRPC. So it's quite simple. You read the documentation. It's good documentation, good community. It's fairly simple. You deploy your container, let's say in ECS. You then provision also a load balancer. And this load balancer connects to your services, integrates. You can integrate it easily in the DNS service. And then what happens is that we have a client uses DNS to discover the load balancer by the name of your service, sends a request, requester TLS terminated, so you get kind of certificate security. You get black box metrics, so load balancer publishes those metrics, so you can build your dashboards for latency, for failure rate. You can have your alerts. And it's kind of independent of, like, if you have a bug in your code, like those black box metrics still there, they will catch it. It works with bridge mode. This is a little bit, again, like a more advanced tip. So if you deploy your containers on, let's say, an EC2 instance, there is a limitation on the number of virtual interfaces that you can attach to it. Or you either, and if you want to use the same port number for, let's say, all your gRPC services, it's a little bit tricky to get it. And AWS Load Balancer, what it does is that it allows you to use bridge mode, so like your services are hosted on the same machine, they're exposed through different ports on the host, but the load balancer kind of obstructs that. So for your clients, let's say all gRPC services are always on the same port, like on the same standard HTTPS port. So yeah, it works quite nice, and also we get AZ failover, availability zone failover if we need it. And everything works nicely, and we're super happy. We let some clients in, and then failure happens. And what should we do in that case? I mean, this is service unavailable. There is like the same code, equivalent code in gRPC status codes. And it's pretty obvious. If you see that, you probably want to retry, right? I mean, it's kind of obvious. This is what you do. However, not all errors are equal. What about not found error? How many of you think that a client should retry a not found error? Okay, 0. How many of you think a client should not retry a not found error? Okay, we have a few neutral people in the room. The simplest approach is to say, yeah, not found error, it's not there, right? But if your service has any kind of eventual consistency to it, it might turn out that you can essentially you might want clients to retry not found error. So there are those services that can do that, right? But this makes it super complicated, because what should a client, imagine that the client service is done by another team, right? So they see those not found errors, and what they do is they come banging on your door and they ask you, okay, what should I do, right? I just keep seeing those not found errors. You have a bug in your service. And we say, no, we don't have a bug in our service. Our service is super scalable. There is eventual consistency. If you just try again, like 1 second later, you will see this object, like no worries, right? And this communication is extremely inefficient. We don't want to do that. We want the services to talk, not necessarily the teams. Of course, the teams can discuss weather and sports, but regarding what you should do with errors is not the best conversation topic for like the water cooler. So essentially, we need a way to tell our clients what to do when they see errors. And in gRPC, there is a mechanism which is quite robust. It's called service config. So basically, I can describe, as a service owner, I can describe how clients should treat my errors. And what is more awesome is that this is implemented on the gRPC client across languages. So any gRPC client, like standard gRPC client, can understand the service config and will honor it and will know without somebody banging on my door that not found errors for this particular service should be retried. And maybe internal errors, which is like 500 equivalent, should not be retried or should be retried. Like really depends on the case. And we have the mechanism, we have empowered service owners to tell that to clients, to broadcast that to clients. We can also tell clients how many times to retry. One little caveat, the Golang's gRPC implementation actually has a hard-coded limit of 5. So you cannot configure in your service config more than 5 max retries. But yeah, let's move on. We've done that, we've seen that, and then we also need to tell clients for how long. So we can say, okay, our service might experience some failure, and if it happens, if it's transient error, because we told you what is transient error, like let's say unavailable and not found, if it doesn't appear in 15 seconds, don't bother. Like it will not appear ever. There is something else going on. And this is a very powerful mechanism to say. But you might ask, okay, what happens if I have a client that's kind of customer facing? So like somebody presses a button. And then I have a chain of services, and somewhere in the chain of services, I have a service that says, okay, retry for 30 seconds. Like, would the spinner just go on and on for 30 seconds? I mean, that hardly ideal user experience. Luckily, gRPC has quite robust deadline propagation, which works by default, so you don't have to do anything special about it. If I have a client request, so every client request sets the deadline and says, okay, here's the request, and I would expect to get the answer by that time, right? And then the service accepts that, and if the service passes on, like basically does another call to another service in the chain, what would happen is that the service will propagate this deadline to the next service and to the next service. So every service next in the chain kind of gets less and less time, if you will, to respond to that request. But this is quite powerful, and it handles one of the one interesting problem when you have client-side retries, and this is kind of cascading retries. So imagine like service A calls service B, calls service C, and then if every hop in the chain does multiple retries, you might get into a trouble, right? But with the deadline propagation, this is kind of not an issue because essentially the deadline of the retry kind of controls this whole thing and puts a cap on it. Okay, good, sounds good. We move on, we deploy to AWS. And man, do we feel bad about ourselves. Turns out that there is a limitation of 255 characters. A lot of DNS servers have that. Route 53 is not an exception. Luckily, we can actually split our service config, which is way over 255 characters. We can split it in multiple values to the same TXT record, and then that works. So that the resolver, the gRPC resolver handles that quite nicely. It all works out. And yeah, AWS loves service config, right? It works beautifully. We deploy it to AWS. Everything's amazing. We get our promo or whatever we were after. Our clients are happy. Everybody's happy. We publish this TXT record. It's resolved. The only thing that we need to change is when we configure the endpoint on the client, we need to specify this prefix, DNS colon. That's it. Super simple. And then failure happens. You might sense a trend here. There are a lot of failures in distributed systems, unfortunately, or fortunately. So let's imagine the situation, right? We have 3 clients and 2 servers. And they're all sending requests. Requests are routed round robin, 50-50 on the 2 servers. One server goes down. What happens now is that normal traffic that those 3 clients send now all go to the server 2 because it's the only one alive. However, in addition to that, all the failed requests, like 50% of the previous requests that were sent to server 1, they will be retried because we were smart and we said, okay, we have client retries. We're smart about it. So those 50% will be sent also to server 2, which means server 2 gets 3 times the normal traffic. And server 2 is having a hard time, unless you're super over-provisioned and the server has like 10% utilization usually. If you triple the traffic to a server, it will get rough, right? It might start to time out. It might even crash if you really overload it. And if that happens, at the time it crashes, server 1 actually starts to kind of recover, and then all clients with all new requests and old requests that are being retried, they just start hitting the server 1, which is just woken up from, brought into existence, and server 1 can say, yeah, I'm out of this, like this is not what I signed up for, right? This is called retry storm, and we would like to avoid it. So basically, we want to tell clients when to give up, when not to retry. There is one very popular. How many of you have used circuit breakers? Okay. So circuit breaker is like a distributed systems technique. Essentially, you track failures to certain services, and at some point you might on the client, and at some point you can say, okay, this server is like not there, so we'll not send requests to it at all. This is kind of the technique. And this is one of the techniques you can prevent, like you can use to prevent this retry storm and allow your service to recover. gRPC has another mechanism, which is pretty cool, in my mind, and probably that's why they implemented it. Essentially, in service config, you can tell your clients what is the percentage of failures that they should tolerate through this retry mechanism. I explained that in lame terms. You can kind of read the documentation that explains kind of the algorithm there. But essentially, it's like I can tell clients, okay, if you see 10%, if you see up to 10% failure rate on my service, keep retrying. Probably we're doing something, but we'll be okay, right? However, if you see more than 10%, stop retrying. And what the client will do, honoring this policy, is that it will monitor the failure rate, and when the failure rate goes above what is essentially described in the policy, it will stop retry. It will still send the requests, but if it sees failure, it will not retry at all, right? This kind of lifts a little bit the pressure and would allow us to exit this vicious cycle of the retry storm. And one more tip of the day, a lot of like those black screens, if you haven't noticed, there's kind of my tips for you today. We can actually also tell explicitly clients to back off a little bit and give us some room, give us some breathing room. And a way to do that is you can just include a metadata in the response from the server, but this is like an active thing, so this is now server side. And you can say, hey, I'm still kind of rebuilding my cache or whatever. I need more time, so don't retry in the next, let's say, 5,000 milliseconds or 10,000 milliseconds or whatever. Okay, we're back in the game. We get the next promo. We're now whatever level 20 fighter in our company, and everything works beautifully. But then, guess what? Failure happens. And this failure is like sneaky one. We see timeouts. Okay, and they're clearly transient. So there's request fails due to timeout. The retry doesn't help. So there are retries, right? We made sure. It doesn't help because it timed out. It just uses the whole time, like one single request uses the whole time budget, if you will, for that call. So retry doesn't help. So those errors, the users see them. They pop up on their phone or on their browser, whatever. They see those errors. And they're not a lot, but it's super irritating. And we are embarrassed because we have this robust retry mechanism, and we built our promo case, and everybody tapped our shoulders because we're such an amazing engineers. And now, like, clients see errors, and they ask us why, and we don't know. So we start this troubleshooting journey. We look at the debug network in AWS. We look at our metrics first, right? Our metrics, our black box metrics, our saving line. And it doesn't help us because when you look at those metrics, there are no timeouts. There is no latency increase. AWS Load Balancer says, yeah, all good. Everything's working. But the client says, no, I see an error. Here is a screenshot, right? So what we do, we can debug gRPC with environment variables. So I can go into even the live environment, I can set some environment variables enabling some debug logs. And I can actually look at the life cycle of gRPC. And I can understand a little bit better how this thing works on the inside. So how does it work on the inside? So we have essentially changing the prefix when we configure the endpoint, the server endpoint. What we did is we changed the resolver. So there is this component that is called a resolver. And what it does is it needs to discover the IPs, essentially, where requests will be sent to. And by default, this resolver, when it discovers those IPs, it sends those IPs to the load balancer, which is a component in the gRPC stack. And by default, this load balancer speaks first. And it's a super simple and super elegant idea. I have 3 IPs. I get the first one. If I am able to connect to it, that's my guy. I just start sending requests to it. However, what we notice in the live environment is that sometimes when the application load balancer kind of does some like auto scales or removes an IP, this thing doesn't work. I mean, it just still connects to the IP that is gone, and it times out. So it turns out that when application load balancer in AWS goes away, it doesn't really go away. You can still establish a TCP connection to it on the same port that you used before, so it kind of seems lively. You cannot really establish, like, you cannot, like, the state that the gRPC channel subchannel gets into is connecting, so it says, okay, this guy accepted my TCP request. I don't get the HTTP2 kind of handshake with settings, but it's definitely somewhere there. But there is nobody there. That's why he tries to send a request through that connection, and it doesn't work. It just times out. And then when failure happens, what happens is that the connection failure would inform the DNS resolver to refresh the DNS resolution and see that, okay, this IP is no longer relevant. And then it removes the IP, establishes the connection to the new IPs, and then everything works. But yeah, those timeouts are there, and we don't want them to be there. So we can round robin for the win. So the default load balancer doesn't play nicely with the schema that we have, right? So we need to change it to the round robin one. And it's a client-side load balancer. So what does it do? So chances are, if you're running any significant load, AWS load balancer will have more than one IP. And with if you're running multi-AZ, again, you have more than one IP. And what this will do is it will, use all the IPs in the DNS record. But there is more. It will establish a subchannel for every IP, and it will essentially monitor this channel. So it will not send requests to a channel that is like connecting. It will wait for the channel to be ready, so that like a little handshake with the settings is done before sending any requests to it. Even more, we can actually use client-side health checks. So gRPC has a standard health check API, which is a gRPC API. So gRPC kind of extends the protocol with gRPC, which we can implement on the server, sorry, and we can instruct the client to honor in the service config. And then we're sure not only it needs to establish the HTTP connection, for sure, not only the TCP connection, but it also should see that the server is healthy in order to send requests to it, which is perfect, right? Exactly what we wanted. And then, no failure this time. There is no failure. Our system is hyper-resilient, and it works all the time. However, there are some spikes in the traffic, and what we do and what AWS does, it scales horizontally the application load balancer. However, if you follow through how this DNS resolution works, so basically, when I ask the DNS server, okay, give me the IPs, it gives me 2 IPs. Until I see a failure, I will not ask again. And if there is a new node, new instance, you know this joke, when a tree falls in the forest and nobody hears it, it did fall. Right? Basically, if there is a new application load balancer and nobody hears about it, is there a new load balancer? And the answer is no. So what we can do, what can we do, right? Well, we need to make failure happen. By default, and here I'm not 100% sure about all the languages, but Golang for sure, and I'm pretty sure most of them, by default, there is no max connection age. So a connection established between client and server might live forever, or at least for a few hours, so you might not get a chance to see that there is a new instance. So setting this max connection age, and this is not service config now, this is kind of a configuration on the server, so this is part of the exchange between the client and the server, the settings handshake that I mentioned. This would inform the server that, okay, we'll make sure that no connection lives more than 5 minutes, for example. And if you do that, this will essentially cause the client, when this connection is gracefully shut down by the server, when this timeout is up, the client will see the go away and say, I saw like graceful shutdown, I should check out what's going on in the DNS and discover the new IP. Cool. We are almost there, and this didn't refresh. Okay. Okay, we're pretty solid now. We have our auto-scaling, everything works, and we know what to do, right? We focus so much on transient errors, but what should we do with non-transient errors, right? And again, industry wisdom. Server errors, client errors, this is kind of the generic classification. From HTTP terms, you might be familiar with this kind of 500 versus 400. Right? So 500, yeah, sorry, we're terribly sorry about this, we're working on it. And then 400, you're stupid, what are you doing? Like bad request, right? And gRPC has the same concept. You can say invalid argument, you can say precondition failed, essentially telling clients, yeah, this is like, you cannot ask me to do that. Right? This fails because of you, it's your fault. And what we do as a service owner about those errors, we can just ignore them, right? Because it's not our problem, it's client's fault. They're stupid. And clients don't agree. Clients think that they're smart, and they actually are. And they need to figure out what to do with those errors that we send to them. And what would they do, right? What can they do? Well, they can come banging on our door, or if you're open space, they can just come by the desk and say, hey, I see this error, what the heck is going on? And then we explain, and they are smart people, they understand, and they, okay, I got it, and they go away. And then a new engineer starts on the client team, and they see this error, and they come knocking on our door and say, hey, what's going on? So like this is a vicious cycle. Like we want to break, we want the services to talk to each other, like we did with the retries, not like engineers like explaining to each other what this means. And how to do that? So error propagation, if you will, in gRPC works in the following way. There is a very simple and robust mechanism that works most of the cases, which is when an error happens, we can construct, we return a code and a message. The code is like those codes that I explained, and the message is developer oriented. So this message is not intended for like somebody to see it on their phone. It is for the developer looking at logs to understand what's going on. And there is another, like this might or might not be enough. If it's not enough, if you have like more complex API, let's say you have invariants in the API, in the API object, in the API request that you cannot express with protobuf. I mean, protobuf is pretty amazing language, but it cannot express complex business logic into the request that you cannot, I don't know, you shall not credit an invoice that is in draft mode, let's say. It's still draft, right? It kind of doesn't make sense. You can only credit an invoice that is issued, whatever. Those things you cannot capture really in the API schema. So you need some way to let clients know what went wrong, and ideally do it in a machine-readable way, because they might need to surface a message to their clients, which will ultimately, propagating through Teams and services, can end up on somebody's phone saying, we're still processing your payment, please stay put. If the problem persists, please call support. And how does, so again, gRPC extends with gRPC. There is we can essentially create a protobuf message, part of our contract, that it represents the error structure, the machine-readable error details. And when we are returning this status to the clients, this error which says, okay, invalid argument or failed precondition, we can put this object that describes in a very strong schema way what exactly went wrong. And we can have this contract established with our clients, they can process it, we can go to the extent where the client, like website, for example, can display like next to the field exactly what the problem is. For example, okay, I don't know, you cannot have been born in the 1500. Like this is not, we don't buy it. And this is something that you can propagate through that mechanism. There is, I don't have a black screen for that, but I'll share it anyway. There is a Google API's standard error details that are generic and they're modeled around the status codes, which you can use kind of out of the box if you don't want to come up with your own error structure. So there is that. How is this encoded? So those details are encoded into an any structure. This is a protobuf term. It's a well-known type in protobuf, which has type URL and the bytes, actually, the message. And on the client, if the client has the schema for that type, they can essentially reconstruct the message. So it's like one of the extension mechanisms that it's kind of built on top of protobuf and gRPC. And what you can see here is that this works across languages. So we are not restricted. We can have a client side or like a backend for the front end, whatever, that is written in Node.js, and they have a Golang backend services, and they can talk and understand each other, and they can use the same mechanism. Important tip, always, and this is like you cannot avoid that. Errors are part of your API. If you provide more details with the errors, people will use that detail. It's part of your API. But when you do that in this fashion, when you put it in the schema, at least it's super obvious that that's the case. Otherwise, if you give very little information, you start this kind of off-the-record knowledge sharing, which is not scalable. Yeah, so at the end, what we have the service chain, we have the load balancers in between, we get all these cool features, it's polyglot, client retries, service owner can control those policies, we have the health check and machine-readable error details. And yeah, just to know, nothing is free in this life. There is no such thing as free lunch. There is overhead when you have components between your services. This is actually a benchmark that we did. I mean, it's not super scientific, that's why I haven't shared kind of super detailed, but there is overhead. So having a load balancer between each service, or having like a service mesh, whatever, might be your thing, might not be your thing, really, really depends. So just be aware there are trade-offs, always. And with that, I thank you for coming and listening in.
So do you have any questions for Kirill? There's one hand raised. And we kindly remind our people who are watching this live stream, they can ask questions there.
Should appear here?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Probably.
Oh, good.
assembly language, right? And now I don't think that too much people are doing that. Then we have something else like C++, and also a lot of people talk that, but not right now. I see some hard-coded numbers like 5 seconds retry, also some hard-coded things. And my question is, how long will it take for us to make such a communication between services that they can do it automatically without our little configurations? If I made myself clear, thank you.
It's a very open-ended question. I don't know. A lot of this, let's say, communication layer is not new. It's been around for decades, even longer. If you look at the networking stack, it's been like since the invention of the internet, even before that. So there is like a lot of low, and also there, when you talk about communication, any kind of fuzzy kind of approaches to it usually are not the go-to approach, because you want many use cases require predictability, if you will, and we have far too many things like garbage collection that are kind of or non-real-time, like multi-user, multi-process systems, that is hard to control this, make this predictable. So I don't know really. I think it will not be soon.
Any more questions now? We kindly remind you that you can find Kirill in the next coffee break in the speaker's corner, and he will be eager to answer any of your further questions. So let's thank him one more time. Big applause for Kirill Vuchko!
And let's hit play the button and get to know...
Музиката да свърши и тогава почти време.
То е ясно. And get to know our next speaker.
Let's move on to our next speaker. Hila is an experienced DevOps engineer at Wix and a woman of many talents. AWS community builder, HashiCorp ambassador, international speaker, and even a lead singer in a cover band.
Hila is here to break down the maze of choosing the right open source software. With her toolkit of practical advice and key metrics, she aims to save you from walking down a cul-de-sac with the wrong OSS project.
This isn't just a DevOps shop talk, it's a session for devs, SREs, and decision makers who want to optimize their environments with open source software. Make some noise for Hila!
Thank you. You're so fun.
Oh,
thank you. I'm not used to being having very fun MCs. Thank you.
Thank you.
So give me a sec to set up. Okay. Let's see. I need to maybe pull it. Yeah. I think it needs to be like this. Yes. Okay. Debugging live. Okay. One more second. I'm not used to, usually there is time to do it before, but I'll try to do it quick. Wait. Yeah. Yeah. Good comeback. Nice one. Okay, thank you for being here and overbearing with the setup for a bit. Thank you. So, hi everyone, and this talk will be about open source, and open source is open choice, right? So I'm going to talk about both the DevOps perspective towards open source, because usually it is something that is more dealt from the developers side of things. I will also share key practical things of how to choose the right open source project for you, because a lot of the times we have a use case, we Google it, and then we find 3, 4 projects that all serve the same use case. And then how do we choose the right one? So I'm going to share key practical metrics of how to choose the right open source for you. And also, we'll look about some scenarios of when to adopt open source, downsides, upsides, stuff like that. So briefly, first about myself. Hi, my name is Hila Fish. I'm a senior DevOps engineer and I work for Wix. I have 15 years of experience in the tech industry. As kindly introduced, I am a firm believer of communities, and this is why I'm part of the AWS Community Builders program, and I'm also a HashiCorp ambassador because I talk about Terraform quite a lot. I also organize a big conference in Israel where I live, DevOps Days Tel Aviv. I'm a mentor in courses and communities, and this is one picture from one of my gigs as a lead solo artist. It's very fun. Follow your dreams. Okay, so just to have a short baseline, open source, publicly available, can be modified at will, and a lot of tools that we use in our day-to-day are open source. So Firefox, Java, React, Linux, right? A lot of the tools that we already use in our day-to-day is open source, which is great. So in the late 90s, so I need to do something. Okay. In the late 90s, proprietary software was considered to be the standard, and the notion of making source code public was considered to be a bad strategy for companies. And coming forward from 2020 until now, the concept of open source became mainstream. More companies outsourced their code, contribute to open source, adopted open source, and stuff like that. So let's first understand what is so good about open source. So it is a rich developer community that is based on knowledge, but it really relies on communication and collaboration to succeed. Without it, you can't really do and be able to firm a very well mature project without this collaboration. Manish Sharma, who's the general manager of GitHub India, he said that open source is an enabler of innovation, and that businesses that turn to open source, it helps them speed up their business transformation. So if a company has open sourced its cloud or cloud-native projects, then it gains visibility into what the future of cloud and cloud-native will be, and it ensures that it has some sort of effect on the evolving tech landscape. Open source also boosts code quality and security, because Linus Torvald, who's the creator of Linux and Git, said that given enough eyeballs, all bugs are shallow. Meaning that if people go over the source code, detect issues, and not only detect them, but also fix them, then the code will be much more secured in high quality and stuff like that. And you can also see on the right, there is an open source contribution index, a very recent one, that shows that a lot of companies, big ones, understand the importance of open source and contribute to it. So I have a screen here. Google, Microsoft, Red Hat, Intel, so a lot of big companies understand that it is worthwhile for them to engage in the open source community, to outsource their code and be part of it. Open source also boosts adaptivity. So what is adaptivity? Once you have more users, then you have more use cases, and then the code becomes much more robust. And also, it allows surfacing bugs and edge cases much more rapidly than traditional QA processes because there's no one-size-fits-all. Everyone uses it on their own time, open issues, and then the project can evolve and become much more mature and much more proof to bugs. I love this sign. I had to use it at some point. So another thing, agility. So modern open source projects usually follow modern software development processes, which leads to rapid development cycles, which leads to more frequent releases without sacrificing quality. And also, you have less bureaucracy, right? Opening issues in GitHub for any projects versus opening a support ticket in a proprietary software, it is different. So once we have less bureaucracy and we don't have this very strict release schedule, we can just release the projects whenever we want. Everyone can use it whenever they want, and it gives us much more flexibility and agility. OK, so now let's talk about the DevOps perspective towards open source, because, again, it's something that is most dealt with from the eyes of developers. So in order to understand the DevOps perspective, let's understand the developer's perspective. So developers care about functionality, meaning they find some open source library, and then they think, will it get integrated in my code properly, and what efforts are needed to do so? As opposed to that, DevOps, we care about the environment, meaning how well it gets integrated in the environment as a whole. And also, we care about other things like security and maintenance and stuff like that. So anything that is more peripheral, we need to care about it as engineers that care about the environment, because we are production gatekeepers that need to make sure that the environment is stable. And also, when it comes to challenges, collaboration leads to better conclusions and solutions, because what is the common ground between open source and DevOps? Collaboration. So once we have this common ground, we are more lenient to do things together. I'm more lenient to open issues because I know people will see it. They will read that it's very important to me, and I will give also an example for it later on. We all care about the same thing. We want to make the project successful, so we have this thing in common. And also, since we are DevOps engineers are production gatekeepers, we want to have the best solutions possible for our environment. Meaning that if a lot of people come together and different minds can think about different solutions and eventually think about the best solution for a certain use case or a pain point. So we all want to have the best solution possible because we want to make sure that we have the best implementation and we guard our environment as best as possible. Also, we treat open source as tools, and we ask ourselves, what do we want to introduce to the environment? We want to some help with delivering code. We want to automate this. We want to introduce a certain capability. So since we treat open source as tools, we think about the fact that, OK, I can just integrate it because a lot of DevOps engineers came from the background of system and not development. So we are integration engineers by heart. We want to integrate stuff. It's not something that is a strange concept for us. So if we see another tool, we just integrate it to our DevOps tool chain, and then just introduce it to the environment. And of course, not everything is good and bright and easy in this realm. We need to think about all sorts of things. So upgrades. Tell me, who here uses Jenkins? OK, lucky ones. So once you upgrade Jenkins, I assume you have any sorts of fear of the plugins getting break, right? And you're like, is it worthwhile to deal with it right now or not? These are the sort of questions that we need to ask ourselves whenever we deal with open source. Maybe there are complexity involved, like Jenkins and plugins, Kubernetes, and other moving parts when you deal with the open source tool. So upgrades, complexity, all of these things, you need to think about whether it is worthwhile to rock the boat and the features and the bug fixes worth it, or you should keep the environment stable. This is something that we care about and we think about whenever we look on open source. Another thing is that there's a lot of projects out there, and we need to select the right one for us, for the environment, and that's why I have this section later on about how to choose an open source project. And since the focus that we have is the environment stability, we always need to make sure that we do what's right for the environment. So that's why in the middle of everything is research. So once I find an open source tool, I'm going to read about it, do some comparisons, make sure that it really is fit my use case and mature enough to be used and not going to cause me any issues in production. And also another thing, this is true for being like an engineer in general, but also for open source. So you need to keep tabs and be informed of what's going on. And I'll give an example. So let's take, for example, CentOS. The operating system and CentOS reached end of life at the end of 2021. If I didn't know about it, if I didn't check and keep tabs of what's going on, then I'm putting my systems at risk, because for those of you who don't know, end of life means no more security patches getting released to that operating system. And then if I have servers still installed with CentOS, it's not good, hackers can exploit it, security breaches, the whole works. So that's why I need to be informed of what's going on, know that CentOS reached end of life, and then do whatever I need at work to replace the servers with another operating system. Another example is that, let's say, I found an open source tool. Project 1.0 is not really what I need, like use case-wise. Maybe the features is not exactly what I need. Maybe there's a very big bug that I can't really allow myself to introduce to the environment yet. So if I keep tabs to what's going on, maybe version 2.0 will be exactly what I need. Maybe then the bug will get fixed, the features will be right up my alley and fit my use case, etc. And I really like this picture, because if you can see in the picture, it says, keep moving people, even though no one is there. That's exactly it. You need to keep tabs and be proactive about it without having your team leader breathe down your neck and say, hey, check this, check that. You need to do it yourself, and I believe it will make you even a better engineer in general. Okay, so when should we consider adopting open source? Because there are some scenarios where it's more fit, less fit, so let's see when should you consider adopting open source. First of all, when you have an uncommon use case, and I'll share an example. So in my previous company, we had this application that had to run not 24/7, only like in certain occasions, and other times it could be down and it's okay. And we used back then Google Kubernetes Engine, GKE, and GKE didn't allow us to decrease pods in the Kubernetes cluster to 0, only to 1. And we want to decrease to 0 because we want to kill the app whenever it's not needed. So we searched online for any use case any open source tool that will help our use case, and we found Keda. Keda is a very good, really awesome production-ready tool that allows us to decrease and downscale pods to 0 based on certain scenarios. When the message queuing has no messages or has less than 50 messages and other conditions that you can set. Once we have it, awesome, then we can just set the integrate Keda in the environment. The application can downscale. Awesome, that's exactly what we needed. Uncommon use cases, we found a solution for it in open source. Solve your developer needs. Sorry for the cut of the solve. Another example, so we had this occurrence where there was non-techie people in the company that needed to run some flows in production. And we didn't want to let them go into the servers because maybe they can do some stuff unintentionally and destroy some stuff. So we found how can we make the flow accessible for them. And so we checked online and we found a script server. Script server, again, awesome open source tool that allows you to make Ansible playbooks, any scripts, Python, whatever, Terraform code accessible via UI, including permissions. So then we allow them to run the flow with permissions, with guardrails, like you can run this flag, but not along with this flag and stuff like that. So it was exactly what we needed. We solved our developers and other people in the company solved their needs. Limited budget, so of course, if you have limited budget, you can go to open source, but also make sure you check the fine print of the licenses carefully, because not always it's exactly free stuff. So just make sure that if this is the reason that you're going to open source, make sure it is really free. Insufficient in-house resources, ability-wise or capacity-wise, like this Family Guy right here. So there's a saying, why reinvent the wheel, right? If there is an open source tool that already solves your needs, don't reinvent the wheel, don't make your developers work on it, especially if you don't have much developers or much priorities to work on something, and just and choose an open source tool that solves your needs. And of course, we can't discuss open source, like talk only about the good, we need to discuss some bad. So security by obscurity, this notion doesn't apply on open source, because companies can say, proprietary software can say, hey, our source code is closed, you can check the code, and then it's much more secure. Is it good? Is it not? Is it exactly it? You'll be the judge of that, but is a notion to consider. It is also prone to abuse. It doesn't happen quite a lot, but I can give you two somewhat recent use cases where NPM colors package, one of the maintainers added a loop in the code and created a lot of issues for a lot of companies, and also Faker.js, where the maintainer had a bankruptcy and then he deleted the project altogether. So you can say, hey, if I put like in the requirements.txt or in the relevant file, I put a version lockdown, I wouldn't face those issues. But if I'm from Israel and I heard about the colors NPM package issue, probably it's because a lot of companies didn't put the version, they just put latest. So it happens, it is prone to abuse. We need to just be aware of that and just know that it exists. Compliance. So in its raw form, open source usually gives no warranty or official guarantee, and making it difficult to use in a business environment where compliance is actually a must to use. Not always entirely free, as I mentioned. Check the fine print, especially, let's take, for example, Terraform that changed the license from forgot MPL to BSL. It doesn't affect everyone. If you're a regular user, you can just use it and that's it. But for companies that based their main product on Terraform, it creates some issues for that. So just make sure you do the right choice, especially if you care about the price of the tool. Discontinued projects. So some projects are backed up by companies, and some are backed up by people like me and you. So for the individual contributors, they can just say, hey, I don't have time to work on the project anymore, and I just stop working on it. And then if you adopted this kind of project, it means that A, you need to either support it yourself or migrate to something else. I don't know if it happens a lot, but it is something that could happen, so you need to take that into consideration as well. Support is not guaranteed. So for companies, proprietary software, they say, hey, we have this, we have like support because we are a well-established company. But the thing is about open source, again, collaboration is it's what it's all about. With CADA, I had some issues. I opened an issue. I said, hey, please help me. It's about to be production in really tomorrow. Please help me. And they just went with it and really helped and released a new version out of working hours. So support is not guaranteed. You should assume good faith. But just a note for proprietary software, support is guaranteed for proprietary software, but it's not guaranteed to be good. So this is something to think about. And last but not least, SaaS alternatives. For companies that will go and shift more resources to the cloud, maybe they will prefer cloud lock scenarios as opposed to things that will bound them to rely on DevOps engineers to support open source tools. So we might see an increase of going out of open source once SaaS is getting bigger and bigger, but we need to see. So to sum things up in regards to adopting open source, there's really no right or wrong when it comes to that. It's a matter of perspective, and there are multiple factors to consider, and you should choose what's best for your needs. And speaking of your needs, how do we choose an open source project? We found a use case. We saw that, OK, found 3, 4 ones. How do I choose the right one for us? So these are the key metrics that I can show you here, practical ones, and we will go over very quickly because I don't have much time. So these are the key metrics that you should follow. First of all, popularity. Check the GitHub stars, how many GitHub stars are there. Then you can know if it's popular or not. But put like an asterisk to it, because if this tool has a company backed up marketing engine behind it, so maybe they will make it more popular because of that. So try to couple it with other factors as well. Check if the project is part of CNCF or incubator, because if so, it means it follows high standards of doing things in a certain way, and it means that the project is mature. Google the project alone to check for online presence, but also Google it versus similar products to check for any reviews. And a lot of the times, only on these comparisons, you'll find the nitpicking that you need. You'll see that, oh, exactly what I need for the use case is not really supported because it's implemented in a way that I can't implement it, or stuff like that. So do those comparisons. You will learn a lot from it. Activity. So check the commits rate. Are they daily, weekly, monthly? How many issues are there? How many releases are there? Is the project maintained by one developer or more? Does the project have sponsors, companies that believe in the future of the project and want to make sure that it will keep on running? So these are questions that you should answer in order for you to understand that if, let's say, you have a heavy use case, you need a lot of features, a lot of bug fixes and stuff like that, how long should you wait for these things to come out? You should wait a couple of days or more, and then you can see if it's something that you can really afford to have or not. Security. So security is something that is less of an issue for DevOps projects because we don't have really supply chain. It's not like a library that we put inside the code. It's a tool that stands on its own. But security is something that you should always take into consideration. So that's why I added it here. Check for any known vulnerabilities or supply chain considerations if you're really dealing with open source libraries, and see if something comes up that really blocks and have a reason for you not to implement this tool. Level of readiness. Check if the project is declared as production ready. For example, Keda that I mentioned is declared as production ready. Users are already using it. And so it's good for me to know as a production gatekeeper. Check the current features. Are they enough to sustain usage? If not, maybe I need to wait for the version 2.0 to come out. And is my use case covered fully in the current state? And if not, am I OK with it? If I'm OK with it, great. If not, again, let's wait for the next version. Maybe it will make sense more than to integrate it. Documentation. So documentation is like the gatekeeper kind of thing of open source, because if the documentation is rich and allows you to understand what's going on, and if it covers how to integrate, known issues, explanations about features, stuff like that, then you know if it really fits your use case or not. Because if not, then you should probably use another tool that will make more sense and will be easier to integrate and deal with it in the day-to-day. Ecosystem, very important metric. I don't have much time. I just say that take into comparison Jenkins as opposed to Rundeck. Okay? Each have their own abilities. but Jenkins have much more ecosystem, much more bigger ecosystem. People can help you, can find solutions online for things, as opposed to Rundeck, which has less. And I dealt with it in my previous company. I had a lot of hard time incorporating things once I worked with Rundeck as opposed to Jenkins. So ecosystem is a very important key metric that will you will feel it in your day-to-day, and that's why you should really check and lean towards tools that have a very large ecosystem. And check if they have any community channel dedicated, like workspaces in Slack or Telegram and stuff like that. Check if the project is easy to use. Do a POC, see how well it gets integrated in the environment, and check the issues on GitHub. Are the issues about how do I do X or about the features? If the issues are about how do I do X, probably it's not that easy to use. You need to think about it, especially if you don't have the manpower or the womanpower to deal and to maintain it in the day-to-day. And the roadmap, is the project defined as an open source or the plan to go towards monetization, also something to consider. And features planning, if they have a roadmap, you can see what is planned next, and then you can decide whether to implement this tool now or wait for the features to come out. So to sum things up for this section, that I know I did it very quickly because I'm out of time, but how to choose an open source project. Ask the general questions to cover the basics and to check if the project is in a ready enough state. And ask the tailored specific questions to cover your use case and pain points. So if you have a heavy use case, rely on and put more focus on the documentation and ecosystem metrics. But if you have no capacity for maintenance, then you should focus on readiness and ease of use metrics. Do a POC and also rely on your research, ecosystem to the rescue, engage in GitHub, raise issues, contribute for the project success and your success. And briefly, I will just do like this, because I really have no time, how to contribute to open source without writing a single line of code, because we don't have the time to do it, or we don't know how to write code. Open issues, share the knowledge, modify documentation. As you saw, it's a key metric in how to choose an open source project. So if you have time to work on documentation, it will help a lot of people in this decision of even adopting this tool or not. A sponsorship, if you can convince your company to sponsor tools that you're using at work, it will really help them. And last but not least, hold an open source mindset. That means that if you have a use case, go to open source and not immediately go to a proprietary software to adopt. So yeah, that's it. I know that I did it very quickly. I'm sorry about that. But if you have any questions, I'll be just outside, and we can cover anything that you'd like. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. So, you know, you can ask Hila and Kirill any further questions in the speaker's corner. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And you're dressed very nice. I gotta say.
You were great.
Thank you.
You just missed I love boss. I saw it's written I love boss, but without B. I love boss.
Nice,
okay.
Nice. I love open source, but okay.
Okay.
I like that.
So big applause for Hila Fee!
Challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. Challenge accepted.
In just a few seconds, you'll enjoy our next coffee break. But just before we go, we have some announcements and reminders to make.
Sign up for lightning talks
on the whiteboard here. Don't forget to visit our sponsors' booths if you like prizes.
And because we know you have a big and warm heart, we kindly remind you about our charity cause. Caps for the Future.
Капачки за бъдеще. We're waiting for you back here at 10 past 12. 15 past 12.
So, coffee break.
Increasing software complexity and new technologies in software-defined vehicles require a different repair strategy and solution. Luxoft solves the related challenges as a true partner, accelerating your transformation to digital vehicles and services. Because of the software's complexity, a regular mechanic will, on his own, not be able to analyze it, to find an issue's root cause, and to finally fix it. To effectively process the related huge amount of log and environment data, AI-supported remote services are required. Based on this data from the integrated central onboard diagnostics and intelligent in-vehicle edge pre-processing, a service expert can virtually access the vehicle in a mobility operations center, find the issue's root cause with AI-guided remote diagnostics, and fix it securely and safely with smart over-the-air updates or services operations. DXC Luxoft Advanced Diagnostics and Connected Platforms. Live in the future now.
Welcome to InfoPulse Bulgaria, part of a global IT company with more than 30 years of experience in providing IT services to customers in more than 40 countries around the world. Our team is constantly growing. This moves us forward and motivates us to become a major part of the local IT market. We firmly believe in our values: involvement, flexibility, openness and innovation. They help us build strong collaborative relationships with our specialists and customers and achieve even greater efficiency and operational flexibility. We offer a wide range of services and we're ready to contribute to the development of all industries. With our current focus on finance and insurance, manufacturing and agricultural telecom industries, we strive to enhance the expertise of our specialists and meet the specific needs of our customers. As a global and reliable service provider, we assist our clients in innovating and achieving scalability, enhanced efficiency, and operational agility. People are our greatest asset, and our strength comes from our unity. We're not just colleagues, but a team of friends with innovative thinking. We support each other as one big family, and we all strive to build the future together. We're waiting for you at InfoPulse Bulgaria.
welcome everybody to our new home.
We are here today to celebrate the Flutter International reopening office in Sofia.
To create meaningful moments, we have created areas where our colleagues can collaborate, have fun, or enjoy some quiet time during work while still enjoying the office.
Want in? We're hiring. Join now at careers.flutterinternational.com.
Welcome to Blind Factor.
Един за всички и всички за един, или All for Eight, както ще го чуеш на езика на IT мускетарите от Labo 8. Какво? Какви мускетари? Този тук е талисманът на Labo 8. Избрали са го, защото и те като мускетарите са супер задружни и отдадени на това, което правят. Така че честна мускетарска може да им довериш, ако не живота, то поне най-важния си софтуерен продукт. В Labo им в България може да видиш как един супер силен екип гради продукти с скандинавско качество. Портфолиото им е доста любопитно. От софтуер, който се използва на Международната космическа станция, през приложения за любители на триатлон, до платформи, които създават нови тенденции в маркетинга. Хващат един продукт и го разкостват. От стратегия през дизайн до техническа имплементация и всичкото това в дългосрочно партньорство с клиентите им. И цялата тази работа се случва в среда, за която знам, че си мечтаеш. Страхотна банда са, а само да видиш и останалите. По-добре не се бави, ами пиши на Дилянчето и пробвай и ти да влезеш в отбора на мускетарите от Labo 8.
Здравей! Тук съм, за да ти покажа какво е да работиш в DraftKings.
На първо място, ние сме глобална технологична компания, която разработва приложения за дигитални спортни развлечения. Екипът ни се състои от хиляди хора на различни места по света. В България сме екип от над 1000 души и разполагаме с 2 офиса. В София и в Пловдив. Какво правим в офиса ли? Работим! Срещаме се по залите, обсъждаме стратегии. Като цяло, в офиса е супер. Но разбира се, имаме опция да работим и от вкъщи. Или от близкото кафене.
Разработваме софтуера си с Netcore, TypeScript и React.
Тук съм аз. И правим Data Streaming с Kafka и Routing с RabbitMQ. Деплойваме в Kubernetes, в AWS и GCP. Ползваме комбинация от SQL и NoSQL бази данни, а мониторинга си го правим с Selk.
И други. И искаме и ти да станеш част от нашия екип.
Let's make a truce. A death challenge accepted.
QA challenge accepted.
Death challenge accepted.
QA
Death challenge accepted.
QA
Death challenge accepted. Death challenge accepted. Challenge accepted.
From all over the world we come across for a conference made for pros by pros. For devs and QAs, this is the place to be, with top-notch speakers and lots of coffee and beer. So come join us in this journey so great, where we'll make new friends and celebrate coding skills and testing perfected. The attitude is always challenge accepted. IT people, let's raise the bar, learning, growing, going far, with open hearts and minds connected. Challenge accepted, challenge accepted. Accepted. The attitude is always challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. The attitude is always challenge accepted.
Challenge accepted. Заповядайте, заповядайте. Който влиза от този момент нататък да влиза тихо, защото ние продължаваме.
Welcome, welcome. And our next speaker arrives here directly from neighboring Serbia. As you know, Serbs are notoriously good in back-end development, front-end development, and servers. And today we have one of the best front-end with us.
Nikola is an experienced JavaScript software engineer with expertise in front-end development and passion for web performance and user experience. He has spoken at conferences like Developer Week Europe and DevBCN.
Please welcome the Djokovic of the front-end development,
Nikola Mitrovic!
Challenge accepted, challenge accepted. The attitude is always challenge accepted. Challenge accepted.
Thank you.
Challenge accepted. The attitude is always challenge accepted.
Challenge accepted. I wish you a warm welcome to today's talk. Today we're going to talk something called Web API. But before we do that, we need to take one step back and go to some JavaScript basics. Can anybody tell me what the output of this code would be? Anybody, please? Sorry, I can't hear you. 132, right? Great, that is an excellent answer, that is correct. But may I ask somebody, how do you know that? How do you know that's the result? Okay, correct. There is something called event loop, right? But that's just a bit half of an answer, right? There is some intermediate steps between. Okay, let's visualize this example a bit. We know that console log is synchronous, right? it goes to the call stack, and it gets executed immediately, right? We know that setTimeout is async, and it needs to go away from the call stack, not to block the main thread, because JavaScript is single thread, and it needs to wait somewhere. Then console log 3 comes along to the stack, it gets executed, and then once the timer has passed, your sir were correct, there is something called event queue, and then event loop checks if the call stack is free or not, and then kicks back the call back in. But the question is, where does the setTimeout wait? And if we Google that a bit, we can see that the first result is this. If we click on that, we see the documentation for the setTimeout, and there is something called Web APIs. If we read that, we can see that that is just something that is provided by our runtime environment, which is the browser, and there is a huge list of these kind of functions, functionalities that are provided from our browsers right outside of the box. And if we look a bit, there are a lot of these APIs. Now tell me, has anybody ever built a file upload component? Something like that on a front end? Okay, some of you. I'm guessing you've used local storage, session storage. Has anybody used web workers or service workers? Okay, great, some of you. So basically, those are all web APIs. We can use them without using any libraries because it's provided by our runtime. And looking through this list, I was just curious and wondering, okay, if I know about some of the APIs that we use quite commonly, what are some of the exotic APIs that we are not aware of but can help us? And basically, that is the question we will answer today. And the question to the previous answer was Web API. setTimeout is a Web API function. So we can say that Web APIs is just a collection of those interfaces that we might use right outside of the box. A little bit about me. When I was in high school, I always wanted to study psychology. Now I work at my dream job at Vega IT, based in Novi Sad, Serbia, where I work as a development lead, which means that I teach people soft skills. I teach them how to communicate with a client, how to do a presentation, obviously, how to estimate tasks, how to deal with stress, and so on and so forth. And of course, I'm a front-end engineer. My name is Nikola Mitrovic, and these are my Web APIs highlights for you for today. Before we do that, I'm going to show some code during the presentation. I understand that people in the back might not see the code properly, so this is the QR link to the slides themselves. So if you had trouble seeing that console log example, you can just scan it and put it in the landscape mode and follow along with me if you have troubles. While you do that, one more information for you about this presentation. The examples that I have built are built in React. Few reasons for that. React is probably most popular framework or tool in today's web development. And the other one, it's simply I'm most comfortable with the ecosystem of React. But if you do Angular or Svelte or Vue.js or anything, please focus on the concepts because the concepts are there, the concepts are solid, and the Web API is basically the standard that should work in all browsers, right? Okay, that being said, we move on to our first example for today. Let's say we have a page like this, and once we scroll a bit, we start noticing in the top left corner an astronaut, and once that astronaut is fully visible, he says, "Hello world." We move away a bit, the message goes away. Once it's visible again, he says, "Hello world." So, how did we manage to do this? Of course, there is an API for that called Intersection Observer API, which basically just figures out if elements is visible on the page or not. If we build a hook in React, we would probably call it useVisible or something, and that hook would accept two parameters. One parameter would be the reference of the object that we're trying to observe, and it has the second option is configuration object. That configuration object might contain a property root, which is the ancestor of the element that we're trying to observe. If we pass null, then we assume that we're observing according to the viewport, to the whole document. So we can have some mini containers with a scrollable content. Then we can pass a second reference. We have a root margin, which is a margin around that intersection if we want to get that intersection a little bit earlier. And we have a threshold. You may notice that Astronaut was fully visible, which means that the threshold is 100%. Now we can configure that if we need it a little bit differently. We would have a state is visible, and now we instantiate intersection observer object. In the callback, we get entry object, which has is intersecting property on it. And basically, that property contains information if the element is visible or not. We pass the configuration options. And what's left to be done, it's just to observe that element and return that state. And we would get true or false from that hook if element is visible or not, right? That example with an astronaut was cute and nice and whatever, but probably you're wondering, okay, how can I use this in a real-life example, on a real application? Basically, we could lazy load images. We could optimize initial load of the page. So we load only what we need, and we defer other assets that we might not need. And once we scroll to the certain section, then we load that image. We could create infinite scroll lists. So for example, we don't need the library for that. We could have a list out of, let's say, 10 elements, and we have a separator div. And once we scroll to the end of the list, intersection observer kicks in, and then we send our next request, and then list gets populated and pushes back that separator at the end of the list again, and so on and so forth. We could defer some animations, so we don't need to run some JavaScript code or some animations if the user is not observing that part of the screen of the application. And in that sense, we can save some computer power. One thing to consider always when using with these APIs is browser support. Now, not all browsers have the same implementation. If we look at the major vendors, we can see that intersection observer is fully supported. So it's safe to assume that we can use this in all browsers. Although all browsers comply to this web API standard, they do not have the same implementation. And that's a thing to always consider when using these APIs. OK, moving to the next one. Let's say we have an audio component like this one, and we play it. But once we move away and go back, the audio stopped. We play it again. Then we open a new tab. Then we go back. The audio stopped. We do that again. And I cannot minimize the window. Sorry, I thought I could. But again, it would stop in that case. So how did we manage to do this? There is an API, of course, called Page Visibility API, which provides the visibility of the whole page state. And it can trigger if a user switches tab, minimizes the window, puts even another window as an overlay to your app, or locks or turns down the device. The hook would look like this. So again, we would have a state. And then on a document, we add event listener visibility change. Once that callback is triggered, then a document, again, has visibility state, which contains the state of the visibility of the whole document. And then we put that to the state. Some of the real-life use cases, again, for this one, we can improve performance. We don't need to run some code if user is not observing the page, right? We can pause audio or video. Imagine this feature, let's call it focus mode on Udemy. If you're not looking at the tutorial, it just stops. Like you play it in the background, you're just saying, I'm listening, I'm absorbing everything. No, you're not. We can detect page visit count. It could be useful for some analytics. If we go away from the page, then we go back, usually JavaScript wouldn't kick in again, and then we would lose that real user visit count for our pages. And we can stop polling from the server. If we have some polling mechanisms and the user is just not viewing the page at the moment, we can stop that and put our server to a little bit less stress. And we can, again, stop some, for example, carousel. We don't need to run it, that code, if user is not observing the page. Again, browser support, if we look at that, all cool. They say everything is cool. We can use this safely. OK, moving on to the next one. Now, I'm in my personal preferences. And you may notice that my laptop is not on a charger. If I put this setting to save the power, if I'm not doing anything, right? If I'm idle, then my laptop should turn off after 1 minute, right? But we're going to see about that. Now, you may notice that I didn't speak much about myself at the very beginning, but now I have a minute to spare, so it's my time to shine. I like to travel, and when I do, Italy is probably one of my favorite destinations. Architecture, the nature, people. I don't know what's about this, but it's so amazing. I don't know what's about this gesture. So much passion, you know. It's so fun to speak like this. Of course, one of my favorite things about Italy is their cuisine. So when I come home recently, I like to prepare food for myself. I go to some cooking website and I prepare food. And after 1 minute, this happens. Or this happens. No. OK. That's because I have the most amazing feature in this app, which says, hey, I'm cooking. Do not turn off my screen. So now I can prepare my food in peace without needing to turn it on again. OK, let's put this back. And let's see how did we manage to do this. There is a screen wake lock API, which basically prevents locking the screen, although the personal preferences say something different. And it only can be used if the document is visible. If we build a hook in React, first we pass that toggle state, if it's turned on or off, right? But here, situation is a little bit different than we used to have. If we turn that toggle on, we would call a request wake lock sentinel function. That function is calling On a navigator, we have a wakeLock object, and then we call request method with a screen parameter, which will basically get us the reference in memory about that lock. Now, the question for you is, can anybody tell me why is this a promise? It didn't used to be with the previous APIs, right? But now it is. Okay, we can leave that for later. You can ask me about that. Okay, so it's a promise. And this time, we need to put that in a reference. Because if we put it in the state, we would lose it next time it updates. But we need to clear exactly that reference that this promise returns. Otherwise, once we release the lock, it wouldn't work. And now that we have done that, we just return that, OK, we have now the lock object. And if we want to release it, we call release method. And then we need to call release method on that very reference. And then we need to clear that reference. So we need to do both of these things. Otherwise, it wouldn't work. OK, some of the real-life examples for this one. If you're reading an ebook, you don't want your device to turn off, right? If you're presenting to the audience, as I'm at the moment, if you're following the cooking recipe, if you're using some map navigation, or if you're scanning QR or barcode. Let's see what browser support says in this case. OK, it's a little bit different than it used to be. OK, Chromium-based browsers have support, Firefox doesn't. And this sign here means that it's in experimental phase. So Safari has some groundwork put in, but it's not fully production ready. One more thing to consider when using this API is device support. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't make this work on my iPhone. I think it has to do to the fact that Chrome on iPhones is just basically skin for the Safari. It uses WebKit under the hood and not Chromium engine. So I assume that probably it has something to do with that. So we would need to wait a bit for this API to work fully. OK. Now we go to our next example. Here we have example of Svemirko.rs. Svemirko is a little bit, translated to English, it means spaceman, roughly. It's a little bit futuristic app, few thousand years in the future, where you can go to this app and you can discover some planets where you want to go to the vacation. In the backend, we're communicating with the NASA's API. And now we have the list of all habitable planets. And we can, for example, TOI 1136G. Sounds amazing. Always wanted to go there. And now we can reserve a flight to that planet. OK. But what if we are experiencing some network issues? I know it's a few thousand years in the future, but hey, it could still happen. So if the network is a little bit slower, then we can show the message. But note that it's not just about the network, the time of the request. It's about reacting to the network changes as well. We can do this with the help of the network API, which basically provides the information about our system connection. And it can detect connection changes. How can we do this? If we write a hook called useNetwork, we would also have a state. Is our network fast or not? And then we have to check for the connection object inside of a navigator. I will get back to that right in a second. Why is that important? And then on that connection object, there is an effective type. And that effective type can have some of these values. So we assumed if it's slow 2G, 2G, 3G, or 3G, then it's a slow network. If it's a 4G, then it's a fast network. And we just put that in the state and return that state. And that's how we managed to do that, displaying the message. And how we reacted to the changes is on a connection object, we put an event listener change. And once the callback is executed, then again we extract the effective type and set it to the state again. And pretty much that's it. Some of the real-life use cases, we can display some notification to the user, or we can preload large resources. So if it's a fast connection, we can do some performance optimizations. If it's not, maybe it's not the right time to do so. And again, browser support in this case, not so good for now, but we will have to wait a bit. And then again, the same example we had before, but we didn't cover one of the most essential use cases in today's web developments, and that is, what if our application goes offline? So what if the network isn't slow, but we go offline? And if we hover over this link, it should trigger a request to some performance pre-optimizations and retrieve the list of the planets. But can anybody tell me what would you expect in the network tab if the application is offline and you're trying to send a request? What would you expect to happen? Yes, please. Yes, we would see that request in the network tab, and it would be red and failed, right? But in this case, it didn't do that, but it did something different. In the application tab, we have a background sync, something that is called background sync. And there we can see that we registered an event. And once we go to the second page, and we're waiting for the planets to load, and then internet kicks back in, there is an event called dispatched event. And once the request is finished, then we have sync completed event. So what's going on there? There is a background sync API, of course, to do that, which will help us to defer some task in the background into the service worker, because service worker would help us to deal with offline states. If we have a component in React, like in the previous example, we had the link. Once we hover over that link, we would call a function which will, on a navigator, access to the service worker and to the ready object. That's it. That is our background sync registration. After that, what is left to be done is to call sync and register a background task with a certain name. The reason for this is that we might have multiple tasks that we would like to run in the background. And inside of a service worker, now we have a task by a tag name, and we check for that tag. Once that event happens, then we can trigger the request to our backend. Some of the real-life use cases, of course, improving offline user experiences, and maybe sending an email while you're offline. You click a button that should send a request to send an email, but connection breaks, and you're not aware of that. The task will be registered in the background, and once internet kicks in again, then it gets executed without you worrying about it. Browser support in this case, well, again, not so great, but it will get better, I promise. Now, in the previous example, you might wonder, okay, on the left we have a React component, on the right we have a service worker. So now once we trigger the request and we get the data, how can we pass that data to our component? There is a neat API for this called Broadcast Channel API, which basically allows communication between same browsing contexts, which can apply to the window, tab, frame, iframe. The important part is that two components are on the same origin, and that's it. And it goes both ways. So we have, in our service worker, we would connect to that channel, we would create a new broadcast channel, and then once we get the data from the backend, we post a message with that object. Inside of our component, we subscribe to that very same channel, and then we listen to on-message event, and that will contain our data. Some of the use cases, again, detect user action if user is doing something specifically that we want to detect. Or, for example, if we have application opened in multiple tabs, we log out from one, it automatically logs out in all of them. Browser support in this case, all cool. We can safely use this API. Finally. Okay, since we don't have too much time and there are a lot of APIs, I just displayed some highlights for you today, but I have some bonus points which I plan to investigate in the future, so you might be interested in these ones. There is a Beacon API. The use case is when you want to send a request, but you don't care about the response, and it could be useful for some analytics. Web Speech API, which can detect our speech and even do speech to text. Web Share API, if we want to share some data between the same devices. There is a Background Fetch API. Basically, if you're trying to download a huge resource and then we go offline. And probably one of the most exciting APIs from recently is Web Authentication APIs. So passwordless future is ahead of us. We don't need to remember passwords anymore. We could just log in or sign up with our Touch ID or with our face, and it would be much more secure than it used to be. And some takeaways. We've seen that some of these APIs are not fully supported by all browsers. Some of them have experimental support. Some of them are lacking device support. And there is quite lack of TypeScript support. While I was building these examples, I had to put a lot of NEs there just to type something manually. So we don't have packages for all the typings. But why should we use and leverage these APIs? Because it's standardized code, it's standardized code, it's standardized code. I probably could not stress enough how important this is, especially in today's web development, where there is a new library each week or a new framework, and you have to learn everything from scratch. This is our single source of truth. These APIs are standardized, and we know that they are going to work for a long period of time. So if you build a file upload component a few years ago, the chances are that it still works. If you have used the library, maybe, maybe not. Again, most of these APIs are easy to learn. They're not that super complicated, super hard. And they can increase performance as a side effect. What I mean by this, for example, that infinite scroll list, if you use the library, it would increase the bundle size of our apps. If we use intersection observer, the increase of bundle size would be minimal. So why use something when there is something offered right outside of the box from the JavaScript, from our runtime environments or whatever? It could be pretty easy to build something like that with just native support. And that brings me to my next point. With great power comes great responsibility. Does anybody know who said this? Sorry? I'm not sure. Maybe. Could be. Could be multiple people. Yes, that's Uncle Ben from the Spider-Man. I came here today with this kind of power, let's say, so I felt it's my responsibility to talk about this. I wanted to talk about our planet. Okay, I can see some of 404 not found facial expressions. Like, what? Well, what I mean by this, we build our front-end applications. Output of that build is our HTML, CSS, and JavaScript files. We put that bundle on some cloud provider, we deploy it, right? Those cloud providers are spread across the globe. Basically, they have multiple data centers. Those data centers have a lot of computers, and those computers are plugged into electricity. In fact, they use so much that internet consumes 21% of the electricity in the whole world. I don't know about you, but this sounds very disturbing to me. Luckily for us, there is a website carbon calculator application which can do and check these things for you. So please, if you have a web app, go to website Carbon Calculator and check how green you are. This is super important because our planet is our home. We only have one home. So if we mess this up, there's no going back. When I was building Svemirko, I was much more thinking like in that Dua Lipa song, if you want to run away with me, I know a galaxy and I can take you for a ride. Much more than Interstellar, the movie. I'm not saying that we should all, become environmentalists or whatever, but we should at least care for 1 or 2%. Because if we raise the bar to at least that, if we join forces all together, we can create a big difference. Challenge accepted? Okay. Our planet is our home. We only have one home. If we don't care about it, if we choose not to care, then one day, might be too late. Thank you so much for coming today.
Thank you, Nicola, for being such great for this great talk and for being environmentally aware. Please applaud Nicola Mitrovic!
Challenge accepted! Challenge accepted! Challenge accepted! Challenge accepted! Challenge accepted! Challenge accepted!
So coming up next is our most beloved talk, lunch break.
Yes.
We're waiting for you here at 13:35.
13:35.
Yeah, take a good care for yourselves with good sandwiches, delicious sandwiches waiting for you outside. Please don't forget about sponsor booths for prizes.
Lightning talks.
Lightning talks. And also, of course, Kapački za бъдеще, or Cups for the Future, our charity cause. Thank you very much. We're waiting for you here.
Challenge accepted! Challenge accepted!
Increasing software complexity and new technologies in software-defined vehicles require a different repair strategy and solution. Luxoft solves the related challenges as a true partner, accelerating your transformation to digital vehicles and services. Because of the software's complexity, a regular mechanic will, on his own, not be able to analyze it, to find an issue's root cause, and to finally fix it. To effectively process the related huge amount of log and environment data, AI-supported remote services are required. Based on this data from the integrated central onboard diagnostics and intelligent in-vehicle edge pre-processing, a service expert can virtually access the vehicle in a mobility operations center, find the issue's root cause with AI-guided remote diagnostics, and fix it securely and safely with smart over-the-air updates or services operations. DXC Luxoft Advanced Diagnostics and Connected Platforms. Live in the future now.
Welcome to InfoPulse Bulgaria, part of a global IT company with more than 30 years of experience in providing IT services to customers in more than 40 countries around the world. Our team is constantly growing. This moves us forward and motivates us to become a major part of the local IT market. We firmly believe in our values: involvement, flexibility, openness and innovation. They help us build strong collaborative relationships with our specialists and customers and achieve even greater efficiency and operational flexibility. We offer a wide range of services and we're ready to contribute to the development of all industries. With our current focus on finance and insurance, manufacturing and agricultural telecom industries, we strive to enhance the expertise of our specialists and meet the specific needs of our customers. As a global and reliable service provider, we assist our clients in innovating and achieving scalability, enhanced efficiency, and operational agility. People are our greatest asset, and our strength comes from our unity. We're not just colleagues, but a team of friends with innovative thinking. We support each other as one big family, and we all strive to build the future together. We're waiting for you at InfoPulse Bulgaria.
Welcome everybody to our new home.
We are here today to celebrate the Flutter International reopening the office in Sofia.
To create meaningful moments, we have created areas where our colleagues can collaborate, have fun, or enjoy some quiet time during work while still enjoying the office.
One team, we're hiring. Join now at careers.flutterinternational.com.
Welcome to Blind Factor.
Един за всички, всички за един. Или All for Eight, както ще го чуеш на езика на IT мускетарите от Labo 8. Какво? Какви мускетари? Този тук е талисманът на Labo 8. Избрали са го, защото и те като мускетарите са супер задружни и отдадени на това, което правят. Така че честна мускетарска може да им довериш, ако не живота, то поне най-важния си софтуерен продукт. В лаба им в България може да видиш как един супер силен екип гради продукти с скандинавско качество. Портфолиото им е доста любопитно. От софтуер, който се използва на Международната космическа станция, през приложения за любители на триатлон, до платформи, които създават нови тенденции в маркетинга. Хващат един продукт и го разкостват. От стратегия през дизайн до техническа имплементация и всичкото това в дългосрочно партньорство с клиентите им. И цялата тази работа се случва в среда, за която знам, че си мечтаеш. Страхотна банда са, а само да видиш и останалите... По-добре не се бави, ами пиши на Дилянчето и пробвай и ти да влезеш в отбора на мускетарите от Labo 8.
Здравей! Тук съм, за да ти покажа какво е да работиш в DraftKings.
На първо място, ние сме глобална технологична компания, която разработва приложения за дигитални и спортни развлечения. Екипът ни се състои от хиляди хора на различни места по света. В България сме екип от над 1000 души и разполагаме с 2 офиса. В София и в Пловдив. Какво правим в офиса ли? Работим! Срещаме се по залите, обсъждаме стратегии. Като цяло, в офиса е супер. Но разбира се, имаме опция да работим и от вкъщи. Или от близкото кафене.
Разработваме софтуера си с Netcore, TypeScript и React.
Тук съм аз. И правим Data Streaming с Kafka и Routing с RabbitMQ. Деплойваме в Kubernetes, в AWS и GCP. Ползваме комбинация от SQL и NoSQL бази данни, а мониторинга си го правим с Selk.
И други. И искаме и ти да станеш част от нашия екип.
Hey, hi there. My name is George, and we are here in the Jonathan Assoff Hall. Let's see what we can see outside on the Challenge Accepted event today. Now it's much brighter here, right? Okay, it's very beautiful outside. We have a lot of sponsors, we have a lot of guests. Hello? Hello. Okay, let's come. Come on. Look at this beauty. So many happy people, hungry people. Oh, do you see our bug? Maybe it's not a bug. Maybe it's a feature. Yeah, bug. Maybe it's not a bug. Maybe it's a feature. Just look at it. No, just keep talking. We're just here to see you. Как ти се струва конференция? Супер. Много яко. Okay, let's see our sponsors.
Hi.
How are you feeling?
Great.
How do you like the event?
Great.
Can you tell us a bit something about your company?
Well, what do you want to know?
The basics.
What do you know about Bosch?
Well, I know it's a very technological and sturdy company, and they make good products.
Maybe more about the engineering center in Sofia?
Okay, it was established 2019 with a small amount of people. Currently we are about 700 people and continue to grow. We have about 70 international projects in automotive and different spheres. We think that work is fun and we are working to make it more fun.
Great. Awesome. Enjoy the event.
Thank you.
Our sponsors over here. Let's see. Hello. Hi.
Hello.
How are you finding the event? Yeah.
Great, yes. Very exciting. A lot of nice people.
Can you tell us something about Luxoft that everyone should know?
Yeah, Luxoft is one of the leading companies in automotive industry. We are making some nice projects and some new software that we are installing in our cars. We are testing it when it's very secure, and then we install it in our cars.
Cool.
We do it over the air, speech, so you can control your car, warning your voice.
So you do development and testing, right?
Development and testing, yeah.
Perfect. Are you going to be here for the two events?
Yes, for the
two events. Perfect. Yeah.
See you tomorrow then.
See you tomorrow.
Just continue.
Are you ready to accept the challenge?
Hi, Nemeček.
Здравейте, може да участвате в нашата томбола, за да спечелите полет от двама с парапланер край Сопот и в края на деня на сцената ще изтеглим един победител, който се е регистрирал в нашата форма. Няма игра, по-скоро трябва да се сканира номер.
Amazing. So you can win. You can win flying.
Yep. Hi, Infopulse.
Hello, Infopulse.
Как сте?
We're okay. We're streaming you live.
Streaming us live?
Yeah.
Please offer our viewers some popcorn if they like. And if they come, they can win one of our special prizes.
You want?
Perfect.
Maybe for him.
Okay.
And while the popcorn gets ready, can we have a few quick words about Infopulse?
What should we know about
Really
it?
quick, like
About
30
Infopulse?
seconds.
All right, so international company, over 30 years of IT experience. We outsource in Bulgaria for a couple of years now. We have offices in Varna and in Sofia. Campus X, we opened an office 1 month ago. All the languages and services that you see on the board. This is what we offer, basically everything. And our predominant clientele in Bulgaria is the fintech sector and telecommunications. Please join us.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And we have popcorn. We have
Cool.
popcorn.
And we have cookies. Join the dark side. Now, AmuseNet.
Hi.
Hi, AmuseNet. We are streaming you live. So, for everyone who is watching us online, can you tell us very quick about AmuseNet? Здравейте. Can you tell us anything about AmuseNet in English, because we're streaming live now during the break, going through.
For whom you're talking about?
For everyone who is watching us online in the stream.
So we're like top international product company, of course, software company, and we are mainly providing entertainment as always, and we're the top of it.
Thank you.
Of course, we're amusing people.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Some presents for AmuseNet as well. See you later. And here is our reception. Maybe just a quick pass through the reception. So we are collecting donations.
Yeah, caps for future, man.
Yep. So we are collecting donations. Cool. And these are the backpacks everyone receives. Thank you. Hello, Flutter.
Hello, Flutter. How are you feeling?
Great.
Would you tell us something about your company in like 1 minute or 30 seconds?
Sure.
What can you tell us?
You want me to go?
I'll come closer.
Do I need to? Can I go a bit? Okay. So we're Flutter International. We are part of Flutter Entertainment. So our division is Flutter International, and we carry on the best brands of entertainment. The brands that we have in Bulgaria are Cayetano and PokerStars. What else? Yeah, the ones in Sofia. The other ones are the biggest ones. Petty Power, Betfair, Sky Betting, Poker News, Seesaw, and a lot more. We have product tech and customer roles at the moment. We expect to even go further on next year. And that's about it.
Thank you. Thank you. These were Flutter. See you later. Hello, Upperweight. So, people from all over the world are watching you.
Alright, so we should probably switch to English then.
Yeah, let's switch to English. It's better. Wow, you have some nice books here.
Running here locally. This is the package that we have for the grand prize that's associated to the events raffle. As you can see, they cover a very wide range of topics. Some of the most acknowledged books in those areas. And you know, our motto here is learn by reading, but always try to improve yourself. So I guess that's
really cool.
Reading is really important. Look at the amazing books, guys. Just look at what we have. Very cosmological.
These are some of the biggest.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Enjoy the event.
And we're moving to our next sponsor with the world famous Martin Chow, who is also nominated for Developer of the Year. So, George,
hi.
What do you know about DraftKings?
About DraftKings? Well, I must say I know very, very little. So let's give the word to
Chow.
Say something. That's unexpected. So DraftKings is a global iGaming company. We're dealing with sports and with casino. And one of our goals is to be the most beloved iGaming company. So entirely customer focused. A lot of effort goes into ensuring great user experience for our products. And we have an amazing team of engineers. You can see some of them here. That's Marto.
Ah, Marto again.
Yes.
Hi.
We have many Martos.
Hi. And you have many nice gifts. Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now moving to Blank Factor at Dev Challenge Accepted. So, hello Blank Factor. We are streaming you live, so who is going to tell us a few words about the company?
Okay, so what do you want to know?
You have 30 seconds to describe Blank Factor.
Okay, 30 seconds. We're an American company, managed service, fintech, and data-oriented. So we are in Bulgaria for 2 years now. We have a lot of different teams, backend, frontend, DevOps, QA. So basically, we have a lot of open positions now. We have very friendly team environment. So yeah, pretty much that's it for 30 seconds.
Thank you very much. And you have some cool gifts, I see.
Yeah, we have some cool gifts which anyone can win if they participate in some of our games. So.
George, there is also an arcade machine.
Whoa! Can we win the arcade machine? Nice. We have Street Fighter.
Hello, Kim Plus Carter.
Hi. Hello, Kim Plus Carter.
Hi.
Kim
and Carter.
And Carter.
And Carter.
Okay,
Yeah.
plus it's only written.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
Why didn't you choose an ampersand?
Yeah.
Because this looks cooler.
Kieran Carter
agree.
is the new name of Melon, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. When did you change the name?
Yesterday, actually.
Perfect.
Yesterday.
Well,
was-
awesome. This is a brand new company.
Yeah, it's a brand
So-
new company.
so
This
what-
is our first
what
event
can
in
you tell us
Bulgaria,
about
Skill and Karta, actually. So yeah.
Nice.
Otherwise, we were once known as Melon, Bulgarian software company. So we've been around for quite a while now.
Okay. What's the most important thing about in Carter?
Well, we're a digital global consultancy, so we are a global company with offices all around the world. Basically, we have offices in Europe, Latin America, UK, US. It's huge. We have more than 2,500 people across the world, so it's a great multinational team working with huge projects all around the world, basically. So it's fun. Yeah.
Is this your first time at Dev Challenge Accepted?
Yeah, actually,
Great.
yeah. This is our first visit here. Yeah.
Hope it will not be the last.
With the new brand. Won't be the last. Yeah.
See ya.
See ya. Have fun.
Kim and Carta. And our next sponsor is Commerzbank. The power of technology. Hello, you look quite busy. We're streaming online for all the people who are watching us online. So you have like 30 seconds to represent Commerzbank. So can you tell us shortly about the company?
Yes, of course. We are Commerzbank Digital Center in Sofia, and our purpose is to digitalize the company. And here we have different teams that are working over software development products. We also have infrastructure engineers. So the idea is that we can independently complete our digitalization, of course, with the help of our third-party providers as well.
Thank you. And now let's go quickly through our bronze sponsors. So
Axway.
here we have Axway.
Very busy as always.
Yeah.
Of course. Great interest. Because they are hiring, maybe. See?
Yeah. And
Yeah. Okay.
let's see, Accenture.
Yeah, let's see Accenture first.
This is Accenture. So Nuvei, who are also sponsors of our
Coffee break.
coffee break.
Yeah. How are you?
And they have coffees.
It's amazing.
We had foldable bottles, but they finished, so yeah.
Perfect.
I know. And we also have deaf experts here.
Yeah.
Going for the future. And they have some cool thermos flasks.
Maybe a TV too.
The TV, you cannot win the TV, sorry.
I can win the TV.
Now, side ground. Woo! There is a game, I guess. Hi! Hello, side ground.
To win something.
Maybe later. And Proxiat are here. Yes. Right, your next line of code with Proxiat.
Very busy, our sponsors.
Yeah, we have EGT. Can you translate Bulgarian, George?
Ooh, let me try to read it. Zaedno.
Come on.
Пишем кода на успеха.
Can you translate it to English?
I can say, yeah, we write the code of success together.
Okay. These are EGT. They also have some cool presents here. And these are Matrix, Eastern Europe. Hi Matrix, how are you doing? Very cool presents as well. Thank you. And here we have Milestone.
Milestone.
Milestone. Single one.
From the beginning.
From the beginning of QA Challenge accepted 9 years ago.
Wow.
Every single one.
We are so thankful.
Thank you, Milestone. And they have sweet Panda.
Yeah.
And we have Interop.io, who are with us for first year.
Yeah.
You can win cool headphones.
Nice games.
Hi Interop.
Hello Interop.io.
Smile for us.
Okay.
And we have also Coherent Solutions. Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing?
We are great.
You are puzzling people?
Visitors who have had time with our puzzles.
Cool.
Good for us.
Good work. And last but not least, Experian.
Hello,
The lunch is excellent.
Ooh, great. Bon appetit.
Thank you.
They also have some cool pads, stress relievers, and a guy who is struggling with the Hanoi Towers puzzle.
Yeah. It's very, very
Not struggling. I'm just ignoring it.
Well, let's see. Let's continue.
Let's continue to let's have a quick walk in the house and finish at the Shisha Corner and get back to our lecture.
We're almost done.
All right. And now
look at the corner.
there will be echo, so this is our room. Oh, this is we can see ourselves.
Perfect. I'm on TV. I'm on TV. place is also for the first time here, right?
The relax area.
Yeah, the relaxing area. I mean, this kind of relaxing area.
We will finish there.
Oh my god, I can't wait.
Come on, show us our partners. We have speakers corner for first time. We have speakers corner. Hi. Yeah, we are just showing everything around to the people who are watching us. So this is the speakers corner. So if right now you have questions to Ilian and Kirill, you can come here, sit and ask them and talk to them. You can come here, sit and ask them and talk to them. And this is our relax area. We have lunch. This is our relax area. We have lunch.
Yeah. We have salads. We have sandwiches. We have volunteers. We have salads.
Hi, volunteers. Hi, volunteers. Hi, Vasi, you're on the TV. Hi, Vicky, you're on the TV.
Wench is here.
Okay.
Wench is here.
And okay, we will go a little bit far because there are speakers. Special thanks go to Georgi Arsov, who promised us to mute the speakers in the big hall. So thank you. And promised us to mute the speakers in the big hall. And here are Carlsberg, our partners. George, I know you are in uniform, you are at work, but I fully allow you to grab one beer.
I can have a 0.0% alcohol from probably the best beer in the world. I don't know, but probably.
Let's open it.
Well, let's open it.
Here is a bottle opener.
Okay, so we have the official Carlsberg bottle opener. With like this with the Carlsberg on top.
Yeah.
Perfect. Now we get this and in the trash. Right?
Cool.
Cheers.
Cheers. Cheers to George, who is on the TV screen. And last but not least, let's visit the Shisha Accepted corner. We have, for first time, we have Shisha corner. It's a little far away because of the non-smokers. And this is our Shisha corner. Hi. Hello.
Very nice.
Shisha Accepted.
Shisha accepted.
You
I
have
accept
beer,
shisha.
now you can have shisha as well. Cool. And here is the shisha master, Vasil.
Hello guys, how are you?
You should go to the registration, you have badge as well. Yeah.
I will be there maybe.
So the best shisha in the town is in Cairo Relax Bar. And everyone who has a challenge accepted cop card can get 2 Adalia shishas for 30 leva.
We're waiting for you guys.
Show me your shirt. Yeah, Cairo Relax Bar people. And some final words from George, I guess.
I hope you liked the tour we gave you. I hope you'll be here tomorrow as well. And now we continue. We go back to the big hall. And guess what? Lectures.
Yeah. Let's.
From all over the world we come across for a conference made for pros by pros. For devs and QAs, this is the place to be, with top-notch speakers and lots of coffee and beer. So come join us in this journey so great, where we'll make new friends and celebrate. Come coding skills and testing perfected. The attitude is always challenge accepted. IT people, let's raise the bar. Learning, growing, going far. With open hearts and minds connected. Challenge accepted, challenge accepted. Hey, 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 hey. Challenge accepted, challenge accepted. The attitude is always challenge accepted. Challenge accepted, challenge accepted. The attitude is always challenge accepted.
We're waiting for you in the hall because the next talk is about to start. Sandwich accepted, but now we're waiting for you.
Заповядайте. Следващата лекция е изключително интересна.
Let's raise the bar. Learning, growing, going far. With open hearts and minds connected. Challenge accepted, challenge accepted. IT people, let's raise the bar. Learning, growing, going far. With open hearts and minds connected. Challenge accepted, challenge accepted. Challenge accepted, challenge accepted. The attitude is always challenge accepted. Challenge accepted, challenge accepted. The attitude is always challenge accepted.
Welcome back after the lunch break. We're about to start our next talk, so please come in.
Може да вземете и сандвичите с вас, евентуално, probably.
Sandwich accepted. All right, you filled your stomachs with sandwiches, but what about filling your brains with mind sandwiches?
Prepare for some magical wisdom from the CSS wizard Harry, who is becoming a fixture at Dev Challenge Accepted.
Think of Harry Roberts as the favorite godparent of big companies, from the United Nations to the BBC, making their websites load faster. Google and Cloudinary Media are basically his fan club, calling him a tech genius.
Whatever we say about Harry will be an understatement and at the same time redundant, because everyone who knows who he is. Harry is like a rock star in the field of CSS optimization.
We're certain you're all eager to hear his talk about optimizing the largest contentful paint, but you will not hear it, because just a week ago he came up with brand new and even more exciting topic. What it is? What is it? You'll hear it straight from the CSS wizard himself, Harry Roberts!
Cheers, guys. Thank you so much. Those guys are great. This whole event is great. I said to Peter, I spoke here last year, and I said to Peter, if you ever invite me to speak at this event again, I will say yes immediately. This is a huge talk. I don't have a lot of time for a big intro. If I could just get my slides up on the screen. But yes, there has been a last-minute change. Basically, 1 week ago, I had a new idea for a talk. So I wrote a brand new talk, and I'm now delivering it today. I want to talk about the humble browser cache, HTTP cache. We've all heard of HTTP cache. We've probably all used browser cache at some point. But I do think because it is so ubiquitous, so widely available, we kind of take it for granted. And I see in a lot of my work, a lot of developers don't necessarily know how to configure their cache control directives correctly. So just an honest show of hands, completely honestly, who thinks they already understand caching headers and cache control quite well? That's very confident. So there's a few people in the room, okay? Again, complete honesty, who thinks caching's a bit unusual, like some contradictory rules in there. You don't know exactly what you need, what you don't need. Who thinks caching is a bit of a mess? I'll admit that that was certainly me until sort of this year. And for those of you in the room who are thinking, oh my God, a 30-minute talk all about caching, that sounds really boring. You're absolutely right, so enjoy. No, so the talk was going to be about largest contentful paint. If you still want to see that talk, you can do. The slides are right there. If you want to see the largest contentful paint optimization talk, please feel free to grab a copy of the slides. The slides for this talk live here. So if you want to continue looking alongside me or sort of follow along in the audience, there are going to be a lot of code snippets and examples in this talk. So if you want to get a copy of them in front of you while we work, that's where you want to look. So my name's Harry. I'm a consultant web performance engineer from the UK, and what that means is I help companies like these find and fix site speed issues. Now, this isn't a very modest slide. This is a very immodest slide, in fact. This is a load of household names, which kind of seems a bit boastful. But the good thing about this talk today is it doesn't matter how big or small your company is. Everyone with a website can make use of browser cache, and they should do. So my aim with this talk is to make sure everyone who works on or even owns a website has their caching directives set up perfectly. There's a saying in my industry which is the best request is the one that is never made, and that's completely true. You can completely zero out any network cost if you get your caching headers set up correctly. But that's the tricky bit. You need to get them set up correctly. So this talk, we're going to look at common mistakes, some key concepts, and some quick sort of almost like cheat sheets and recipes for setting up your caching headers perfectly. So before we get into the good stuff, I want to go through some key concepts. These are going to be some really important things that we all need to understand the exact same as each other. If you understand everything in this section already, please don't feel patronized. It's just very important that we have a shared language and a shared understanding of certain concepts when it comes to caching. The first concept, obviously, is caching itself, and its sister, revalidation. These two topics go hand in hand. So caching is simply how long can I reuse this file without checking for updates? The key bit on this slide is without checking for updates. We don't want a file to be revalidated while it is cached, so this is a really key bit of information that a lot of people miss out on. Revalidation is how do I check if a file has updated after my cache time limit is up? And again, this is a really critical bit. Only after my cache time limit is up. One of the biggest mistakes I see developers make when it comes to caching is that they somehow expect that if they've told a browser to cache a file for a week and they change it after 1 hour, that the browser would get those updates. If you've told a browser to cache a file for a week and you change that file after just 1 hour, the user is going to see the old file for the next 6 days and 23 hours because you've told it to do that. If you think about it, caching is a way of stopping a client speaking to a server. Therefore, we wouldn't expect to see any revalidation while a file is cached. If we see revalidation of cached files, we've got a bug, and we've probably got some conflicting headers. A header that says do this, but a header that says something completely else, which I guess you would call that a cache-22 situation. That wasn't even meant to be in the slides. I just made that one up. That's why it was so bad. So yeah, revalidation shouldn't happen while a file is cached, but developers expect that it would. So the first thing I want you to take away from this talk is that if you've cached a file for a week, you have to accept that a user may see that out-of-date file for up to a week. So the next concepts are fresh and stale. When we talk about cached responses, we talk about a stale response or a fresh response. Fresh is this file is in cache and within its expiry date. This doesn't mean it's the most up-to-date version of the file, because it's in cache. You might have a cached file that is still allowed to be used for 5 days, but you may have changed that file on the server. Even if you've changed the file on the server, the file in cache is still considered fresh if it hasn't hit its expiry date. Stale is a file that is in cache but has passed its expiry date and therefore does need revalidation. And remember, there is that third state, which is there's a file on the server that has changed, but it isn't in the browser cache yet. So it's important to remember that fresh doesn't mean it's the most up-to-date version of the file. All it means is it's in someone's browser cache, and they're allowed to keep reusing it. The next concept we should be very familiar with as web developers, request and response. At its most simple, we've got a client, in this case it's a desktop computer, making a request to a server that responds, in this case, with a file. Now, normally, during this talk, I would be saying the word file, but if we're going to be completely accurate, we should be saying response, because it isn't always a file that comes back. You could get a 404 response, which is literally, there isn't a file. So technically, what I'm going to try and do now is stop saying the word file and start saying the word response. Which brings me on to 200 and 304 responses. These are the two kind of responses you should expect to see when you're debugging your caching. At 200 responses, yep, I've fetched a full response. That could come from a server, but also if a file does come from browser cache, you also get a 200 response, which is quite confusing. I would actually like to see a new status code, 20 something, that says this actually came from cache. I would like to see a separation in my response code so that I can tell if a file came from cache or not. The flip side is a 304, which is basically a response that says, yep, I checked, and you can reuse the cached old response. Think of a 304 response as like a renewal. You can continue to use the existing file. It means we don't actually need to download anything. The problem with the 304 response is we still went all the way to the server to find out. So we want to avoid these wherever possible. OK, when I first started trying to truly understand caching, the first thing I wanted to know is, what can I ignore? The easiest way to solve a problem is to remove it. So I'm going to do the same in this talk. What headers don't we need? What can we get rid of? What can we ignore? The first thing I want you to do is delete any Pragma headers that you find on any of your responses. Pragma is a mistake, and it should have never happened. It looks a bit like this, Pragma no cache. This is a caching header, kind of. And it was a mistake. It was never, ever meant to happen. Pragma was a request header, not a response header. But for backward compatibility with HTTP 1.0, bearing in mind we're on H3 now, it was added to kind of give this backward compatibility. It should not be used. Pragma is not specified for responses, and therefore should not be used to replace cache control. If you have Pragma on any of your responses, get it deleted. It's a mistake, and it shouldn't be there. Expires, this is an interesting one, because most responses probably carry an expires header. An expires header looks something like this. What this basically tells a cache is, as soon as this date is reached, stop using this file and revalidate it. Expires isn't bad. It isn't a bug, and there's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing broken. It's just that we have way better options now. So expires is a caching header. It's replaced by cache control. In fact, if you have a cache control header with a max age directive, your expires header gets immediately ignored anyway. What's interesting about this, the problem with expires, is let's say, what date? I think it's the 6th. In 1 week from now, it's the 6th of October, I think. If we create a file, and I say expire on the 6th of October, but then I don't change that file until the 1st of December, everything between the 6th of October and the 1st of December has an expires date in the past, which means immediately that file can't be cached at all. That is the problem with setting absolute dates. As soon as a date gets reached and passed, it's a negative date. It's a date in the past, which is effectively saying, you mustn't cache this file. That's the problem with expires. That's the problem with absolute times. So if there is a cache control header with max age, it will immediately replace expires anyway. So if you've got both, you can kind of leave expires in there. It will get ignored. The way to think about it is, cache control does everything that expires does and a whole lot more. The next header we can delete, or that we should get rid of, is last modified. And again, this isn't bad. We've just got better alternatives now. Last modified is used almost everywhere, and I want to teach you about exactly how it could go wrong. A last modified also takes an absolute date, and it simply says, this file was last changed at this time, and as soon as that date is changed, that means there's some new content, download the new version. This isn't a caching header, this is a revalidation header, and it's not harmful, it's just that ETag is way, way better. Date of creation is just a proxy for change of content. Think about it this way. If you've got a static site generator that's very naive, and you change just one typo on your homepage, and your static site generator rebuilds the entire site, every single page on that site gets a new last modified date, when all you've actually done is changed one little typo on the homepage. This is a problem probably in the static site generator, but just because a file was written to disk doesn't actually mean it changed, so we get a lot of false positives. So we can delete those 3 headers. Which ones do we need? We need two headers. The first one we desperately want is cache control. We should have seen cache control in the wild. Cache control looks like this. This is just purely an example. Cache control, private, max age 300, must revalidate. You don't need to know about anything to do with private, max age, or must revalidate. We will look at that in a second. But each of those three, private, max age, and must revalidate, these are called directives. So the first thing here is cache control is extensible. If we invent a new directive, we just put a comma and add it in. We can extend cache control. We can't extend expires. So it's a caching header. It replaced expires in 1997, and it is extensible. The other header that we do definitely need, we want etag. Etag looks a bit like this. We can have weak etags. A weak etag is normally a hash about a file's metadata. A good analogy would be, think of a title of a book. You could tell someone, read this book, and give them a title. The thing is, there may be two different authors, completely different countries, who both wrote a book with the same title. A weak etag is like a book's title. It could refer to many books. A strong etag is like the book's ISBN number. It identifies that specific book and that book only. A strong etag is usually going to be a hash of the exact contents of the file, and it will be a byte-for-byte likeness. Strong etags are slightly more expensive in terms of CPU to generate, but if you can get here, that is the gold standard. This is a revalidation header. We can have weak or strong. We would prefer strong, and it's more reliable than last modified. So those are the two headers we do want. We want cache control. We want etag. We're about to go into loads more detail about those next. OK, so we don't have enough time to make this a real quiz. But what I want you to do is I'm going to propose or present a load of questions. I want you to just turn to the person next to you and have a quick discussion and see if you can work out the answer. Then I'll put the answer on the screen. But what we're about to do is solve a load of unique caching problems with a series of simple yes or no questions. The first question I have is, can this response be cached at all? Am I allowed to cache this response? So just discuss for a couple of seconds with the person next to you, what do you think the header should be if we can cache this response? And what do you think the header should be if we can't cache this response? A lot of silence in the room. OK. If we can cache the response, we simply want something like cache control, max age 3,600. Max age is just a time limit in seconds, so this would be 1 hour. And yeah, that is basically how long can you cache this file. As soon as you put cache control, max age, any cache can store a copy of this file. If we don't want to cache a file, it's as simple as no store. No store means that nobody, whether it's a CDN or a browser or a proxy, nobody may store a copy of this response. So the first concept we introduced there was max age. Max age is a time limit in seconds. It's relative, whereas expires is absolute. So if you say expire on the 6th of October, like I said, as soon as we go past that date, the expires header is in the past, and therefore the file is never cacheable. If we say expire in 1 week, that's a rolling window. We can keep updating what a week looks like. It means we don't have to change the header. We can just keep this, whatever a week is in seconds. This is relative to the moment that the file entered the cache, not relative to when it was created. So the moment it goes into the browser cache, the browser says, OK, this file plus 3,600 seconds is how long I can cache it for. Everything in this slide deck, all the numbers I'm using are just examples. Please don't copy and paste anything from these slides, because they're just examples, right? The other thing we looked at is no store. And there's not much to say about this. No store. No cache at all is allowed to keep a copy of this response. That's all you need to know. You may see really aggressive no caching headers like no cache, no store, must revalidate. Nothing harmful about this. It's just that those two won't do anything. No store is all you need. OK, does this response always have to be perfectly up to date? Do we always need the most up-to-date version of this file? This is subtly different to the previous question, but do we have to always have the most up-to-date version of this file? Again, if you want to just discuss it with the person next to you, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. If the file has to always contain the most up-to-date content, we need cache control, no cache, which is weird, Because cache control no cache doesn't mean don't cache the file. That's what no store does. No cache means you're not allowed to go to the cache first, you have to go to the server first. So if you always need the most up-to-date version of the content, you just need a no cache header. Otherwise, we've got a similar scenario as before. We just put a max age with whatever time limit we dictate. So we just looked at no cache there. No cache gives us this sort of opportunity to always have the most up-to-date content, but if the content hasn't changed, we can then retrieve the file from browser cache. So remember this pattern we had earlier. We get a 200 response where the browser goes straight to cache and returns a file. This is forbidden. This will not work anymore. As soon as you put a no cache directive, the browser has to go to the server first, not the cache. So forbids the browser from going straight to the cache, which means it always goes to the server, which means you always incur one round trip of latency, which means that if the file was really, really small, let's say it takes you 200 milliseconds to get from your computer to a server and back again, but the file was so small, it's a tiny little tracking pixel maybe. Maybe the file only took 50 milliseconds to download. No cache isn't actually any faster because you've basically saved a 50 millisecond download, but it cost you a 200 millisecond round trip. No cache is only helpful. You only get a performance benefit from no cache if the file was quite large. OK, can this response be shared? Can we allow multiple people to make use of this response? OK, if you think you know the answer, turn around, tell your friend, show off about how clever you are. I'm going to have to speed up a little bit. I told you we don't have time to do a proper quiz. Can this response be shared? Is this a file that we could allow multiple people to have a copy of? You probably want every single visitor to your site to see the exact same style.css. But you probably don't want them all to see the same /my account. That would be disastrous. That would be terrible. So if multiple people are allowed to view the same file, we would use cache control public. If we don't want people to see the same copy of the file as everyone else, we would use cache control private. A friend of mine told me about this while I was researching this talk. My friend told me there was an issue with Steam. Years ago on Christmas Day, Steam was getting a lot of hits because everyone's got new consoles, whatever they've got, everyone's wanting to play their games on Christmas Day. So they introduced a new caching layer, and they accidentally put public in the caching headers. So loads of Steam customers were logging in, seeing other people's credit card details. Dangerous, right? You can look at Christmas Day Steam caching issue. They accidentally put public in a cache control header, so all the /my account pages were shared amongst all their different users. Disastrous. Interestingly, you don't actually need public at all. The moment you put a max age header, public is implied. So you don't ever need to put public, and in fact, public has side effects. I don't have time to go into it, but public actually has some fairly dangerous side effects. So leave public out. Only use private if you need the file to be securely linked just to one person. Diagrammatically, that would look like this. If you've put public, or you've missed public out of a header, a file leaves a server, goes through your CDN, stays on the CDN, and we can just recycle it. Notice how the file stays on the CDN. Private, on the other hand, is only the requesting client may store a copy of this file. This means we don't leak data. Diagrammatically, file leaves the server, goes through your CDN, and keeps on going. The file never stays on the CDN. That is what private would do. Can we reuse this response? Oh yeah, this is where, in order to get yes or no answers, I have to write the most ridiculous questions. These questions start to get really oddly specific. Can we reuse this response for offline visitors, right? Even if it's gone out of date? This is a super edge case, but here's something really interesting. Browsers, if they go offline, can and will reuse a file even if it's gone stale. So if we can reuse this response for offline users, cache control, max age, whatever, same header we've seen a bunch of times before. If we don't want to allow this, we put must revalidate. What must revalidate says is the moment your time limit is up, you have to come back to the server, and if the user is offline, just show them a 404 page. If you've ever been on an airplane, or you're on airplane mode or something, you're not connected to either data or Wi-Fi, your phone is completely isolated, and you open your browser, and there's a page still there, and it's like, oh, that's interesting. That's because they didn't put must revalidate on that header. The files come from cache, and they can still show you it when you're offline. So must revalidate. Caches are allowed to serve stale content in certain scenarios, for example, if someone's offline. Must revalidate stops this from happening. Must revalidate, you would not use it on anything that needs to be super up to date. So a live train timetable of like live train times, you would want to put must revalidate on that. But anything static, like a recipe, if you've got a food blog, or an article on a news page, yeah, the news doesn't change that quickly. So must revalidate, you could probably leave it off. HTTP allows caches to reuse stale responses when they're disconnected from the origin server. Must revalidate prevents that. The questions get even weirder. Can we tolerate a slightly out-of-date response while we perform revalidation? I told you this is getting really contrived. Revalidation is synchronous. Let's say somebody visits your site and style.css has gone out of date. That means the browser can't render the page until it goes all the way back to the server, checks if it needs a new style sheet, and then comes all the way back. That is synchronous, so the user sees nothing at all while it happens. What you can do is say, yeah, OK, for 5 more minutes, show them the old style.css while I get the new one in the background. This is called stale while revalidate. And what we're saying here is, OK, reuse this file for 10 more minutes, but in the background, make sure you're updating it. If we don't want to allow this, if a file has to always be perfectly up to date, then we would use cache control maxage. Stale while revalidate is quite new, and it's really, really powerful, and it makes revalidation asynchronous. For example, a decorative image in a blog post. Let's say you update an image to be something different. It doesn't matter that the decorative image is 10 minutes out of date. We can recycle it while we revalidate. What this looks like is immediately we get a 200 response from cache, even if the file is stale. In the background, we do a conditional request to the server, and it comes back either with a 200 with a new file, or with a 304 that says, no, you're good, keep using the old one. Stale while revalidate is very, very powerful, and it's usually a really good candidate for images. I've been working with Cloudinary recently, the image transformation service, to add stale while revalidate to their image responses. It's going to save a lot of bandwidth and also really improve the user experience. Do we need to configure CDNs and browsers differently? Do we need to tell our CDN to cache files differently to how the browser is going to do it? If yes, we would use the S-maxage header. You may have spotted this. There's something really annoying on this slide. On the top, there's a hyphen between max and age. On the bottom, it's just maxage, all one word. That kind of inconsistency really bugs me. What this says is the browser can cache a file for an hour, but the CDN can cache it for a day. If we don't want to do this, if we don't want to configure them differently, we would just use maxage as normal. So S-maxage. S stands for shared cache maxage. A shared cache, usually we just mean a CDN. First question is, why would you want to configure shared and private caches differently anyway? Why would you want your CDN to cache a file differently to your users? There's a really elegant explanation. That is that cache busting is a myth. We talk about cache busting. It doesn't really exist. You can't cache bust your user's device. That's why people on customer support get so annoyed explaining to people how they bust their own cache. Go to settings, go to files and data, clear cache. You can't clear your customer's cache. Right? Cache busting is a myth. But you can clear your CDN cache. So what you could do is say, OK, every user keeps a copy of this file for an hour. The CDN keeps it for a day, or until we do a release. You can flush your CDN cache whenever you want. It's a good way of shielding origin. So your users go to the CDN every hour, but the CDN only goes back to origin every day, or on demand. This shields... sound just dropped out then. This shields origin, but also means you can get fresh content to your users, and it's a really elegant way of handling that sort of setup. OK, is the file hashed? For example, do we have a fingerprint in there? Show of hands, whose build puts fingerprints in their file names? Whose build does this? Only like 10 of you. Wow, OK. If you can get your build configured to put fingerprints in the file names, amazing. As soon as you do that, we can do this. Maxage, that's 68 years. Immutable. Immutable is really, really powerful. Immutable makes a contract with the browser. If we don't have fingerprints in our files, we just use maxage like normal. So immutable, what does this do? If you've got a fingerprint in your file name, if you've got a hash in your file name, that file never changes. Because as soon as you change the file, it gets a completely new name. And if a file gets a completely new name, it's a completely new file. The key here is that Fingerprinted files content never changes, so they never need to be revalidated. What you do is you make a promise to the browser, hey, this file is never going to change, so don't ever come back to the server. And then if you've got that, you put immutable, and then you can cache the file forever. In computing terms, how long is forever? It's whatever that number is. That's the biggest positive integer you can store in 32 bits. 0, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. The spec says that all caches must honor this number, which is 68 years. If you remember the Millennium bug, we've now got the 2038 bug. This is the 2038 bug. So yeah, forever is 68 years. Okay, I really need to hurry up now. I'm running out of time. But basically, the next section is all about revalidation. Now we know exactly how to cache a file, how to store it, how to safely store files. How do we communicate to the browser that a file has changed? We need to revalidate it somehow. Technically, we don't actually need revalidation. What you could say is, OK, cache this file for a week, then after a week, download a new copy of the file, regardless of whether it's changed or not. We don't actually need to know if a file has changed. We could say, cache it for a week. After that week, grab a new copy, whether it has changed or not. But that's wasteful, right? We could say just always fetch a new copy, even if we don't need to, but that is wasteful. And as performance engineers, we don't like waste. So what we do is we ask a question. Can I renew this file? And then the server will respond yes or no. So we talked about last modified versus etag really quickly. These are revalidation headers. We prefer etag. What a browser will do when a file has gone stale is it will emit a conditional request to the server that says, hey, look, has this file changed since this date, or has this hash changed from the one I've got stored? So what this looks like is we get a conditional request to the server. If we get a 200 response, we download a new copy of the file. If we get a 304 response, we're allowed to recycle the old file and cache it for one more week again. So these are called conditional requests. If you're using etags, the browser itself knows how to do this. You don't need to configure this. If you've got etags, the browser will put, if you don't match this hash, give me a new file. If you're using last modified, the browser will automatically put this on your request headers. You don't need to configure this at all. If it comes back true and the file has changed, we get a 200 response. If a file hasn't changed, we get a 304 response, and we're permitted to recycle and reuse that file. We prefer etag. I've already talked about this, so I'll go through this section quite quickly. Etag is better than last modified. Last modified changes whenever a file is written to disk, regardless of if its content changes or not. Etag only changes if the file actually has an update. For example, this isn't a caching mechanism I'm about to show you, but I've got a little demo here. I'm writing the phrase hello world into a file called revalidation. I then get the last modified date of that file, and we'll see that it was 18:37 and 50 seconds. I get a checksum of that file, and it's 6F5902. Then, about a minute and a half later, I write the exact same content into the exact same file. The last modified has changed to 39:23 seconds. The last modified has changed. Get a checksum of the file. That hasn't changed. If you've got a build step that touches your entire file system, all your last modified dates will change, even if the files haven't. This is why we prefer etag. Etag only updates if the file has changed. Coming back onto the topic of hashed responses, we don't need to revalidate them. As soon as we've put a fingerprint in our file name, we don't need to revalidate anything. Because hashed files never change, there is no need to revalidate them. So, with 5 seconds left, oh, 3 more minutes. Oh, well. You like that? OK, so just to kind of wrap up. What have we learned? Hopefully, we've learned quite a lot. This is a very dense talk. There's a lot in here. We shouldn't expect to be able to fetch new content while a file is cached. If you've told a browser to cache a file for a week, you have to accept that a user might see out-of-date content for almost a week. This is why it's super important that you pick the values of your max age very, very carefully. If you've got a file that you know you change every release and you release 10 times a day, don't cache it for a year. We only have 2 jobs. We only need 2 headers. The biggest problem I see with developers and caching is they overcomplicate it. They overthink things. We only need to do 2 things, cache a file or revalidate a file. Therefore, we only need 2 headers. We need cache control and we need etag. The other thing we learned is that expires and last modified aren't bad headers. They're not bugs. They're not problematic. It's just that cache control and etag are a lot better. They give us more extensible support for new features, and also they're more accurate. And again, I've said this too many times now, files that never change never need to be revalidated. If you've got a fingerprint in that file, put immutable on there and cache it for 68 years. So, last thing I want to leave you with is some little cheat sheets. We've talked a lot about different things, and sort of one thing I said was be very careful with the values that you choose for your max age headers. I put this little graph together, and what we should think about is files that we want to cache never, files we want to cache for a short time, a medium amount of time, a long time, and forever. Forever is however many weeks is in 68 years, and never is obviously 0 seconds. So examples would be my account, sensitive information that needs to be up to date, API responses that need to be up to date, put them in the never category, put no store on them. / news. News, you want it to be fairly up to date. So maybe you cache a news homepage for 5 minutes. Everyone can live with news that's 5 minutes old, right? Store locator. Unless your business is doing so well that you open a new store every day, you could probably cache your store locator page for a few hours. Maybe a product image. Product images don't change very often. Maybe you cache a product image for a matter of days. And then something like a fingerprinted app.css, we can cache that for forever. The next little cheat sheet is if your assets are non-versioned, if your assets don't have a hash, don't have a fingerprint, you will need cache control, but you will also need etag, and you will need more granular cache control directives. If your file has a fingerprint, you can cache it forever, which is 68 years, and we can put immutable on there. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much. All right, do we have time for questions?
Thank you. The questions in the Speaker's Corner?
Speaker's Corner, cool. And if anyone wants to talk about the largest contentful paint talk that I didn't do, you can ask me about that as well. Cool. Thanks, everyone.
So please, big applause for Harry Roberts!
Cheers, guys. Thank you.
Now, let's introduce Alexei, the driving force behind the front-end division of DevExperts, who leads a team of over 60 talented individuals.
But here is where it gets interesting. Alexei is not just about code, he's all about connecting and communicating.
And also, Alexei knows how to savor life's favors. He's a man of many hobbies: music playing, cycling, hiking, dancing, marathoning, jogging, and everything else.
Today, Alexei is going to tell us how to make an NPM library.
What is NPM?
No problem, mate.
Navigating past mistakes?
No need pizza, maybe.
Nutty peanut mix?
Noodle preparation mode.
Ne presulevai mangiatel.
Okay.
But let's hear what is NPM from the man himself. Please welcome Alexei Matvey!
Challenge accepted, challenge accepted. The attitude is always challenge accepted. Challenge accepted, challenge accepted. The attitude is always challenge accepted.
Do I have a clicker somewhere? Clicker. Should be somewhere here. I want to switch the slides. Yeah? Please bring it back. Yeah, I stole it. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, let's check that it works. Oops, it doesn't. Okay, I need to allow it. All right. Everything is about security today. Yeah? No? Okay. Oops. Do I need to do something? I mean, I connected HDMI, but still, it's not working. Yeah. It's just a challenge for them. Yes, it's over here. So HDMI is over here. Yes, I did. But I mean, I see my screen here, but it's not here. That's the problem. Okay. All right, we need some more time, guys. Maybe I need to, yeah, I think it's another screen, right? So I need to just bring my presentation to the screen. Oh yeah, here it is. Nice. It's appearing. Thank you. Every day you learn something new, right?
Me too.
Let's click. All right, we're doing this. Thank you very much.
And please applause.
And now let's check the clicker. It's almost there. Yeah, it's still not working. But maybe I need to... Okay, I guess it's not working, but I was just collecting my computer, so no problems. So hello once again. Hello, everybody. It's so nice to be here. First time in Sofia in Bulgaria, actually. And you know, I have this strange feeling when you come to a new city, but you still see the same IT guys, the same developers. It's, I don't know, it's just something very special because it feels like a family. So we had a lot of talks about front-end today, and I enjoyed these performance, the APIs by Nicola. It's really nice. It matches my presentation a little bit. And thanks a lot to Harry. I know when I'm asking questions on interviews about caching, I actually understand that I don't know anything about caching right now. So this would be for front-end, but not only. Let's make a quick audience check. How many of you are front-end developers? Can you raise your hands? Okay, we have something like 30%. And who knows nothing about, or at least, you know, not into front-end development? Do we have such people? A couple of them. Okay. So for you guys, there would also be some material. It's pretty, even it says NPM library. It's not only about front-end, it's in general, it's more high-level. So I hope everybody will learn something from it. So how to create a library, right? Here is a quick tutorial. You create a folder, then you NPM init some repository, you create your awesome script, and then you publish it to some repository. And there we go. So thank you very much. I guess I'll see you in 1 year. But actually, in this case, nobody would find it, right? We don't find libraries that are somewhere in this place. According to Einstein's theory, there are some heavy objects in the universe, and definitely your library would be one of the candidates of this most heaviest object in the universe. But I actually like to do this. I encourage you to create projects, small projects that have no chance, and each little failure brings you to a success eventually. So in my career, I created a lot of these libraries, and I did this in both front-end and back-end. Yes, right now I'm doing more managerial stuff in my career, but in my heart I'm always a developer, and I like to encourage people to create these little failures because they bring us to success eventually. And last year I was fortunate enough to create a couple of libraries inside my company, and I'm just going to share my experience with you today. I would like to start with a question. Can you imagine some good piece of software that you ever wrote, or used rather, in your life? And what's the good property of the library? Can you tell me? You can speak out loud. What's the good property? Yeah, just say everybody. Uniqueness, okay. Popular, okay. What else? Sorry? Documentation, nice, nice. What else? What's a good library? Yes. Easy to work with, good. Sorry? Solve the problem, right. Yeah, thank you very much, Kolis. That's exactly what you can see on the slide. I'm very glad that we have the same kind of values when we're using something. And if you're gonna just put it in one word, it helps, right? Libraries, they do help. jQuery helped with this cross-browser hell that we had like 10 years ago, and they did it really good. Then we had React that helped with ineffective DOM operations, and it really helped. We don't need to care about that. Then we have something like, I don't know, Mustache, the templating engine. It helps to generate you nice templates. So if we're going to put it in one word, it helps. So maybe if we're going to define some goal, like what we want to do with libraries, I would say we need to help ourselves, developers, to do some things more efficient. Regarding the goal, Arnold Schwarzenegger, you know the guy, he once said that in order to achieve success, you need to define a goal. And he was a politician, he was a bodybuilder, right? He was an extraordinary person. And he said that it is so easy to do something, to know what you should do next, when you can see clearly where you're going, when you see the goal. So a good goal, we can put different goals, right? A good goal would always target the client. And in this case, the clients, it's ourselves, it's not business. It's very different in this sense, because we're writing development to development experience. Let's take an example. So this is a pretty common goal that developers put in the companies. Let's centralize all common code in one place. Yeah, why not? We will just have a library of common shared code. Do you think it's a good goal? Do you think it's a good goal? Somebody? Yes? Yes? No? You don't know? Okay. Actually, that's not a very good goal, because it does not have anything to do with the clients, with the developers. And the very easy way to check that is to ask one question, why? Why should we centralize all common code in one place? And one senior developer may say, well, because we have a lot of common code, let's put it in one place, it would be easier to use. While the other one would say, well, we'll leave it before that, and it worked, so why should we start doing it? And the answers are not that important here. What's important that there is some communication. Yeah, it's a valid question. Why should we do that? If we didn't do this before, why should we start doing that? And if we're going to put it in another way, using this magical word, help, it sounds like we want to help developers to reuse logic and business in their projects easily. And in this case, the first one seems like not a goal, but rather a solution, because another solution to this goal, to help developers, can be something like, okay, let's do some technical minutes, let's do some experience sharing sessions. That would also help us to do this. And what's importantly, when you ask why should I help developers to do this? It kind of sounds absurd, right? Why should I do that? Well, because I like to help people. That's something I should do. So I suggest you to start your goals with this magic keyword help. And in today's speech, I want to help developers to reach some expectations that we put on the libraries that you guys all mentioned. I created a list of 4 of these expectations today that I'm going to focus. So I will talk about quick start, work as expected, recognizable API, and the community support. So, quick start. It's surprising how fast can people fall in love with each other. You need like a split second, and you already have some connection. So according to some researchers, it takes how many? 3 seconds for a woman to know? How many times do you think it takes a developer to know that he likes a library? Yeah, that's a good question. I don't have an answer, but I know for sure what makes this impression. The first page of the documentation. So take a look. This is documentation of Moment.js, and what's cool about it is that on the very first page, you already have everything you need. You only need one page. You have the links to download it. You have also the instructions how to install it with different package managers. And you have examples of the source code, and you have the result, which is dynamically updating with each second. So it's kind of very cool. It makes such an expression that it's very easy to use, even for those who don't know what Moment.js is. Another example is Lodash. This is a library for some functional programming styles. And once again, there is little to no text over here, but very easily you can see what this thing is doing. It's some functions with some results. So you're very fast to start. And you may say, okay, these are simple libraries. What about some complex things? Well, this is one of my favorites. 10 years before, who was programming in Angular 1? Can you raise your hands? 1 person, 2, 3, 4. Okay, thank you. This made such an expression that I never reached, except the first page of the Angular.js, I never go to any other documentation. Because it is interactive, it has these very fast results page, and if you hover over these different elements, it shows you what it is doing. So it was very nice. And let's be honest, documentation is a thing that we never spend some time. Yeah? I'm not going to even ask who would like to write some documentation. That's why there is no right time. But it makes this first impression that is very important when it comes to libraries. And if we're not good writers, maybe we shouldn't do it. Maybe we can generate it. Today we have a lot of tools to do that. Copilot, GPT, you can just select all your functions and generate some feasible code out of it, some piece of advice. There are some TypeScript API generator tools, GSDocs, which is the same as JavaDocs, if some of you know Java. And you can generate a big portion of your code. We also mentioned OpenAPI, Swagger today. This is also a specification that can be generated. So don't write it manually. You can generate it. And nobody likes slides like this one. They're very boring. So instead of writing some text, maybe consider visualizing it as much as possible. I can recommend this tool. Who knows this tool? Mermaid? 1, 2, okay, then it would be useful for you. So that's code to diagram tool. You can write this code, and then you have these beautiful diagram out of it. For those who don't like to visualize things, you can just write code, and it's very nice. It is actually supported by a lot of Markdown viewers nowadays. It is supported natively in GitHub, and Obsidian, one of my best Markdown editor, also supports it. So check it out. And how do we know that the documentation is good, that our users actually like it? Well, you simply ask. And we can use this user experience tool called hallway testing. So it works very easy. You just go to the hallway, to your colleagues, and you show them your stuff, and you ask to do some simple business scenario. For example, create an account. And while they're trying to create an account, you can just take a look what they're doing. And they would have some problems. They would have some problems, and some things that you think are obvious would not be obvious to the people. So you write them down, you collect these various opinions, and now you know what you need to change in order to involve your developers even better so they can have even quicker start. So that's how you meet the quick start expectation. And it's, by the way, the 20th item in the Joel test, how to code better, so you might check in Google the other 11. When we're Googling for libraries, right, what we want to see, we are searching for some specific things. Like, I want a thing that is doing something with the dates, like Moment.js, or I want a framework for the UI. So work as expected is kind of two things for me. First of all, when you're developing something, it should have single responsibility. So you have this focus on one simple thing that developers can Google, and they can easily find it. That is very important. The other thing, work as expected, means that the thing simply works. So it works without errors. It both compiles and it runs. Yeah? Isn't that obvious? But let's take a look at this code. I hope you guys can see it well. Take a look at, these are just code examples, not specifically from one language. Do you think it will work? Just a very simple question. Do you think it will work? It looks valid. Yeah? So it looks valid, but actually the first line would not work on macOS because it has this backward slash. Right? That's very, very tricky, but it won't. The second one would work in Yarn, but it won't work in NPM. In NPM, there is another thing called overrides. So resolutions is only for Yarn. And the third line would work in both the browsers and Node.js, but for Node.js, only a version 18, not before, because it was introduced in version 18. So what I mean here is that working with code, we are kind of in various environments when we deliver this code. And there is a common fallacy that you all know, is that if it works on my machine, then it works, right? Well, it doesn't. It doesn't obviously work. And we have these different things, like package managers. We have workspaces with a lot of problems with the transient dependencies and hoisting. We have monorepository tools. We have different bundlers, Node and TypeScript versions, and of course, operating systems. And when your user is going to install your stuff, they would expect these things to work. But have you tested it? You don't know. I would specifically pay attention to these tools, these things. Does anybody have problems with the modular systems in JavaScript? Can you raise your hands? Please? Oh, 1, 2. Thank you. Thank you, guys. I'm so glad to see that somebody else experienced this pain. I mean, ECMAScript modules were released in 2016, and since then we had these use ESM whenever possible. But I was actually really surprised. Recently, I tried to write a loader for Webpack, and you know Webpack. That's a pretty popular bundler nowadays, but it's not possible in ESM. So I was trying to write a loader in ESM, and it's not working. You need to still write it in CommonJS. So since not everybody is working on the bleeding edge technologies, we need to still support some old stuff. So maybe a good idea is to create both versions of your scripts. And if you go to package.json and just made this little configuration, then you make it easier for the host users to find these two scripts. And how can you test it? So what I usually recommend is to create some blank projects with blank projects in Code Sandbox or in your repository. As you can see, they're not completely blank, and they have these little objects inside with some bundler configurations or the TypeScript, Node.js, and then you simply see whether your stuff can be installed there, whether it compiles and runs, and that's how you can cover this 80–90% of users that are going to use them in different environments. You can do it in advance, and that's how you can meet this work as expected expectation. Recognizable API is another expectation. So what this recognizable means? Take a look at the picture. I think it takes you like 3 to 5 seconds to see the pattern, and that it's not only the island, but also some human face. Yeah? Do you see it? You see it? Everybody see it? Yeah, nice. It's very interesting how our brain can define these patterns, and especially faces. It's actually an evolutionary mechanism that we can see people and distinguish them between each other, because we need to understand who is our friend and who is our foe. Do I need to run, or do I need to stay and communicate? And we want the same thing with API, because the brain is very lazy. People don't like learning new things. They like when the brain matches some pattern that they already know. So when it comes to API, I recommend you to not force something that is uncommon. We already had a speech today about Web API. That's an example of that. It is common, and I remember Nicola was telling about that you should use common API as much as possible. So that's an example of it. CSS and JS, very cool tool, but not everybody like it. If you want to use CSS and JS, you put it inside your library as a black box, but on the outside, use basic CSS, because not everybody might like it. The same with the Rix.js. When you have a Rix.js or any other unusual API, I tried doing that to expose observe and subscribe functions, but other developers, they just didn't like it. So in the end, we decided to switch to the callbacks. So don't force a common API. Stick as long as you can to the web standards, which I like to see as some sort of pyramid. So we have ECMAScript at the very base, which everybody knows. And then on top of it, we have browser API, and we have Node.js API, different things. But take a look how both of them still use ECMAScript, right? So you kind of keep piling up this API pyramid. And then for each of them, you have kind of more stuff. Then we have React developers, some Webpack and Express, different things. And if you're going to write some library with the common code, let's say you want to write a hook, be aware that your users would be restricted to this API pyramid. And people who work with Node.js would not understand how it works. Of course, if it's hook and it's applicable only for React, then it's a good idea. But if it's something common, reconsider using the basic ECMAScript and web standards. And that's how you can make your API recognizable. But speaking about API, I cannot mention this common problem. Semantic versioning is something that is very cool about the JavaScript community, and I think a lot of ecosystems can learn from it. But it has this problem that it has a human factor. And if you change the API, then you should upgrade the major version. But not many people do that because they want to use it as for marketing reasons. Yeah, they want 5.0.0, yay, with version 5, very cool. Take a look at this presentation. It explains it way better than I will. But in short, the version numbers are for computers, and the version names, like macOS Sierra, macOS Ventura, something like that, they're for humans. But about numbers, just reduce this human factor. And if you want to reduce it even further, you can use conventional commits. Who knows what's conventional commits? Who used that? Oh, actually, quite a few people, thank you. I'm actually impressed not to see it everywhere. So how it works? You just create this little tags to your commit messages, and then you can distinguish whether it's a feature, it's a bug, or something else. And that's how, when you do a release, you can understand which version to increase, so you can do it automatically. But let's be honest, this conventional commits doesn't reduce the human factor, right? Because the developer can still screw up writing these commit messages. And I want to give you the mental exercise. Can we create such a tool which would automatically understand that there is a breaking change in a pull request? Think about it, and let's discuss after the presentation. And the last expectation for you today is the community support. We all expect other people to use this tool and to be able to talk with somebody. But this one is maybe the hardest to achieve, because you need to build it piece by piece, starting with your friends and with your colleagues. You cannot automatically make people fall in love with whatever you do. You need to find allies. And finding allies is hard, because what's obvious for you, like my idea is super cool, it is not obvious for the others. So what you need to do is to sell this idea to other people. And the way I think about it is that everyone has a personal benefit. So when I ask you, let's do a project together, what is the first thought? Yeah, imagine I'm just coming, hey, let's do some project together. What would you say? Well, you might ask me what the project is about, what should I do, and actually, who are you? I'm seeing you the first time in my life, stuff like that. So we have this resistance, right? Actually, all information that we gather from outside world we can distinguish into different categories. It could be either safe or dangerous. If we don't know this guy, he might be dangerous. We also say that it could be useful for us, or it's useless. And something can be passive, which requires no action, or it is active. We need to do something. So imagine some wild animal approaching you. Wild cat, I don't know. It's dangerous, right? It's a wild animal. It's probably useless, and you need to do something. You need to run, or you need to stay and fight. So you don't want that when you speak with people. You want the opposite. You want the information to be presented in a safe, useful for them, and in a passive way. So instead of asking, would you like to start a new project with me, you can ask something like, hey, I have an interesting idea. It could be useful for you. I think you can learn how to contribute to open source and learn some other new stuff. And no action is required right now. Let me just present my idea, and maybe then you can think about it. And if you say no, it's absolutely fine for me. If you present an information in such a way, then people would more likely to go towards you and maybe contribute and commit themselves for some further actions. And that's how you find your first allies and partners. And with them, you will start building the community. But the community requires some artifacts, some place to discuss things. So make a channel, issue some news updates, and of course, write some contribution guide. So when the new people come, they already know what to do, how can I contribute, what's the culture here. The way I like to do it, I just post some updates like this from time to time, and then I collect these little emojis. It really motivates me and the people that, hey, we're actually doing something here. It's not dead. Let's continue doing it. Let's keep the ball rolling. Another hint for you, how to increase the community involvement, is something called early access. Do you have people who like computer games? Yeah? Oh, a lot of people. Nice. Do you know Steam? Yeah? So in Steam, there is this concept of early access. In a nutshell, it's when you can buy a game that is not finished yet. Why the hell would I buy a game that is not finished yet? It sounds stupid. Well, because it allows you to participate in development of this game. It allows you to request a new item, or maybe a new race or game mechanics, so it's really fun. And it also allows you to increase the priority of the features that you ask for. This concept is actually used in business as well. When you request a feature that you can put in the priority of the product backlog, if you ask a product company. And we can use that in the library development. Because if you show people something like this, yeah, it seems like a nice product, but first of all, I was not participating in the development of this product, and secondly, I don't see what was before this. So instead of showing this, show them this. Yeah? Show the evolution. And when they see some steps, some micro steps, micro changes, they really start connecting themselves with your product and feel like they're a part of it. So, how to create a library? I know I spent like 20 minutes explaining that, but you start with some fun coding experiments. Don't be afraid of doing these little tasks, and don't be afraid of failure, because it's just another step to success. And then you formulate a goal in such a way that it should help other people, other developers. And you meet their expectations, something like it could be started quickly, it's also recognizable as an API, it works, and you make sure that it works, and then you build such a community in which this library can be extended even further, and maybe with good partnership, you can do even something better out of it. Thank you very much. This is a link to the presentation. If you want the slide, just check it out. And yeah, I would be as well in the speaker's corner, so if you have some questions, don't hesitate.
Yes, so thank you very much, and please applaud Alexei Matvey!
Challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. Reality is always challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. Reality is always challenge accepted.
So a short coffee break. We'll be meeting you here in 15 minutes. And don't forget sponsor boards,
lightning talks,
and Caps for the Future initiative. And also, as you all know, the after party will be quiz night. So
Yes.
use this moment to collect your teams to up to 5 people. The teams for the quiz night should be up to 5 people. So thank you.
Up to 5.
Up to 5.
Up to 5.
Increasing software complexity and new technologies in software-defined vehicles require a different repair strategy and solution. Luxoft solves the related challenges as a true partner, accelerating your transformation to digital vehicles and services. Because of the software's complexity, a regular mechanic will, on his own, not be able to analyze it, to find an issue's root cause, and to finally fix it. To effectively process the related huge amount of log and environment data, AI-supported remote services are required. Based on this data from the integrated central onboard diagnostics and intelligent in-vehicle edge pre-processing, a service expert can virtually access the vehicle in a mobility operations center, find the issue's root cause with AI-guided remote diagnostics, and fix it securely and safely with smart over-the-air updates or services operations. DXC Luxoft Advanced Diagnostics and Connected Platforms. Live in the future now.
Welcome to InfoPulse Bulgaria, part of a global IT company with more than 30 years of experience in providing IT services to customers in more than 40 countries around the world. Our team is constantly growing. This moves us forward and motivates us to become a major part of the local IT market. We firmly believe in our values: involvement, flexibility, openness and innovation. They help us build strong collaborative relationships with our specialists and customers and achieve even greater efficiency and operational flexibility. We offer a wide range of services and we're ready to contribute to the development of all industries. With our current focus on finance and insurance, manufacturing and agricultural telecom industries, we strive to enhance the expertise of our specialists and meet the specific needs of our customers. As a global and reliable service provider, we assist our clients in innovating and achieving scalability, enhanced efficiency, and operational agility. People are our greatest asset, and our strength comes from our unity. We're not just colleagues, but a team of friends with innovative thinking. We support each other as one big family, and we all strive to build the future together. We're waiting for you at InfoPulse Bulgaria.
Welcome everybody to our new home.
We are here today to celebrate the Flutter International reopening the office in Sofia.
To create meaningful moments, we have created areas where our colleagues can collaborate, have fun, or enjoy some quiet time during work while still enjoying the office.
One team, we're hiring. Join now at careers.flutterinterntional.com.
Welcome to Blind Factor.
Един за всички, всички за един. Или All for Eight, както ще го чуеш на езика на IT мускетарите от Labo 8. Какво? Какви мускетари? Този тук е талисманът на Labo 8. Избрали са го, защото и те като мускетарите са супер задружни и отдадени на това, което правят. Така че честна мускетарска може да им довериш, ако не живота, то поне най-важния си софтуерен продукт. В Labo им в България може да видиш как един супер силен екип гради продукти с скандинавско качество. Портфолиото им е доста любопитно. От софтуер, който се използва на Международната космическа станция, през приложения за любители на триатлон, до платформи, които създават нови тенденции в маркетинга. Хващат един продукт и го разкостват. От стратегия през дизайн до техническа имплементация и всичкото това в дългосрочно партньорство с клиентите им. И цялата тази работа се случва в среда, за която знам, че си мечтаеш. Страхотна банда са, а само да видиш и останалите. По-добре не се бави, ами пиши на Дилянчето и пробвай и ти да влезеш в отбора на мускетарите от Labo 8.
Здравей! Тук съм, за да ти покажа какво е да работиш в DraftKings.
На първо място, ние сме глобална технологична компания, която разработва приложения за дигитални и спортни развлечения. Екипът ни се състои от хиляди хора на различни места по света. В България сме екип от над 1000 души и разполагаме с 2 офиса. В София и в Пловдив. Какво правим в офиса ли? Работим! Срещаме се по залите, обсъждаме стратегии. Като цяло, в офиса е супер. Но разбира се, имаме опция да работим и от вкъщи. Или от близкото кафене.
Разработваме софтуера си с Netcore, TypeScript и React.
Тук съм аз. И правим дейта стриминг с Kafka и раутинг с RabbitMQ. Деплойваме в Kubernetes, в AWS и GCP. Ползваме комбинация от SQL и NoSQL бази данни, а мониторинга си го правим с Selk.
И други. И искаме и ти да станеш част от нашия екип.
From all over the world, we come across for a conference made for pros by pros. For devs and QAs, this is the place to be, with top-notch speakers and lots of coffee and beer. So come join us in a journey so great, where we'll make new friends and celebrate coding skills and testing perfected. The attitude is always challenge accepted. IT people, let's raise the bar. Learning, growing, going far. With open hearts and minds connected. Challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. Hey, 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 hey. Challenge accepted. disconnected. Challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. The attitude is always challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. The attitude is always challenge accepted.
Welcome back, welcome back. The next two lectures will be going to talk about software architecture and software architects.
We are fascinated to announce that we have another speaker who will speak for a second time on the stage of the Dev Challenge Accepted.
Ilian has a PhD in computer science and works as software engineer at Lifesum, a digital health company in Stockholm, Sweden. Ilian's programming journey began at 2003.
He's dedicating to sharing his knowledge and helping novice programmers improve their skills.
Today, Ilian is here to guide us through the often overlooked aspects from architecture to release, a journey that promises valuable insights.
Make some noise.
Make some noise for Ilian!
Challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. The attitude is always challenge accepted. Challenge accepted.
Pleasure to be here once again.
The attitude is always challenge accepted.
We had some great talks. It was really fun for me. I hope for you too. And what was even more exciting for me is to see so many young faces in the crowd. It's really awesome that we can see the next generations following on our path. So let's talk a bit about what we love and what has gathered us today here, building software. So how is software made? So you take a developer, you take a computer, bang, software happens. That's pretty much it, right? Yeah, in reality, it's a bit more complicated. So you start with an idea. Oh, here's a problem that I want to solve. Then you sit down, write some code, write some tests, maybe. Release, fine, everything is great. You can skip the test. I mean, a lot of companies out there are skipping the test part. It's working, more or less.
Make some noise.
It's possible.
Make some noise.
You can even do YDD, YOLO-driven development. How many of you have heard about it? No spec, no tests, no QA, nothing, just like write and release. It's, I wouldn't say working. But life is more complex, and when we talk about making software, and actually a software that is going to be with us long time and evolve, we get to a bit harder picture. And software development is a life cycle. It's not a start and finish thing. So we start with an idea. We need to do some architecture. We need to know what we're building and how to build it in a way that it doesn't collapse like 3 weeks from now or 3 years. Then it's the code, and the code and test, it's this cycle that you code, you test, like you refactor, you fix stuff, you make it better and better. And once you decide that, okay, we are good at this moment, then you go to the release phase. And once you release and customers, other people start using it, then you start seeing, oh, we have bugs here, we have, maybe we need to add more features there and so on. So you start to, your software starts to evolve. You start to add more things. You also need to maintain it because, yeah, we all know that stuff happens. We need to be able to scale and so on. So this is the more real picture of how the software life cycle works. So let's talk about the individual parts. But before that, I want to make a disclaimer here. Sometimes I'll be talking about software. Sometimes I'll be talking about features. Software is a bunch of features. So on most of the cases, we can use this one or another without changing the meaning of the sentence. If there is a scenario when one of those only applies but not the other, I'll try to make that clear. So yeah, I know that they are different. Just bear with me for the simplicity that I'll use them interchangeably. So architecture. Architecture is the base, like laying out the foundation of our of our software, of our product. And when we talk about architecture, we usually start thinking about the basics. Gathering requirements, system design, component design. And these are all great things. Like, this is really important to think, but when we focus on that, we start forgetting things. So other things are missed. And the things that, from my experience, are often missed is understanding the problem. Usually it's like someone comes with that idea with, let's build this thing, and if you don't understand the problem, or if they say, oh, okay, let's build it, it sounds like a great idea, but you don't fully understand the problem, maybe you're building a solution for something else. When your software is big, you also need to be careful with, when you're adding new feature to an existing software, for example, you need to be careful with what else is out there. Do we want to couple this with the rest of the system? Do we want to isolate it? Think about this pre-advance, because if you don't, it may be problematic down the road. There was a great talk about tech debt in the morning, and if we're missing steps here, it's quite possible that we're creating a lot of tech debt. So, compatibility with existing systems. Our software rarely operates alone. It's either in combination with something that we have already built, or it's combination with something else. It doesn't matter if it's the CDN that someone provides for you, if it's the payment provider. There are things that are connected to your invention, and they need to work correctly with each other, otherwise you'll see a problem. You need to talk about migration. Often, people say, oh, we see a problem with our system, let's change it. They sit down, write some code, fix it, okay, yeah, this is the new system, it's solving all the issues that we have with the old one, let's launch it, and then suddenly someone is like, oh, but how are we going to migrate the old users? And if you think about this later, once you've done the new piece, maybe it's not that compatible, maybe it's not going to work, maybe you need to refactor it once again and lose more time. Scalability, it depends on the scenario. For some cases, you don't need to worry about, but if you have a system with lots of users, lots of clients, then think in advance if the solution that you're working on is going to scale. And we're not talking about just like, oh, we'll just throw more meta on it, we'll use 15 servers extra. Think about that it's actually going to work and scale when needed. GDPR has been quite a hot topic recently, like everyone is afraid of it, no one understands it. And for that reason, it's ignored. And when it's ignored, you end up with the fact that you release something, and then yet we don't have the case of lawyers coming to our company and saying, this is wrong, so we're going to fine you $1 billion or whatever for this. But there are already cases when companies have been warned that, oh, this is breaking GDPR, you need to think about this. And while GDPR is affecting the users, it's also affecting how our systems are organized. Where do you store your data, where are your backups, and stuff like that. So, moving to the next part, implementation. When we talk about implementation, we mostly look at business logic, code quality, tests, and these are good things. Of course, we need to understand all of this. But while we're looking at that, there are other things that are missed. Service usability and documentation. How many of you are building APIs that are used internally in the company? Yeah? Okay. How many of you don't have a good documentation of these APIs? Yes. That companies hired whole teams that are responsible for user interface and user experience. For the things that we sell to the customers, we're dedicating a lot of resources to make it intuitive, to make it understandable, to be documented and clear how to do all the tasks that you need to do. But when we're handing something to a developer that's working 2 desks aside from us, it's like, I'll just send him a Slack message how it works, and then everything is ready, and that would be fine. And when that developer leaves and another one comes on their place, then it's like, I have no idea how to use that. So please start thinking about adding documentation, especially for endpoints, for logic decisions that are not obvious. It's normal that businesses are complex, so it's not unusual for something to be less obvious. And you have spent, I don't know, 3 hours or more to discuss it with your colleagues and to write it in a really specific way that it's solving the business needs, and then you forget it, it's working, it's tested, everything is great. 3 months later, someone new comes to the team, spends 3 days looking at the code, and I don't understand why is it so complex. Let's refactor it. So they refactor it, make it much simpler, and they have missed half of the business cases or the corner cases because they haven't been part of the discussion. So if you have this scenario, just add 3 lines of command saying that we picked this approach because of ABC. It's really helping down the road. Security. Security is quite complex. You can start from security on like, oh, your system is breachable or no, or you can talk about how stable it is from the sense of that no bad data can come in. So data validation is something that is often ignored because, oh, we're using our own mobile app and you have our own API. So we know who is sending the request. It's going to be fine not to validate it. That's wrong. First, because you can never guarantee that the mobile developers won't do something weird. And second, because as long as your API is exposed to the internet, someone will try to abuse it. It could be with malicious attempt, it could be just for fun to see if it's working or not, but someone will try to abuse it, and you need to be prepared for that and to validate your inputs, to isolate data of one user from another. You can't just allow people to go change some parameter in the URL and suddenly start viewing someone else's bank account. Also, for companies that offer multi-tier model or like free premium models for their software, it's quite often that the check for the user permissions, it's put to the interface layer, no matter if it's a web or a mobile app. And then the backend, it's like, oh, but they're checking it there on the mobile client. We shouldn't care about if the user has permission to see this or not. No, that's wrong. That can be easily abused, so be careful. Deployment and operation. So this is the release. We have done the code, we have done the testing, we're deploying our system, and then how? First, how we deploy. If you're at the beginning of your product, it's hard to convince management and even yourselves that you need to spend 1 week creating this super complex CI/CD pipeline that does everything for yourself. And that's understandable. And no one forces you to do that. What you want to have is at least semi-automated deployment. Deployment should be one command thing. If you have to do more than one command, you'll forget half of it. So try to simplify it. Try to have, it might be your own CLI tool or something that you have, but you need to have one button or one command that you share, and that's done. Availability monitoring. Everyone knows that their stuff should be live. And we add checks that it's live. And we're safe, we sleep well, that everything is working. We wake up 3 a.m. when the alarm sounds, but that's a good thing because the alarm is waking us. So everything is great. But what have we forgotten here? Metrics reporting. To understand how your system is actually working, you need metrics. Metrics are there to tell you, oh, requests are slow or fast, users are using this or that feature. Metrics are there to tell you if you have a problem or not. Error logging. It's quite problematic when you learn about an error from a client, like someone calling the customer support and saying, oh, this is not working. And the reason why you have missed that is because you don't have a proper error reporting, because We're great developers. We're making awesome software. It never crashes. Make sure that you have error logging before you release, and make sure that it works. And when we talk about error logging, noiseless services, we actually had a talk with one of the lecturers outside that if your service or software or feature, whatever you call it, if it's producing so much errors that you can't say, oh, these are the important issues that I really need to fix, and this is just noise, then it's not working. You need to have noiseless services. You don't need things that are not important. Because what happens? You have a service, it reports 100, 200 errors per minute. So you look at half of them, you can't just, it's not physically possible to go through all of them. You look at half of them, oh, it's not important, I'll turn off the alarm because I want to go back to bed, and it's 3 a.m. So, yeah, and then you miss something really important, and on the next morning, everything is on fire, and everyone is mad, and management is nagging at you, how have you allowed it? So, no, try to have noiseless services. Think about what you're logging, why you're logging it, do you really need it, and make sure that you're logging the cases that are actually wrong. Evolution and maintenance. So your app is there, it's working, people are using it, everyone is happy, maybe because you also have bugs. And when you have bugs, you need to fix them. But before you fix them, you need to test them. And you need to test them because if you don't test them, you fix one thing, it breaks 5 other things. So try testing it. Try to avoid regression. It will really help you in the road. So, bugs are fixed, everything is working, but you need to evolve. You want to grow as a company, and that means that you want to provide more to your customers. And when you want to provide more to your customers, that means providing different features or modifying a feature so it works better for them. But before changing it, you really need to evaluate the need. Don't rush into changing your software just because you think that, oh, it will be better. Evaluate the change. See what will be better. See what will be worse. See, is it worth it, the resource that you're going to spend on doing that change? Don't rush into code or architecture decisions until you're really clear with the idea and the target that you're aiming at. Try to avoid bloating. So, it's super easy that we have this piece of software, it's working, we need something else, so let's just add it here because everything is there. You have all the things that you need, you have all the models, everything is there, let's just put it there, and you start putting and putting and putting, and at some point it's so bloated that it's hard to scale, it's hard to use, it's confusing because there are so many code that you get confused just by looking at like a file that's 20,000 lines or something like this. Not to mention that if at some point you say, oh, I want to actually move this aside or like move this feature to an external provider, then it's like it's so encapsulated with all your code that you need to rewrite half the app. So try to avoid bloating. And that doesn't mean start with microservices. Microservices are a great solution for some problem, but they come with their own set of problems. So be careful, think about it, and be reasonable where it's okay to add more to one piece and when it's okay to spin it as a separate service. So we talked about the steps that we usually think about. We talk about the steps that we miss or that we ignore and don't put enough attention at. But what is causing us to miss them? What is really happening there? Are we such a bad developers that we can't remember to put proper metrics to our software? No, that's not the problem. The problem is that first, we have narrow focus. You're looking at the problem. This is the problem that I want to solve, and you concentrate, and then there's things like going on the sides that you just start to ignore. And it's hard. You just need to, sometimes you just need to step out for a moment, just forget about this, the problem that you're solving, and think about what it will be in a perfect world, how it will operate, how you're going to handle everything, and then things will come to you. You'll see. There are things that we consider a default. all our systems, they have logging, they have metrics, they have alerts, they have everything. And this comes by default, and we're so used to it that when we're thinking about creating a new service, we don't put it in the specs, we don't put it in the task, we don't account it in the timeframes and our estimations. We're like, yeah, logging. Of course we have logging. That's normal. So no need to put a task on it. But it doesn't come for free. Someone needs to sit down and like configure it, connect it, write down, plug it in, and so on. One problem that is more of a mentality issue is the fear to ask questions. This is something that companies should actually really encourage a culture that people are not afraid to ask questions. Because think of it this way, everyone is a stakeholder. Everyone is a stakeholder of their own things. I'm a stakeholder for the code, you're a stakeholder of the product, you're a stakeholder of the UI. We are all stakeholders of something, and we all want to create a product that works, that is nice, something that when you go back home, you can brag to your friends like, oh, we released a new version, it's awesome. It has these great images and it's so functional and so easy to use. So we want to do that, but in order to do that, you actually need to understand the pain of all the other people who are involved in the process. Because what's happening? Someone from marketing comes to you and says, oh, we need to see this thing. And you think about it, you organize, okay, we'll take data from this, we'll take data from that, we'll be exchanging some information in this and that system. But actually, their problem is not that they don't see this certain data. Their problem is that maybe they're not selling enough. And if you don't understand the problem, you're not able to help them. You need to understand the problem to see what is the actual solution that you need to apply. Maybe it's not sending more metrics. Maybe it's just making your website faster because the problem is not the images that customers are not liking, and that's not why they're buying. The problem is that your website loads for 35 seconds, and of course nobody has the patience to wait for this. So you need to ask questions. It's not that scary. There are no stupid questions. The more you try to understand the pain of the other departments, the better you understand the whole picture, and you'll be able to provide them with better solutions. And that doesn't mean drop everything that you're doing, put all those computer science books back on the shelf and start learning marketing or something. No, you don't need to be an expert. Each one of us is an expert in our own field, but it's good to have a general understanding of what the other teams are doing and why they are doing it, to be able to help them and to be able to create a product that works for everyone. So let's talk about the effect of the steps we missed. We forgot about adding logging. Our system is crashing, you don't know, people are complaining to customer support. The reputation of your company is suffering. Another thing, oh, we forgot to make a migration plan. So what? We have a release in 2 days, there's no migration plan, you sit down, you talk about it, you figure out a migration plan, and it's going to take 2 weeks to develop everything needed for that migration. You have 2 days before release. So that means that you either invent a time machine in the next 5 hours, so you can actually fit into that time frame and make a deadline, or break the deadline. And for some companies, breaking the deadline is not a problem because, yeah, we'll just announce it 2 weeks later. It's not a problem. We can solve it. But imagine that you have announced that, oh, we're releasing this game on this date. It will be the day before Christmas. Everyone can buy it. Everyone can be playing it for Christmas. And then, no, we're actually going to release it next year. So, yeah, spend your Christmas gift money on the competition. No, you need to think about these things because they cause delays. They cause delays and they cause reputation failures. They cause stress for everyone because nobody is happy that their product is failing. Nobody is happy to see errors. No one is happy with having angry customers yelling at you or the person next to you. So be careful with the steps. But what can we do not to miss those steps? So there are different solutions not each one of them can be applied in its own. They're easy, I would say. They're not covering everything. There's no panacea solution, but there are things that will definitely improve your life and make it easier. Using templates. Around 75% of developers use templates. That's a really narrow poll that I run. So it says 75. In reality, I think it's less. Just some people are ashamed to say that they do everything from scratch because they know it's not good, but they keep doing it. So templates help. Because templates, frameworks, all these things, they come with a bunch of things that are already provided for you. You have security on the HTTP request, course checks and everything like this. You have integrated logging. You have a lot of things that are making your life better, and they come from free. And it doesn't matter if we're talking about a template that comes from an open source project or it's something that you have done internally. Use templates, they save time, they save troubles. Having a checklist, that's actually something that you can share all across across everyone who is involved into building that project. So a checklist is just a set of things that you consider important and that you want to make sure that your software has. I have added an example here. This works for my case. It's not working for everyone. If you're doing something completely different like banking or gaming, maybe it won't work for you. But you can use it as an inspiration to create your own checklist. It's just a set of reminders. Every time when you launch a product and you realize, oh, we forgot about that, put it in that checklist. Next time when you're starting a new product, a new feature, just go over the checklist and see, have we planned for this? Yes, this, that. Oh, we missed that one. Okay, let's add it to the plan. It will make your life easier. There's no one checklist that fits all, but you can change it, you can expand it. You can always say, oh, that thing is not applicable in my scenario. Okay, that's it. Thank you very much, and let's hope that we all have a more stable and better software.
Thank you very much. If you have any questions, you can find Ilian in the speaker's corner during the next beer break. Ooh.
Beer, finally? It's
yeah,
here? Okay.
Yes, the next break. Don't go now, not yet. So thank you very much. Please applaud Ilian! Well, we just talked about the architecture. Now let's talk about the architects.
Picture this. One fine morning, your boss strolls over and drops the bombshell. Guess what? Yesterday, you're a developer, yes, developer, but from today on, you're an architect. Architect, yes, they make respect.
Vladislav is an accomplished software architect with 17 plus years of experience. At Sigma Software, he collaborates with stakeholders to define software requirements, leads teams, and is a sought-after conference speaker.
Because even software architects need their time in the spotlight.
Please welcome, make some noise for Vladislav Vlotny! Microphone accepted.
Great. Nice to see everybody. My name is Vladislav Plotnik, as you already heard. And I work as a software architect for company Sigma Software. We have offices in Bulgaria, Poland, Ukraine, and many other countries. Really big company. I have been with Sigma for last 8 years, and as you can see, I work in industry for 17 years in total. I have a background in web development, cloud computing, and information security. And today I would like to give you my story, how I became an architect. So my journey began 3 years ago. I was a team lead. I had a mentor who helped me to build a career, to make a transition to the software architect. So we met with him. It was an ordinary talk. And he made a suggestion. He said, Vladislav, do you, maybe it's a good idea to try yourself in pre-sales, okay? Because it can give you a better understanding of architectural. So I followed him advice, and I joined pre-sales team, started to creating technical solutions for client proposals. Well, each proposal was a challenge by itself. It pushed me outside my comfort zone. Some proposals were rejected, yeah. Some have went through multiple revisions, but each one was a great learning experience. Soon, I was leading a project that was born out of one of the successful proposals. It was my vision that guided the project, and seeing it come to life was truly inspiring. It was a time of rapid growth professionally and personally. And the success of this first project opened up new opportunities. In total, with the team, we have submitted 12 proposals that year. And we won 4 of them. Soon after, I was promoted to software architect. Before we proceed, I have a question for you. Have you seen the movie Martian with Matt Damon? Please raise your hand if you have. Okay, I see hands, many hands, by the way. As you remember, his character, Mark Watney, was left stranded on Mars and had to figure out how to survive with limited resources and facing unpredictable challenges. And similarly, a software architect also faces many challenges, like resources, technologies, and business requirements. Just like Mark had to wear multiple hats to survive, a software architect also juggles many roles. An architect is a technical leader, a guide, and a visionary. There's a bridge between business and technical teams, responsible for designing solutions that align with business goals and technical constraints. They also decide on the right technologies and ensure that all parts of the project fit together seamlessly. However, their role is not just bounded to the initial stage of the project. They supervise the development process and ensure that the team follows architectural plan. Stepping into architect role comes with new responsibilities. And that's why I would like to share with you some crucial do's of an architect. The first one is understand business needs. Just like Mark had to comprehend Martian surface to survive, an architect must understand business environment to succeed. It means gaining deep insight in target market, product end users, and business goals. Business looks to you to provide solutions to their problem, not to slow down or obstruct their goals. I will give you an example. Imagine a small business company that wants to develop an e-commerce application. From technical perspective, developing a fully customized solution from scratch would look like a good idea. However, considering budgeting constraints and immediate needs of the business, it would be an overkill. It might lead to slower time to market and leaving business with competitive disadvantages. That's why a better idea would be to use an existing e-commerce platform, and customizing it is needed. It would solve the main business problem: get an online store quickly and within a budget. Second, be open to learn new technologies. When Mark realizes that he doesn't have enough food to survive until the rescue mission arrives, he doesn't give up. He decides to grow food on the planet where nothing grows. Luckily for him, he was a botanist, and he finds out a way how to grow potatoes on Mars. You might ask, was he going nuts? No, no nuts, just potatoes. Similarly, a world of software is evolving rapidly, and new tools and technologies are introduced constantly. And just like Mark, you need to be ready to adapt to these changes. I remember one client request that caught me off guard. A client wanted to develop a serverless architecture for his web system in AWS. At that moment, I was primarily focused on developing traditional server-based applications, and my knowledge of AWS was quite limited. So I decided to explore documentation, and after some week of study and experiments, I created an architecture. It was based on AWS Lambda functions, and that solve different tasks. Once design was in place, the implementation was surprisingly smooth. Eventually, the decision to adopt serverless architecture was beneficial. Not only it satisfied client needs, it also extended my skill set. Develop your communication skills. Remember how Mark had to communicate with NASA scientists and explain him his situation in simple terms? That's a role of an architect in a software project. Architects need to explain complex matters in understandable manner. Our clients have very minimal technical background, and jumping straight into complex details with technical jargon would lose their attention. That's why I usually opt for analogies. Analogies are powerful tools to translate complex concepts into everyday language. For example, if we take microservice architecture, and to explain it to somebody in business, I can make an analogy. For example, it could be a city where everybody relies on public transportation and avoid using their own cars. It means no worries about parking, fuel, maintenance, just hop on a ride whenever you need a bus. Of course, there is a drawback. Sometimes you need to wait for a bus. The fourth do is to have broad technical knowledge. Surviving on Mars required from Mark not only botany skills. He had to have knowledge in engineering, chemistry, physics, to endure hostile environment. Similarly, software architect isn't just a programmer. He needs to understand database design, security issues, DevOps practices. So focus on building various technical fields. And you don't need to be a master of every field, because there are experts within your company who can provide you help. Database administrators, security experts, and DevOps engineers. However, you need to be ready to make a correct judgment call, to sometimes override these experts, because in the end, you are responsible for big picture. Last but not least is mentorship. Throughout his journey, Mark relies on the knowledge of his colleagues and mentors. And as an aspiring architect, I recommend you to seek for experienced professionals in your area that can offer you guidance, because they can provide valuable insights, help you avoid common pitfalls, and accelerate your career progression. I remember when I was a team lead, I was primarily focused on two things. First is efficient code, and second, on-time deliveries. My mentor introduced me to the importance of information security. Under his guidance, I began to understand the value of secure coding practices and vulnerability assessments. It became a foundation for my professional growth, helped to make a lot better software. I think you would agree with me that just knowing how to do something right isn't enough. We all make mistakes, and I made them as well. That's why I would like to warn you about some pitfalls that you should avoid. First, remember Key's principle. Keep it simple, stupid. Overly complex designs can lead to unnecessary confusion, hard maintenance, and steeper learning curve. Just like Mark, he not only designed effective solutions, but also straightforward enough to implement them alone on a hostile planet. Overcomplicating things would only increase chances of failure. This applies to software architecture as well. So strive for simplicity and clarity. I recommend you don't neglect soft skills. I believe this is the main anticipation of everybody from architectural. It's a client-facing role, yeah? You need to talk a lot with different clients and business representatives. And a stereotype of a solitary coder in a dark room is outdated. In collaborative work environments, your ability to communicate effectively, work within a team, and empathize with others is crucial. Just like Mark had to communicate with NASA, explain his plans, and convince of his strategies, an architect needs similar skills to work with team members and clients. You need to be effective in building trust and good relationships with people. Because in the end, if you can't connect with someone, you wouldn't be able to sell your idea. Doesn't matter how big it is. Third one is to avoid over-specializing in one technology. I was a .NET developer for a long time, but I wouldn't name myself a .NET architect. Having areas of expertise is good, but focusing only on one technology or platform is limiting yourself. During my career, I had worked with different technologies, such as I mentioned, .NET, Node.js, Python, and many more. And each of these technologies provide its own unique strengths. For example, .NET provides a robust framework for building scalable enterprise systems. Node.js is really good for fast, real-time applications. And Python, with its simplicity and Whereas the library support become my #1 choice for web development. This experience in different technologies really helpful when I prepare for a new project or creating a new proposal. Because the key to success is to match technology strengths with project needs. The fourth pitfall to avoid is become isolated from coding. Even as an architect, you need to keep your coding skills sharp. Because coding keeps you grounded in the reality of software development and helps you make better architectural decisions. It's like Mark's experience on Mars. He didn't theorize solutions, he implemented them. On a typical day of work, I try to delve into different areas of the project, such as back-end or front-end. Sometimes I discuss some things with DevOps. It helps me to get a first point of view on what's going on behind the scenes and keep strong connection with the development team. Also, I usually create prototypes of solutions that I propose. Prototyping gives me options to play with different designs and choose what works best. And don't forget about continuous improvement. Mark survived not just because he was an excellent botanist, but because he has a wide range of skills. Just like Mark, constantly reassessing his strategies and learning from his experience, you also need to find a way to constantly improve your skills and knowledge. What I mean by this? For example, I usually start my day, not every day, to be honest, but I try to be constant here, by reading tech blogs, just to keep up with latest trends. For instance, a few months back, I stumbled upon an article that explains the advantages of OpenTelemetry for performance testing. We have a project that is coming before release. And for me, it was very interesting to use this tool for performance testing and load testing of our system. So I spent some time setting it up, connecting with test environment, and running a series of tests. And the result was, it was quite good, I would say even outstanding, because unlike the traditional performance testing tools, like JMeter, for example, the trace test gives me a comprehensive view what happens behind the API. So I could see how call goes deep into the different services and how services interact with each other, pinpointing bottlenecks at granular level. So eventually, it gave our team a really good overview of the system performance. And right now, we're already fixing some of them. I have another question to the audience. I expect that here are present both seasoned architects and experienced developers who considering this career path. So I would like to know who have been working as an architect. Can you raise your hand? Great, I see one hand and, okay, yeah, I have. We can have architects in the audience today. And now, please raise your hand if you would like to step into architect's shoes. Oh, I see numerous hands. It's inspiring. For those who just starting out, I would like to present a typical career path into the architect role. It often begins with a developer role. Yeah, we we all started there, and we had to learn how to write efficient code, work within a team, understand the basics of the software development. It's like Mark's early days as an astronaut, learning the ropes and mastering the basics. As you gain experience, you move into the senior or lead developer role. And here, you're not only coding, you're making design decisions and leading teams. With enough experience and right skill set, you can step into architect role. And here, your focus changed toward designing systems and making strategic decisions. An architect requires many different roles, skills to succeed in his career. From hard skill side, I would say it's deep understanding of software development. You need to have knowledge of various coding languages and architectural patterns. You also need to know different types of software system and be able to choose one based on the requirements. And of course, you need to be proficient at designing software architecture, which means creating diagrams, documenting the design, and explaining it to others, to teammates, to clients. From soft skill side, as we already mentioned, communication is vital. You also need leadership skills to guide the development team, and decision-making skills to make right choices in a dynamic environment. And also problem-solving skills to anticipate and address challenges that come up during the project. There are plenty of resources available for your learning. For more structured learning, I would recommend to use online platforms such as Coursera, Pluralsight, Udemy, Educative, books like Design Software Architecture in Practice by Lynn Bess and Designing Software Architectures by Rick Kazman are excellent reads. For you, I have prepared a list of resources that I think is valuable, and they're available on my GitHub. Please go by the link. Don't worry, link will appear on last slide as well, so if you don't miss it. Certifications, they also can help you progress in your career. They validate your knowledge and demonstrate your commitment to professional growth. Certifications are usually provided by reputable companies, such as Amazon, Google, Microsoft, and being certified by such a recognized organization can increase your credibility in the client eyes. And not only clients, your employer will also appreciate your time that you invested into the learning. But let's not forget about the importance of practical experience, because theory and certifications can only teach you so much. It's practical experience that helps you grow as an architect. Whether it's a side project, a role in a company, or even open source contribution, as it was mentioned on another talk today, practical experience gives you insights and knowledge that no course or book can. Remember that there is no single path to become an architect. It's a combination of learning, certifications, and practical experience to carve your own path to become an architect. As we wrap up, I would like to leave you with a few parting thoughts. Building a career of an architect is similar to Mark's journey in The Martian. It's a journey filled with challenges, learning, and adaptation. Sometimes, technology landscape may feel as vast and intimidating as Martian surface. And at this moment, remember Mark's words. at some point, everything gonna go south on you. You either accept it or you can get to work. So keep learning, keep growing, and never lose your sense of curiosity. Thank you and best luck on your journey. I believe we have time for questions, so if anybody would like to ask a question, please go ahead.
Any questions? Or maybe in speaker's corner during the next break.
Okay, so let's meet in the speaker's corner. I would be grateful to speak with anybody who wants. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And big applause for Vladislav Plotnik.
Challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. Reality is always challenge accepted.
Wonderful talk and great name.
So, what's happening? Outside, there is plenty of beer by Carlsberg. Carlsberg is one of the largest beer brands in the world, known for its quality and its long-standing support of the open source community and open bottle community.
Since 1883, when they discovered an industry-changing method for yeast purification and shared it with the world, we can confidently say that there is a part of Carlsberg in every good lager.
Probably the best beer in the world.
Carlsberg also have their own beer game, so ask their bartender for the rules. Additionally, this break is your final opportunity to sign up for lightning talks.
If you want to speak from our stage, write down your name and topic on the whiteboard.
And if you want to win prizes, make sure you get all the stamps needed on your badges.
Also, don't
forget for caps for the future.
And now, Beer Break by Carlsberg.
See you here back at 16:25. Thank you.
Increasing software complexity and new technologies in software-defined vehicles require a different repair strategy and solution. Luxoft solves the related challenges as a true partner, accelerating your transformation to digital vehicles and services. Because of the software's complexity, a regular mechanic will, on his own, not be able to analyze it, to find an issue's root cause, and to finally fix it. To effectively process the related huge amount of log and environment data, AI-supported remote services are required. Based on this data from the integrated central onboard diagnostics and intelligent in-vehicle edge pre-processing, a service expert can virtually access the vehicle in a mobility operations center, find the issue's root cause with AI-guided remote diagnostics, and fix it securely and safely with smart over-the-air updates or services operations. DXC Luxoft Advanced Diagnostics and Connected Platforms. Live in the future now.
Welcome to InfoPulse Bulgaria, part of a global IT company with more than 30 years of experience in providing IT services to customers in more than 40 countries around the world. Our team is constantly growing. This moves us forward and motivates us to become a major part of the local IT market. We firmly believe in our values: involvement, flexibility, openness and innovation. They help us build strong collaborative relationships with our specialists and customers and achieve even greater efficiency and operational flexibility. We offer a wide range of services and we're ready to contribute to the development of all industries. With our current focus on finance and insurance, manufacturing and agricultural telecom industries, we strive to enhance the expertise of our specialists and meet the specific needs of our customers. As a global and reliable service provider, we assist our clients in innovating and achieving scalability, enhanced efficiency, and operational agility. People are our greatest asset, and our strength comes from our unity. We're not just colleagues, but a team of friends with innovative thinking. We support each other as one big family, and we all strive to build the future together. We're waiting for you at InfoPulse Bulgaria.
Welcome everybody to our new home.
We are here today to celebrate the Flutter International reopening office in Sofia.
To create meaningful moments, we have created areas where our colleagues can collaborate, have fun, or enjoy some quiet time during work while still enjoying the office.
One team, we're hiring. Join now at careers.flutterinternational.com.
Welcome to Blind Factor.
Един за всички, всички за един. Или All for Eight, както ще го чуеш на езика на IT мускетарите от Labo 8. Какво? Какви мускетари? Този тук е талисманът на Labo 8. Избрали са го, защото и те като мускетарите са супер задружни и отдадени на това, което правят. Така че честна мускетарска може да им довериш, ако не живота, то поне най-важния си софтуерен продукт. В Labo им в България може да видиш как един супер силен екип гради продукти с скандинавско качество. Портфолиото им е доста любопитно. От софтуер, който се използва на Международната космическа станция, през приложения за любители на триатлон, до платформи, които създават нови тенденции в маркетинга. Хващат един продукт и го разкостват. От стратегия през дизайн до техническа имплементация и всичкото това в дългосрочно партньорство с клиентите им. И цялата тази работа се случва в среда, за която знам, че си мечтаеш. Страхотна банда са, а само да видиш и останалите. По-добре не се бави, ами пиши на Дилянчето и пробвай и ти да влезеш в отбора на мускетарите от Labo 8.
Здравей! Тук съм, за да ти покажа какво е да работиш в DraftKings.
На първо място, ние сме глобална технологична компания, която разработва приложения за дигитални спортни развлечения. Екипът ни се състои от хиляди хора на различни места по света. В България сме екип от над 1000 души и разполагаме с 2 офиса. В София и в Пловдив. Какво правим в офиса ли? Работим! Срещаме се по залите, обсъждаме стратегии. Като цяло в офиса е супер. Но разбира се, имаме опция да работим и от вкъщи. Или от близкото кафене.
Разработваме софтуера си с Netcore, TypeScript и React.
Тук съм аз. И правим дейта стриминг с Kafka и Routing с RabbitMQ. Деплойваме в Kubernetes, в AWS и GCP. Ползваме комбинация от SQL и NoSQL бази данни, а мониторинга си го правим с Selk.
И други. И искаме и ти да станеш част от нашия екип.
La 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 la. Oh. T'as besoin de laisse manger.
Let's make a truce. A death challenge accepted.
QA challenge accepted.
Death challenge accepted.
QA challenge
Death challenge accepted.
QA
Death challenge accepted.
QA
Death challenge accepted. Challenge accepted.
From all over the world we come across for a conference made for pros by pros. For devs and QAs, this is the place to be, with top-notch speakers and lots of coffee and beer. So come join us in this journey so great, where we'll make new friends and celebrate coding skills and testing perfected. The attitude is always challenge accepted. IT people, let's raise the bar, learning, growing, going far, with open hearts and minds connected. Challenge accepted, challenge accepted. Accepted. The attitude is always challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. The attitude is always challenge accepted.
Please welcome, please welcome.
Последната лекция, но все пак ще имаме и очакваме ви в залата. Следващият лектор ще започне всеки момент в края на парчето.
Знаем, че бирата е вкусна, но в залата има мезе. Мозъчно мезе. Моля, заповядайте, заповядайте, не се блъскайте.
Явно бирате доста интересна тема.
Challenge accepted, challenge accepted. The attitude is always challenge accepted. Challenge accepted, challenge accepted. The attitude is always challenge accepted.
Welcome back, welcome back.
Challenge accepted.
Please come in. Моля, заповядайте. Просто вас чакайте.
Остава по-малко от една минута до началото на следващата лекция. Заповядайте, вземете и бирата с вас. Тя със сигурност също има какво да научи.
Beer accepted.
Challenge accepted, challenge accepted. The attitude is always challenge accepted. Challenge accepted, challenge accepted. The attitude is always challenge accepted. Challenge accepted.
Ето, виждам нет, така че можем да започваме. Щом нет е тук, дава знак, че всички са тук.
И така. Our next speaker comes from the United States.
And he has a typical American name, Dimitar Chulakov.
Dimitar Chulakov is actually from Ruse, Bulgaria.
But before graduating school, Dimitar and his family went to Canada. Later, he joined the University of Waterloo, and being one of the best students there, he soon was spotted by some of the top-notch companies in the USA.
His journey to his dream job passes through giants like Scotiabank, BMO Capital Markets, Amazon, Microsoft, and Google. But today, we're about to see his biggest achievement so far. To speak at our conference here and today, make some noise for Dimitar Ciolacco!
Hello, folks. How you doing? Alrighty. So Peter saved the worst for last, so you can relax, chill, enjoy the buzz from the beer. We're going to have a quick journey through a bunch of interesting failure scenarios that have happened in the past. Some have been quite impactful. I guarantee you at least one of them has impacted you directly, and you don't even know it just yet. We're going to have a conversation about the future, how we can make it better. We're going to talk about how we can learn from the past mistakes and how much worse things are going to get as well. At least that's my theory behind that. So the agenda for the day is we're going to cover who am I and why are we here. We're going to talk about once upon a time when things were simple and things didn't really break all that much. We're going to talk about how things kept getting worse and worse and more complex, more intertwined. We're going to talk about how other things outside of just software impact system availability and reliability, and how much deeper you got to think about the stack versus not. We're going to talk about how best intentions are the reasons why all the major failures are happening these days, how the road to hell is paved for them. We're going to talk about the sins of our forefathers, and sometimes the actual fathers themselves. And of course, we're going to talk about how we can save the children, because at the end of the day, right, we care about the children and the next generation. And we're going to wrap it all up with a nice, fun example. I'm going to save that for later. It's a bit of a fun one. And of course, a Q&A. Hopefully, we have time for that. Awesome. So our two presenters kind of beat me to it in terms of who I am. So there's going to be a bit of an overlap in there. Please bear with me. But first and foremost, who am I? As they already mentioned, I was born in the city of Russe. My family moved to Toronto, Canada when I was a teenager. I graduated from University of Waterloo, ended up working in Scotiabank and Bank of Montreal there, mostly because those were the two places that had major big systems that I find very interesting to work on. Then I moved over to Seattle because actually it was kind of like a joke. We decided just to go there, try it out, see how it goes. 11 years later, it was still there. I worked in Amazon, taking care of the checkout backend and the actual order processing end-to-end. We're going to talk about the scale in a little bit. Then Microsoft, mostly dealing with the larger planning of all the data centers and capacity management there. And then Google, more or less doing the same thing. So, personally, I'm very happily married. I have 2 beautiful kids and a little puppy, although the second kid kind of scares me, by the way. The puppy is not as big anymore, not as little anymore, and neither is the whole family. So that's about it. Cool. Next one. Oh yeah, in my spare time, I do a lot of judo. If I'm not doing judo, I do more judo. And if I'm not doing more judo, I'm at the track trying to not get wrapped up around a tree. Alrighty, so why are we here? So we're here to talk about the complex world of reliability, availability, the many shapes and sizes of it, how to navigate it, how to make it better, and how to leave the world a better place. Alrighty. Chapter 1, once upon a time. Once upon a time, things were easy. They were simple. Systems were easy. They worked in batches. There was no system-system interaction. In the good old days, problems were very isolated. They were very, small in scale. So when things broke, it was easy to know why, right? If a switch burns out, you can see it not lighting up. It was easy to fix. Banks still had paper ledgers. Everybody had backups to those systems because they weren't as reliable, so nobody assumed they would always work. So failures were kind of okay. But then as technology progressed, the things became more and more complex. People's reliance on these systems became more and more complex. Information technology became more integrated in everybody's lives. You needed a computer to withdraw money from the bank, to book a plane ticket. Systems became larger. They still became more integrated with each other. And complexities rose as we moved along. And still, things were still easy to fix. They weren't that complex. They weren't as real-time. They were more batch-based. They were more BBS type of interaction, which made it, again, easy. But then again, they kept on changing quicker and quicker. Quick question. Who knows what Sabre is? Anybody? Ooh, we know some people that know what Sabre is. So Sabre is the very first massively distributed system that was ever used by a lot of people. Sabre was created by American Airlines back in the 60s, and it replaced literally dozens of books yay thick where agents would have to sift through to find a connecting flight from A to B. Sabre became so important to the industry that right now, literally every online ticketing service that you use to buy a plane ticket uses Sabre in the back end. It is so powerful for American Airlines, they can ground every single plane they have right now, and they will still keep making more than 50% of their money in revenue. So that was the first one. That was the very big one, massively distributed system. Of course, if it goes down, they still have the paper copies. Cool. But as complexity started becoming, bigger, and we would rely more and more on these things, it gets a little bit scarier. For instance, we have a COBOL developer with 30 years of writing COBOL and nothing else, deciding to write their new .NET code. And they made all their variables global and not protected. So what could possibly go wrong? And I can tell you, it was a mess. It happened in one of the banks, and it took a while to clean up. But needless to say, people were able to see other people's accounts for a bit. We had another case of a fresh university grad that used the wrong encoding that messed up how addresses in Germany are displayed. And I can tell you the Germany post office was very unhappy about the lack of umlauts and the Strasse, the S in there. Then we had a fresh university grad that used the wrong data type, which led to an overflow and a very negative bank balance. And I can tell you this has happened multiple times in multiple banks. So it's not a one-off occurrence. We have another example of a fresh university grad, and yes, there is a pattern here, that fixed a piece of code that was written back in 1967. This was long before they were even born. And that fix caused a 2-day bank outage in one of the biggest banks in Canada. Thank goodness they actually had the paper ledgers because banks move very slowly. They operate very much the old way. That's why they keep making the same mistakes over and over again. But for 2 days, you walk into a branch because there was no computers available. You couldn't use an ATM machine. You go there and say, I need $100. And the bank had to trust you that you had $100 in your account. They would just write it up in the ledger. They would give you the money, and then you walk out. But then 2 days later, some poor soul in every branch across Canada had to go in and enter in all the data into the system. And in some cases, you had overdrawn your account. So they had to go chase after you to get their money back. Again, it was fun. So outside of this one, the other things were fairly, again, simple, easy to catch. You have ways to preventing these things happening even right now. So, where to now? As you venture into the land of reliability and availability, the further out we go, the scarier it gets. And as we go in, the forest got darker and scarier. In other words, shit got real. All right, cool. In today's world, we rely on technology a lot, right? And everything failing now becomes an actual life or death situation in some cases. Here are some examples. Flight controls, air traffic control. If that goes down, planes crash. So people die. You have integrated hospitals. In some parts of the world, everything is digital. You get hit by a truck, you got to get an X-ray. Before you get surgery, the surgeon has to see the X-ray to know what to cut, what not to cut. Well, if the system goes down, the surgeon can't see your X-ray. What happens? And that is something that has happened in the past, by the way, due to poorly configured hospital systems, but that's another story. Traffic systems. Every major city in the developed world uses a centrally controlled traffic system. If that goes down, accidents happen, people could die. So longer gone the days where we can say, if the system goes down, it's just somebody loses money. No, 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 people can actually die now. So the onus is on us as developers to make sure this thing actually doesn't happen. And if that wasn't scary enough for you, we also have the ballistic rockets targeting coordinates for the land-based nuclear fleet in the US. And by the way, I gotta mention, this is a story I've heard that I haven't been able to confirm myself, but that whole thing runs on a spreadsheet with Excel macros. So next time you complain about Excel not working well, like nuclear holocaust is literally run by Excel. So appreciate it. And of course, if that wasn't scary enough, as we know, the most important thing in everybody's lives is sharing our blessed life with our friends and family. And if that goes down, I mean, come on, might as well just send the nukes, right? Cool. So now let's look into a couple of examples of recent failures and things that have broken up in a fun way. So imagine there's a loud cloud storage provider. They push out a new code change that improves their control plane, makes it much faster, better, more reliable. That's kind of a pun. And the nature of this change, because it's a control plane, impacts the whole region. In this case, it was all of North America. And the change goes out, causes a massive brownout due to a zero-day bug in one of the lower levels of the control stage. And let's just say that, I can't go into details, but let's say the hardware controllers were involved and smoke was present. Now, natural reaction is the new code is bad, roll it back right away, right? Push the new code in. Absolutely. Yeah, the problem is the deployment system was down because that system had dependency on that cloud storage because it was so reliable up until that point. So what do then? Well, you load the old version on a USB key, you literally drive for 2.5 hours to the nearest data center, you plug in the USB key, and you deploy the old version in the code from there, breaking all of the best security practices that you shouldn't be doing, ever. But that's what was necessary. So remember, circular dependencies are going to bite you in the butt every single time. And if you didn't get the meme, Jesus is wearing a cross, but he hasn't gone to the cross yet, because he's still alive. All right, cool. Another example. This one has an even more fun twist. A social media giant updates their DNS code. And to make sure it's actually safe, they deploy it only to their internal servers first. Sounds good, right? We don't impact customers that are using our services. Well, the server goes down. And every single machine, as a result, in the whole company is unreachable because that was the internal DNS. Well, the solution, get the USB key, drive 2.5 hours, plug it in, and get it done. Not quite. Why? Because the batch system you use to get into the data center runs off the same internal servers, so you can't even get inside the DC. And most of the data centers these days are fully automated. You don't have people inside of them. They usually stay outside. So what do? Solution 2.0, run to the closest hardware store, buy an angle grinder, and physically cut out the door so you can get in and plug in the USB key while making sure the police department doesn't shoot you for breaking and entering. Cool. What about a non-technical dependency, right? Because everything else, like, it's in the stack. It's DNS servers, code, hardware of some sort. What about a non-technical dependency? So again, a global service provider launches there you go, we're back in. Has to launch a new product really, really fast. We have a conference coming in, it's really important, it's the keynote of the whole speaker conference. And then a crafty PM says, well, we got to launch it, but getting it through the regular DNS services is kind of a pain in the butt because it takes forever. We're just going to buy this little company over here and give them we got to get it done. And I can't get my corporate car right now, give them their personal one. 3 years later, the presentation was a success, everything was awesome, a lot of customers using this service now. 3 years later, the card expires. The DNS service company tries to renew the contract, but the payment bounces. They try and get in touch with the person that gave them the card, but that person no longer works in the company, so the email bounces. And they wait, wait a day, wait a week, wait a month, and at some point in time they say, well, you don't pay us, we're not going to give you service. And they cut it off. Panic ensues globally. That whole URL doesn't exist anymore. So that was the fun one to fix. And it's only because somebody used their personal credit card. A non-technical dependency for your service that impacts it globally. Of course, it was a fun postmortem to go through, and there's a new policy that explicitly forbids using personal credit cards for any company usage. Alrighty, so as we go deeper and deeper into these conversations, I just want to try and think about, do you really know what is the full end-to-end stack of dependencies of anything you use? Pick up your phone, pick a single app in there, and try and imagine what is the end-to-end stack that relies, right? It's really difficult to map it. And by the way, this is not a software thing, this is the map of the Tokyo subway. I just thought it looks cool. But it could be, right? So, chapter 3. Out of nowhere, some hardware broke. Again, if we own the availability and reliability of our systems, of our services, if we expect people to rely with their lives on what we do, we got to care about the full stack, including the hardware. So, this is probably known for some of you, but I just want to make sure we cover it, right? So we've got the OG bug, the original gangster of a bug, and why we call a bug an actual bug. Back in 1946, they were still building computers. Technology was still very mechanical in the computers itself. The relays would physically open and close. And they had lights and it was warm, so that light and warmth attracted a lot of moths. And one day, for a while, the machine just wasn't working right. And the engineers went in, looked around, figured out that in one of the relays, there was a moth that literally got killed, and it was preventing the relay from closing, preventing it from actually making contact, giving you the right, the math. They took out the moth, and because they're still learning about this technology, they put it in a book, in a ledger, that says, yeah, we had a bug in the system that caused a system failure. So that's why we call it bugs, because of an actual physical bug. So, what are some hardware failures that cause issues? A data center in Paris was lost due to a power substation fire caused by protests. So now we got to worry about geopolitical events. We had a few years prior to that, we as like all of North America, lost connectivity to Southeast Asia because there was a luxury condo being built in Hong Kong, and they cut through the whole fiber network backbone. Restoring that was a pain. It took forever. And yes, you had backups through satellites, but that connection is way slower, so that didn't work so well. But it can get worse. How much worse? Keep that picture in mind, it's going to come in place in a second. How about natural disasters? So the state of Virginia is home to the largest concentration of data center capacity in the world. We can talk in the Q&A why that is the case, but it is the case. Right now, there are 4.4 million square meters of capacity already available, like data center capacity present, with 5 million more coming live the next couple of years. That's like over 9 million square meters of actual data center space. The picture you see is the center of Sofia. The red box is 9 million square meters. It is that big. Imagine all of that just data center space, nothing else, racks. Now, the problem is that all of that disproportional capacity is located nearish to the Atlantic coast. And with global change, global warming, we have a lot more severe storms. So a few years ago, a hurricane rolled in, flooded a whole bunch of data centers, which went down. Traffic got routed to other places, but they weren't enough to handle the traffic, and you had a rolling brownout across all of North America. So these days, the weather forecast is part of daily Scrum, because you got to get ready for it. Now, if we didn't have to only worry about, if natural disaster was the worst thing, we also got to worry about sharks. That is a real picture. So this was in the early 2000s. Google engineers because Google has their own fiber network present throughout, in quite a few places. They were promoting, they were doing like a regular service, a regular undersea survey. And they noticed there was a shark that was just biting at the cable, like really chomping at it. You can actually go on YouTube, you can search for shark biting fiber optics cable, you'll find plenty of them. Because this was not an isolated incident. It happens all the time. It is one of the reasons why in Vietnam right now, they still don't have high-speed internet, because they weren't able to solve the shark problem. And yeah, the solution, Google had to engineer a new shark-proof fiber optic cable. It used a proprietary mix of Kevlar and steel and so on. So yeah, you gotta worry about sharks. And I personally really hope that the Meg is not a real thing, because then you can forget about posting pictures online. Cool. So, next chapter. Good intentions. And this is the gist of what we're going to talk about. The overwhelming majority of outages are caused by good people trying to do good work for good reasons. But because the world we live in is becoming so complex, things end up blowing up because we don't know the full thing. Again, remember my example with do you know how your app works end to end? Here's an example. So a crafty developer found a new object that was attached to an entity that is present in a larger document that they have to use for their order processing. It's in production, it works, it did exactly what they wanted to, it speeds up their time to market by months. Amazing, right? Who wouldn't use it? Well, 2 weeks later, after they launch in production, this whole thing just disappears, and the use case breaks, like the whole business line goes down the drain. Like, why? But where did the data go? Like, what happened with it? Well, there's a clue in the name. If you look at the object, near the end of it, there's this little warning. Somebody just didn't do a good enough job of reading it, or maybe assume that, oh, that's a leftover because it's running in production, and it works just fine. So again, good intentions. There's another example of unintended consequences, right? When you look at the larger data center management, you have to constantly move things around. You have to constantly optimize usage in different pools and make sure they're running as optimally as possible. If you have a pool that is running too cold, but one that is running too hot, you want to move things around, whether moving the demand or the capacity itself. And specifically when you do that with storage machines, there's extra complexity you got to worry about, which is data availability. If you pick the right machine to move in the right sequence, in the right place, you can end up with half of your bytes in a specific cluster sitting in a single rack. Now, what happens if that single rack goes out for maintenance? Best case. Worst case actually blows up. Well, you end up with data loss. Because somebody did the right thing of balancing the machines as quickly as possible without knowing about this particular rack going in maintenance fairly soon. Right? So, unintended consequences by doing good things only. So, this is really like my main idea. We're all screwed. Because the majority of most of the major outages we're going to experience in our lives as developers have already been put in place. There's nothing you can do about it outside of triggering them. There's a lot of zero-day bugs that we haven't caught. There's a lot of very complex interactions that have already happened that you don't know about that are there. So you will suffer because of decisions made by others years ago. And similarly, you will make others after you suffer because of decisions you're making today. In the next chapter, we're going to talk about how to minimize that pain as much as possible. Let me give you a more detailed example of what happens when you really want to do a good thing, and then it bites you in the butt years later. So this is a general, distributed architecture. Think of an application gateway. Cloud service where you can deploy your application, you can put it in. You have a fairly complex model behind the scenes where you have the application, different instances, user groups. We're going to go into that in a second. And the important thing is that everything in this system is an application, including the application itself, the application gateway. And as I mentioned, the model is fairly complex. This is not even scratching the surface of the actual reality. And of course, you want to be very distributed. You want to have different slices to minimize any blast radius. So you have slice 1, which is used for staging. Slice 2 is the actual, other prod cluster copies. And because nobody likes to use staging for actual production use cases, but you got a test in there, it's kind of like a pseudo-test environment, right? But it's in production. But because it's in production, it's used as a backup for the actual proper cluster. Data is synced up between the databases, between the slice 1 and slice 2. Now, there was a SVP demo that had to happen very, very quickly for a new version of that application gateway, which was supposed to be super cool. And in the dev environment, we had the proper, the new version of the application, which was copied over to the staging environment because we want to show the SVP that it works in production with real data, right? Makes perfect sense. And because we don't want to override the existing proper application, the proper app gateway, we created a new one. We just made a copy of the one in dev. We pasted it in staging, and of course we changed the name to, app gateways SVP demo. Once the demo was over, success, everybody cheers, everybody's happy, the object was deleted. Now, this is a very touchy system, and deleting objects is a scary thing. So the policy at the time was that you'd never physically delete an object. You only label it as deleted, because space is cheap, and nobody cared about it, right? So you have this name, this thing called an app ID, app gateway, SVP demo with an app ID of GUID1 that has a status of deleted. Cool. 6 years later, company policy changes. And now we say, well, we have a ton of these deleted objects that are just polluting the system, and they're causing issues for. So how about we just start deleting them permanently if they haven't been used in less than 3 months or a year? Doesn't really matter. It's less than 6 years, let's put it that way. So you have a little query that you put in place, and you start executing, and it says, hey, so for every application that has a deleted status of true, and go and purge all the objects associated to that application. And of course, afterwards, delete the actual app itself as well. You run the query, and of course, what do you see? Well, you find the app SVP demo, which is perfect, like go delete everything. Yeah, but you do the search based on app ID. And what was the actual application gateway GUID ID as well? It's the same one. Because when people copy the object, they never change the GUID. They never changed the GUID because the GUID was supposed to be unique. Nobody verified the GUID was unique when you copied it over. There were no checks and balances because it's actually quite expensive to check one ID across a very distributed system that is global. And people assume that a GUID is always unique, a globally unique ID. So the purge logic went in, killed the SVP demo copy, yay, go team, and then it killed in the actual proper gateway application. It deleted all the users, all the instances, all the private keys, all the public keys, everything. Gone. That was a fun few hours of restoring backups and trying to figure out what's happening. By that time, this application gateway is used by millions of people worldwide, and some data could not be recovered. So those are very uncomfortable calls being made to customers. So I guess more of the story is, don't copy test data into prod. So yeah, the whole thing just went down. Cool. So now that we know how horrible the world is, how do we make the world a better place for the folks that come after us, right? It doesn't have to be our children, but certainly the next generation of developers. So think about the children, okay? You got to think of a few things. You got to prevent outages from happening. You got to be able to detect outages when they happen. You got to be able to mitigate them really, really quickly. And you have to prioritize that work. And then, of course, you got to resolve any issues and rinse and repeat over and over. This is a continuous improvement process. It's not a one and done. So let's go over each one very quickly. Prevent. We are, as developers, are not paid, at least in my team anyways, we're not paid to cover the happy case. That is the easy part. We're paid to cover the edge cases, the failures that can happen without us knowing about them. So you got to think of these failure modes while you're doing the design, not once you're done coding and you're doing testing. That's too late. That's expensive at that point in time. Because it's expensive, you're more likely to be told, how likely is that to happen? We'll fix it later. I've seen to-do items in code written back in the 60s, which was not touched 40 years later. So don't do that. Think about reliability at all levels. You got to think about the code in IDE. This is where you have the proper style guides in your IDE. You have proper unit tests. That's how you protect against global variables written by a COBOL engineer. You have to think about the system integrations, how one system talks to the other. So these are your integration tests, having your proper staging environment, having a good version of what happens in production. Not a perfect thing, but you got to think about it. You got to get it done as quickly as possible, as much as possible. You got to think about the larger ecosystem. What are your continuous deployments looking like? Do you have stage rollouts? Do you have a way of minimizing the blast radius of any potential thing going someplace else? And a pro tip to some of you, because I've had this conversation more than one time, so I know it happens all the time. Having a single global fleet with more machines to which you deploy one at a time is not the same as having a fully segregated slices that are completely independent of each other. You have different failure modes in each one, but they're importantly, you have to stick to the second one, sorry. So, do you have any data center versus zone versus region versus global push? Which one is safer? How do you balance between these two? And do you know how your system behaves when something goes down versus if something acts weird? If I rely on data accuracy, can I trust that data comes my way, if it only comes my way? If the data is here all the time, then the system works, but does it work correctly? All of a sudden, you got to worry about that as well. You can't just believe that it's going to happen. And of course, all of that, you got to balance against your budget, because reliability is expensive. It is very, very expensive. Going from 3 nines to 4 nines is an exponentially more expensive endeavor. Going from 4 nines to 5, even more so. It's orders of magnitude more expensive. You need more locations, you need better distribution across the world. It is not cheap. So you got to balance it out. You got to know what your business case is. Cool. Detect. You got to have the right dashboards before you launch anything in production. You have to know exactly what constitutes health in your world. And there's some best practices I want to share. Number one, your dashboard has to be easy enough to comprehend. If you just had the best night of your life, you're drunk you're super, super drunk, and you get paged at 3 o'clock in the morning, you got to be able to say, I know what's broken, and it's right here, because it's visible. That is the bar you want to have for yourself for your dashboards. If it requires any more cognitive skill than that, it's too complex. You got to figure out what are the right things to measure. What are the upper and lower bounds of acceptable values for each of these things? What are your SLOs, SLAs, et cetera, et cetera? You got to be able to figure out what is the right tooling you need to have to pick the right data. And of course, you got to have different layers so you can dig into different places. And again, this is a design time activity. You can't think about your key metrics once you write your code. Refactoring those in is expensive. It takes a while. And I also guarantee you're not going to think about the right things. So you have to know, during design time, what are my metrics for success? How do I know my system runs right and runs well? Granularity matters. Too fine-grained, you can't see the forest for the trees. It'll be too noisy. Too coarse-grained, and you end up not being able to process a single order in Canada because you bundled the Canadian orders with the US orders, and the ratio is 1 to 50. So you had no idea that something was broken in Canada. This is back from my Amazon days. And of course, you got to define your SLO and SLAs and balance them with your ability to support them. You may want to have a 5-9 availability, but do you have the right support structure in place? Do you have a globally distributed team that can handle 24/7 scenario? Yes or no? Most cases, it's a no. I guarantee you that most places that say they have a 4 or 5-9 availability actually don't. and you know about it, I mean, you have it until you don't. Mitigate. Do you have a launch and rollback plan when you push new changes out? Can you undo changes very quickly? Do you even know what the recent changes were? Do you have the ability to understand that information? How fast can you push out new changes once you know something is broken? You know, do you have the angle grinder ready in your car, or do you have to buy a new one? That stuff matters. Then, do you have the right people available to help you solve the problem? Can you get in touch with the right people? Do you even know who they are, depending on the specific thing that breaks? These are, again, think of the big systems. These are complex ways. You have to have the right structure. You have to have the right process in place. And of course, you got to prioritize them. It is very easy to always chase after the new shiny business initiative and to leave technical debt behind. We had a couple of speakers that talk about this already. It is difficult to prioritize, but you have to do it. You have to bring the right engineering excellence best practices, and you have to build the right culture of improvement in there. So, you gotta find this balance between reliability, availability, and business goals. This is where you as engineers need to hold your management accountable, and management needs to empower you to hold them accountable. If that's not happening, go get a new manager. Cool. Do not normalize deviancy. It's the broken window syndrome. You say, this is small, I'm going to fix it later. Later never comes. Have a high standard of what works, what doesn't, and what would be a massive issue later versus now. And of course, resolve it. This one's easy. Just fix the damn thing. Like, if you know something is broken and it's caused an issue, you're going to fix it. That's an easy one. Rinse and repeat. That's a hard one. You need repeatable processes. You need to build a culture of engineering excellence in the team. So people have to lose sleep over things that are breaking. Cool. Now, things broke. The patient is dead. What do we do now? Well, you have two ways of approaching things. You can learn from your mistakes and evolve and do better, or you can take the theological approach and pray, hope for the best. Personally, I prefer my operational life to be very boring. I don't like excitement in my life. So let's focus on that for a bit. So all the major tech companies have some sort of a post-mortem process that basically, it's a very formalized process for a reason. There are very mandatory steps for a reason, because we want to make it repeatable. We want to make sure that it happens every time something breaks. And it's not half-assed one day versus the other, right? Google has a blameless postmortem, that's the name of it. Amazon has a correction of error, a COE. Microsoft has a post-incident report, PIR. And these things are more or less the same. There's some variations, but the process is kind of like more or less the same. First and foremost, what's the timeline? You gotta know what happened. You gotta understand what happened, what were the key events, when did the incident start, how long did it take us to detect the incident? Did we try and fix it? How long did it take us to fix it? How much time did it take us to actually resolve it? That tells us our ability to mitigate, tells us our ability to understand the problem, and so on and so on. And you want to drive that down as much as possible. What actually happened? Who did what? Those are key things. Then you got to embrace your 3-year-old, your internal 3-year-old. You got to keep asking why. Something broke. Why? I don't have money. Why? Because I spend it. Why? Because I like drinking. Why? Because I had a rough childhood. Maybe, maybe not. You know, why? And so on and so on. You keep on going until you get to the actual end where there's no more whys to be asked. That's going to lead you down to a lot of different paths. And each of these paths must have at least one or more root causes. The root cause, well, you also need to, before you even get there, is like, well, you got to understand where you got lucky, right? Did you get lucky with something going very much your way and having a less of an impact? So did you pick a 4-leaf clover, or did you have bad luck and you had a no-leaf clover in there, right? Usually we over-bias on being unlucky and we say, this would never happen again. And we simply under-bias on being lucky, where things could have been much worse, but we didn't know about it because we got lucky. So that's important. And then, yeah, that drives the urgency of fixing things. Going down to the root causes, as I mentioned, every why path needs a root cause. That's how you guarantee that you're fixing things holistically. You got to look at what each cause was, why, what, how, when, etc., etc. And of course, there's many different ways you can do that analysis. I'm not going to go through each one of them because I'm out of time, actually. So we're going to hurry it up a little bit. But the idea is that every root cause then has an action item. That is how you actually improve your system, you make things better, and you move along. Every root cause has at least one or more action items, no exceptions. Each EA must have an owner and an ETA, otherwise it's just a best wish. And each EA has to have an action, like ideally we want to link it to something that is in the system, and we need to have a process, a mechanism of reminding us what we got to go fix, because otherwise it's going to break. And yeah, so usually they go into categories of prevent, detect, mitigate, same as what we do before, right? Fix and so on. So once again, I can't stress this enough. Do not normalize deviancy. It is the reason why bad things happen. It is the reason why people get used to things being done the wrong way, and then you continue doing it the wrong way until they blow up in your face and you got to pay the price. I keep telling every new hire that I have in the team that for the first 6 months of their lives in the company, any place you go, you have a superpower. And that superpower is not knowing a thing. And because you don't know anything, you're going to have a ton of questions. And some things are not going to make any sense because you just lack the context. Other things are not going to make any sense because it is actually stupid. So write them all down. After 6 months, you're going to get used to the stupid things, guaranteed. And you won't pay attention to them anymore. So write them down, have a chat with your team after 6 months and say, hey, this still makes no sense. It's still stupid. Why are we doing it? Don't get used to it. And please, for the sake of our children, don't try and get better, right? Like, take this to heart, try and make the systems as resilient as possible, and make it easier at least to recover from those outages for the next generation. Cool. And I said a fun wrap-up. Let's say you've done everything perfect, and your system is the most reliable thing in the world. You have N9's availability, where 9 is greater than 100. You can still get to experience some excitement from an operational point of view. I'll give you one example. This was a few years ago. Amazon had just launched in India a few months prior to this incident. Things were going smoothly, everything was great. And then all of a sudden, traffic drops down to 0, just wham, like a rock. Alarms go off, people freak out. In my world, we had something like 250 first-line dependencies, 750 second-line dependencies. Ceph0, Ceph calls get spun up, everybody's there. About 150 people on the call trying to figure out what the hell's going on. And everything is okay. All the dashboards are fine. Everything is okay, just traffic is down to 0. In somewhat of a desperation, because we thought maybe another cable got cut, we called one of the local network providers to see what's going on their end. And that person was very grumpy because we interrupted him watching the Cricket World Cup, which was happening at the time, and we had India and Pakistan going for the finals. So literally the whole country was watching the game, and nobody was shopping. So there was nothing broken, but alarms went off, and people freaked out. So since then on, major sporting events are now part of daily Scrum as well. All right, cool. So I don't know if you have more time for Q&A, but I don't know. Do we? Oh, yeah, we have time for Q&A. Any questions? Nobody wants to know why Virginia has so many data centers? Oh, come on. That was an easy one. No? Okay, fine. I'm not going to tell you. Quite a few reasons. Number one, tax incentives. It is really, really cheap to build a data center in Virginia. Number two is there's a lot of military bases, and the birthplace of the internet was in Virginia, and as such, there's a lot of good fiber optic infrastructure in there. All of the transatlantic cables, at least most of them, land in Virginia. So it's a very convenient place for that. But mostly because of tax incentives. No, they're sharks. It's just now we have the right cables in place. Awesome. Anybody else? All right, cool. Well, in that case, I'll wrap it up, and I'll be at the speaker screen if anybody wants to chat some more. Thank you so much, folks. Everyone.
Thank you. It was really interesting. And if you have any questions, you can find him in the beers corner.
Last call for your donation. This is your final opportunity to contribute to our charity cause and get a t-shirt. After the break, we'll tally up and review the total funds collected up to this point.
By the way, you could still donate after that point, but your donation will be counted towards the QA fund for tomorrow.
And now
beer break with probably the best beer in the world. See you again in 1730.
Increasing software complexity and new technologies in software-defined vehicles require a different repair strategy and solution. Luxoft solves the related challenges as a true partner, accelerating your transformation to digital vehicles and services. Because of the software's complexity, a regular mechanic will, on his own, not be able to analyze it, to find an issue's root cause, and to finally fix it. To effectively process the related huge amount of log and environment data, AI-supported remote services are required. Based on this data from the integrated central onboard diagnostics and intelligent in-vehicle edge pre-processing, a service expert can virtually access the vehicle in a mobility operations center, find the issue's root cause with AI-guided remote diagnostics, and fix it securely and safely with smart over-the-air updates or services operations. DXC Luxoft Advanced Diagnostics and Connected Platforms. Live in the future now.
Welcome to InfoPulse Bulgaria, part of a global IT company with more than 30 years of experience in providing IT services to customers in more than 40 countries around the world. Our team is constantly growing. This moves us forward and motivates us to become a major part of the local IT market. We firmly believe in our values: involvement, flexibility, openness and innovation. They help us build strong collaborative relationships with our specialists and customers and achieve even greater efficiency and operational flexibility. We offer a wide range of services and we're ready to contribute to the development of all industries. With our current focus on finance and insurance, manufacturing and agricultural telecom industries, we strive to enhance the expertise of our specialists and meet the specific needs of our customers. As a global and reliable service provider, we assist our clients in innovating and achieving scalability, enhanced efficiency, and operational agility. People are our greatest asset, and our strength comes from our unity. We're not just colleagues, but a team of friends with innovative thinking. We support each other as one big family, and we all strive to build the future together. We're waiting for you at InfoPulse Bulgaria.
Welcome everybody to our new home.
We are here today to celebrate the Flutter International reopening the office in Sofia.
To create meaningful moments, we have created areas where our colleagues can collaborate, have fun, or enjoy some quiet time during work while still enjoying the office.
One team, we're hiring. Join now at careers.flutterinternational.com.
Welcome to Blind Factor.
Един за всички, всички за един. Или All for Eight, както ще го чуеш на езика на IT мускетарите от Labo 8. Какво? Какви мускетари? Този тук е талисманът на Labo 8. Избрали са го, защото и те като мускетарите са супер задружни и отдадени на това, което правят. Така че честна мускетарска може да им довериш, ако не живота, то поне най-важния си софтуерен продукт. В лаба им в България може да видиш как един супер силен екип гради продукти с скандинавско качество. Портфолиото им е доста любопитно. От софтуер, който се използва на Международната космическа станция, през приложения за любители на триатлон, до платформи, които създават нови тенденции в маркетинга. Хващат един продукт и го разкостват. От стратегия през дизайн до техническа имплементация и всичкото това в дългосрочно партньорство с клиентите им. И цялата тази работа се случва в среда, за която знам, че си мечтаеш. Страхотна банда са, а само да видиш и останалите... По-добре не се бави, ами пиши на Дилянчето и пробвай и ти да влезеш в отбора на мускетарите от Labo 8.
Здравей! Тук съм, за да ти покажа какво е да работиш в DraftKings.
На първо място, ние сме глобална технологична компания, която разработва приложения за дигитални спортни развлечения. Екипът ни се състои от хиляди хора на различни места по света. В България сме екип от над 1000 души и разполагаме с 2 офиса. В София и в Пловдив. Какво правим в офиса ли? Работим! Срещаме се по залите, обсъждаме стратегии. Като цяло, в офиса е супер. Но разбира се, имаме опция да работим и от вкъщи. Или от близкото кафене.
Разработваме софтуера си с Netcore, TypeScript и React.
Тук съм аз. И правим дейта стриминг с Kafka и раутинг с RabbitMQ. Деплойваме в Kubernetes, в AWS и GCP. Ползваме комбинация от SQL и NoSQL бази данни, а мониторинга си го правим с Selk.
И други. И искаме и ти да станеш част от нашия екип.
Let's make a truce. A death challenge accepted.
QA challenge accepted.
Death challenge accepted.
QA
Death challenge accepted.
QA
Death challenge accepted. Death challenge accepted. Challenge accepted.
From all over the world, we come across for a conference made for pros by pros. For devs and QAs, this is the place to be, with top-notch speakers and lots of coffee and beer. So come join us in this journey so great, where we'll make new friends and celebrate coding skills and testing perfected. The attitude is always challenge accepted. IT people, let's raise the bar, learning, growing, going far, with open hearts and minds connected. Challenge accepted, challenge accepted. Accepted. The attitude is always challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. The attitude is always challenge accepted.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. Did you enjoy probably the best beer in the world? We're moving on probably the funniest part in the conference.
The lightning talks.
The rules are follows.
Each of our lightning speakers has a tight 5-minute slot on stage to discuss a topic of their own choice. Explicit advertising, however, is not recommended. It is not prohibited, but the audience doesn't like that.
When those 5 minutes are up, you hear a sound like this. Sound like this.
Dong! It sounds something like this. Dong!
That sound signals the end of the...
Okay, this is the gong of our conference. Ooh.
This signals the end of the speaker's time.
And when you hear that sound, you have to make a big noise by applauding them to encourage them to go off the stage.
Now it's time to pass the mic to our first brave Lightning Talk speaker.
Spasimir Pavlov!
Hello, and thank you all for being here. After a lot of self-convincing, I managed to make myself take this honestly amazing opportunity to quickly talk about a subject that us as developers very commonly look past and we don't want to deal with, which is cybersecurity. Most of us are not cybersecurity specialists, so we don't think that we can really do anything that can have any real effect on our applications or anyone else's applications. But it turns out that as developers, we actually have the potential to find some really critical vulnerabilities in both our applications and also other people's. And I wanted to tell you a personal story of mine, which happened about a year and something, a few months ago, where I managed to find a vulnerability that allowed me to download lists of full names, addresses, and social security numbers of teachers and students from all schools in Bulgaria, from the biggest school platform that's essentially used by every single school in this country. And I didn't really have any previous cybersecurity skills. All I did was I just wanted to test how the platform was made. So I opened it up, I went into my DevTools, and I looked at the different functionalities of the platform, and I thought, which one do I not want to make? Which will be the most complicated, the one where I will probably cut the most corners, will forget the most checks, and will do something wrong. And I looked around, and there weren't too many of those, unfortunately, but one of them was a file upload in Messages. And so I started to look there. I simply uploaded a file to look at how the server communicates with the client. And so that after uploading a file, it gives me a single ID of the file. And I thought that those were sequential IDs, which are really easy to guess, since anything less than the current one will almost always be a valid file. And so to verify, I then uploaded a second file, and lo and behold, the ID was the same as the previous, +1, which basically confirmed my hypothesis. And so then I went on to actually send a message to see how the server communicates what files are attached to a message. And I saw that in the actual request, there is a field for file IDs. And I thought, am I actually, if I was making this, would I actually check in the database that these files were uploaded by the current user? And I said no, at least as a prototype, I wouldn't. I would just completely skip that check, which is not a good idea. But it turns out that's exactly what they did as well. So I just pulled out some random numbers, and I attached them in this file IDs field, and I sent the request, and the server very kindly just gave me a random file name that I did not upload and just allowed me to download it. And after I knew that this was a vulnerability that I can exploit, I just simply spared 2 to 3 hours to write a quick Node.js script that just sends a message and extracts 100 random files from the system. And after playing a little bit with it, thinking that I would only get some homework assignments or just profile pictures of people, I started to see a lot of user data that I probably wasn't supposed to see, which would allow me to essentially blackmail people, which is not a good idea. And this is when I realized that I had found something that's actually pretty bad. And so I uploaded, I didn't upload, I sent an email to the admins of the platform describing the issue, saying what could have potentially caused it, some potential fixes, even though that's really not what I should have done, that's their job. And just sent it over, thinking that that would be the end of it. And they responded after a few days, they thanked me for it, and everything went quiet. And after about a week, I got an email asking me for a bank account, and so I gave it to them, and they just gave me 250 euros for finding this vulnerability.
That was a great talk. Spasimir, your applaudissements.
And the next speaker is Shteriana Shopova. Please applause.
Заповядай.
Hi everyone, I'm Shteriana Shopova, and I'm here to tell you about upcoming challenge. So I know you all love events such as this one, which is great, and kudos to the organizers for such a great event. The next one will be on the 4th and 5th November here in the Jonathan Asson Forum, and it's called OpenFest. So OpenFest is a conference, the biggest in Bulgaria, dedicated to free and open source software and also free knowledge sharing, free art and whatnot. It's entirely free. There is no fee for attending. There is no registration, and it's entirely run by volunteers. So we are looking for help, and we are asking you to join us. You can apply for a volunteer at the form on the website. Right now, the call for papers is already closed, but we have that site opened, vote.openfest.org, which you can also open following the QR code link. And we have all the talk submissions there. You can help us decide which are the best talks for the conference. We're also looking for sponsors and partners who will support us for the event, since, as I mentioned, it's entirely run by volunteers and we don't have any admission fees, so we really count on support from our sponsors. You can also get a great t-shirt. We do give them away to people who donate to the conference. And we are really looking forward to seeing you there, 5th and 4th November, Jonathan Asson Forum. Thanks so.
Very much. And the next speaker is
Georgi Dimitrov.
Georgi Dimitrov.
Please applause.
Hi everybody, I'm Georgi Dimitrov, and today I'm gonna take a bit of a different turn. And yeah, now my time has started. And I'm actually gonna talk about software development, but not from coding skills or soft skills or something else. How I, in my personal opinion, would recommend a lot of people here would benefit from doing something different and actually becoming better software developers. And I named my talk microservices, microtransactions, and micro something else. So what would that micro something else be? Well, a lot of us spend a lot of time sitting down. And sure, you have those lifting desks. How many of you have lifting desks? The whole 3 people in the, oh, well, maybe there's 5 of you. Most of us spend our lives sitting down, our professional lives, and then for recreations, we sit down in front of the TV, scroll, scroll, scroll. What I suggest is spending 45 minutes a day, not in bulk, actually taking care of your body, because your body houses your most important tool, your mind. And also, you know, carpal tunnel sucks, lower back pain sucks, all of those things, not great. So, what will I suggest? Well, as I said, microservices, microtransactions, why not micro workouts? How would you go about something like this? You know, we're all busy, you're sitting in meetings the entire day. Let's say, and this is personal experience, 6 hours of meeting today. There is literally no way I'm going for a run. Well, what I can do instead is lunges. I have 10 minutes to take a bathroom break in between meetings. You stand up from your desk, you walk to your bathroom using lunges, not your normal walk. Sure, you look like a fool, but hey, home office, I don't care. I personally wouldn't care, I would do it in the office too, but that's personal preference. Other examples, you're sitting in the 4-hour meeting known as, well, I actually forgot the name of the meeting. You know, it's 4 hours, you're sitting in there, you're on camera because that's the corporate rules. So what do? Well, deep squats are a very, very good option there. So my suggestion is spend time on your bodies. And another poll, how many of you would actually, want to lose some weight and be more active in their lives? With hands up. Oh, very few. Nice. I myself would want to be more active, and that's why I actually do what I actually practice what I preach. And personal experience backed up with a decent amount of research. Doing those things will make your life better. Almost all research agrees. Including sports in your life will make your cognitive abilities better, it will make you happier, it will make you more productive. Win-win-win. Of course, the downside, we don't have time. That's straight up not true. If you have kids, that's the easiest solution. Just do what your kids do. Look at the way they move and do the same things as they do. You're going to find them a lot more challenging than a 7-year-old is going to find them. I've seen 7-year-olds, hey, let's warm up. Sure, and I'm doing a split. Sure. That's, if you try to mimic your kids as adults, because a lot of you probably have kids, that's workout. That's good workout. Just be pedantic about it. Try to follow concepts. Try to follow protocols. And follow this micro workout mindset. You have a workout today. You don't have time? Sure, just put on your shoes, step out of the house. You decide you don't have time, get back in, sit in front of your desk. First of all, I bet you half of the times you're actually going to go for the run, and the other half, you're just reinforcing the habit. A lot of this, I'm going to mention a book I know advertisement was not too supported, but James Clear, Atomic Habits. I would say a lot of the things that I practice, I learned from this book. And try micro workouts. If you want to bug me on my protocols, do find me outside. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And the next
talk
speaker
is
Anton
Chulakov. He is one of the Deaf of the Year Awards nominee, as you know. So you will see him again.
Thank you very much. All right, people, as you heard already, my name is Anton Chulakov. Everybody calls me Tony. Most of you know me as Tony. I usually talk a lot. I don't have much time, as you see, so I'm going to try to be as quick as possible. And I'm not going to talk about development. I'm not going to talk about testing or DevOps or whatever. So yeah, probably that's important to you. It's important to me as well, because that's how I make money at the end of the day. But today I'm going to talk about something that we call AMTIS. And a lot of people has asked me, what the hell is that? And what are these? So guys, I'm going to promote something. I checked with some people. They said it's okay, so I'm doing it. In Bulgarian, it's Аз мога тук и сега. In English, it's I can do it here and now, or something like that. And I want to ask you, how many of you heard the phrase that your colleagues are your family? Raise your hand. You heard it, right? How many of you believe that it's true? Oh, God. All right, that's not true. Your colleagues are not your family, but we are. What we do in AMTIS, or Аз мога тук и сега, is that we became family. Our thing, we're not making money. We're actually making people believe in their dream. And we believe that the I, us, it's not the most important thing in the world. It is more important the set of words can, here, and now. As Pasimir, as Evgeny is going to do it in about 3 minutes. So we make people believe that they can do it. We're doing IT contests, we're doing foreign languages contests, we're doing Super Summer Academy, we're also doing the so-called March of Inspirers, so everyone can invite us in their school. The only thing they need to provide is basically a place, a hall or school hall or whatever. some place that we can gather up and talk to the students, to the people in general, about who we are, what we do, and try to inspire you guys. So yeah, we're trying to do that. We're trying to be that. As I said, we don't do it for money. We do it for our kids, for your kids. So if you have students, if you have kids, if you have colleagues or whatever, I really do recommend just check our site or drop me a message in LinkedIn or whatever, and I'll be more than happy to answer any questions that you may have. And we usually do that in Devin, all the contests that we have, all the events, and we shout a lot. We love saying, аз мога тук и сега, and we do it in Devin. But today we're in Sofia, and actually it's the first time that we're going to do it. We have a small group right here. That group is a mix of ex-students, part of our so-called alumni club. We also have students which are here and now and show us that they can do it, they can do anything. So I want to ask you guys, let's shout it out here in Sofia. So 1, 2, 3. That's it, thank you.
Thank you very much, Tony. Next up is Evgeny Danailov. На здраве, моето ученик.
Test. Hello, I'm Evgeny Danayov. I'm in 12th grade. I'm from PGA Plovdiv. Wait, okay. And today I want to talk about the time I fixed a bug in Counter-Strike and also didn't get credited for it. So there was this period in my life when I was 17 and I was playing a lot of Counter-Strike. I was playing like 8 hours a day. And I updated my computer to Windows 11. And the game started taking like a minute to launch. It wasn't quite a minute, it was like 30 seconds, 40 or something, but it's meant to launch in like 5. And I got so mad that I ended up reverse engineering the client, and I brought out a profiler, and I found out it was taking most of that time in some random function, and it was going there from a hook that Valve had installed using their anti-cheat. So basically, the game has 2 anti-cheats. One is called the Valve anti-cheat. The other is called Trusted Mode. And turns out what Trusted Mode does is every time you open a file, it's going to scan it. Every time the game itself opens a file, Trusted Mode is going to scan it. It's going to hash the file. It's going to compare it to make sure it's not a cheat or something, and it will block it if it's not recognized. And turns out it's doing that, not just to DLLs, it's doing it to pretty much everything. And while the game is launching, it's not actually rendering anything. It's not doing anything, but the game overlay that Steam, the client, okay, this is a little complicated. Steam is the thing where you launch the game from, and it has this little overlay for like your friends list and stuff. And the overlay is attempting to load Direct3D9, OpenGL, etc., a bunch of graphics libraries, and it's doing this thousands of times a second, and every single time, Trusted Mode is hashing the file, and this takes like, I don't know, it's not much, but it's doing it thousands of times. It is stalling the game. So I opened up IDA Pro. It's a tool for reverse engineering, and I looked into what exactly they were doing, and I compared what it's doing on Windows 10 and what it's doing on Windows 11. And I found out that the difference was that on Windows 11, Microsoft had made a undocumented change to an undocumented function. So again, kind of makes sense. They changed one flag. Previously, it would be set to, I think it was 20 in Windows 10, and it was 21 in Windows 11 or something like that. I don't quite remember. And CSGO, Counter-Strike, was checking that this was equal to 20. The flag used was equal to 20. This is a little complicated. I don't have much time, so I can't really go into too much detail. But essentially, what was happening is Microsoft made this tiny change, and it made the game launch 40 seconds slower. Valve did not care. People had been complaining about this for like a full year. Valve did not do anything about it. And so I did a proof of concept fix. The fix was changing a 20 to a 21. And Valve, when I emailed them about this, did not respond. They're very well known for this. They did not respond. And then about half a month later, not half a month, half a year later, Counter-Strike 2 releases in closed beta. And they had implemented my fix. I was not credited or contacted, but they had implemented my fix. And the game now launched correctly. But they never fixed it in CSGO, so this went on for another 6 months until they finally actually released the new game. That's about it.
That was great, thank you.
And
the final speaker, lightning speaker, is someone who's called Peter.
Peter.
No one knows him.
Peter Sevev.
Well, I wasn't going to sign up, but I got inspired by Spasimir and his first talk. So in the last minute, I just wrote down my name. I just have several seconds to talk you about the topic I was inspired about. So first, if you haven't heard in the morning, we have given 40+ tickets for high school students this year. And we have 2 of them already contributing on the conference. So this will not be the last year. Definitely respect for those young talents who are our future colleagues. I'm sure about that. Now, I'll put the hat of security officer because we are all creating different software applications, and many of us create such applications that are quite exposed to the public. And trust me, there will be people like Spasimir who are talented or who are skilled or both or just curious or intentionally trying to find problems. There will probably be security and vulnerability risks in your application that will be found by external people. And here comes the problem. Many of those people may be really good towards your company with very good intentions, and they may not disclose the security or vulnerability because your company, according to many laws in different countries, can sue them for unauthorized hacking. So we have a problem. We want to know about good intended people who want to report bugs and security problems, and at the same time, we can sue them. So what's the solution? The solution is responsible disclosure policy. So Google it, check if your company has responsible disclosure policy, check with your legal if needed, but make sure that if your application has some vulnerability risks exposed to the public and the public finds those risks, they will be very confident about disclosing those problems to you officially. That's it. Thank you.
Well, these were the lightning talks for our second edition of Dev Challenge Accepted, a conference with a cause.
We are happy to announce up to this point we have gathered 1,845 leva to help Lazar Radkov and his cause Caps for the Future for buying a neonatal ambulance.
Thank
Please
you.
applause. Thank you.
This is your contribution for that wonderful cause. And now, quick announcement about our after party. For the very first time, we are introducing quiz night. So gather up your team up to 5 people. And now, the moment we have all been waiting for.
An announcement from Sofia Tech Park.
Please welcome to the stage the Executive Director of Sofia Tech Park, Mr. Todor Mladeno.
Challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. Reality is always challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. Reality is always challenge accepted.
Dear guests, dear participants, I'm really glad that I have the opportunity to say a few words tonight. Me and my team, we are very happy that we are doing this event together with you for probably N times. And it is getting bigger and bigger, more attractive, and probably more helpful and bringing more value to every one of you that experienced those 2 days. I'd like to say just a few words using the opportunity to be tonight here with you to say a few words about Sofia Tech Park, and I'm really sure that you are enjoying this place, being on a conference. But anytime you are also invited and welcome to visit us, to see some of the things or services we are providing, to feel some of the facilities, like you can always come to the incubator. We provide services, mentoring, incubation, acceleration for small companies, for ideas even that are experiencing their startup page. You can come and visit some of the nicest places in Sofia Tech Park, the research labs, where you can actually meet and talk to one of the, let's say, most experienced Bulgarian researchers, so you can test some of your ideas there. And you can enjoy walking in the park. You can come to our excellent, wonderful sport complex, playing tennis or some football, basketball, or whatever. So enjoy your stay tonight and tomorrow, and I wish you all the best, and see you many times in ahead.
Thank you very much. Mr. Todor Mladenov. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next in the row comes...
Next
in the row comes our Dev of the Year award. We have 3 very respected nominees who have contributed a lot to the developers community.
Let's welcome on the stage nominee number 1, Anton Chulakov.
Challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. Reality is always challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. Reality is always challenge accepted.
Anton Chulakov is an IT veteran who's been steering high-performing front-end teams across Sofia and Plovdiv in Bulgaria and Niš in Serbia. He is cornerstone at Pliant.io, where he's been a pivotal in shaping our low-code API-driven automation platform and enterprise UI solutions. But what really sets Anton apart is his tireless dedication to education and mentorship. Anton has left an important mark on the IT community. His contributions range from organizing major IT contests for students to creating web development courses that are part of the educational curriculum in Bulgaria. Simply put, Anton is not just building software, he's building the future of the IT sector by mentoring and educating high school students in Аз мога тук и сега. Аз мога тук и сега! As well as university students. Applause.
Let's welcome on our stage the next nominee, Martin Chaov. Please applause for Martin.
Martin is the man who's been charting the course of strategic projects aimed at system quality, performance, and AI tech at DraftKings. Not just content with leading, he's committed mentor guiding team leaders through the nuances of SDLC. Outside the office, Martin is nothing short of a community builder. Whether it's fueling Hackcafe Plovdiv or crafting courses in collaboration with Sofia University, he's the guy making it happen. He's also an invaluable ally to event organizing across many platforms, speaking at many conferences worldwide, including our very own Challenge Accepted events. In short, Martin doesn't just contribute code, he writes the narrative for what community and professional development should look like in IT.
Martin, ciao. And last but not least, our third nominee, the person who has been on our stage today already, Nedelcho Nikolov.
Challenge accepted, challenge accepted. Reality is always challenge accepted. Challenge accepted, challenge accepted. Reality is always challenge accepted.
Not just a fixture at OpenFest and our own Challenge Accepted events, Net is a dynamo in PHP and AWS communities here in Sofia. When he's not geeking out at meetups, he is in the trenches at NetPulse, serving as both a team lead and trusted advisor. His mentorship has not only created new team leaders, but also propelled individuals up to their game in knowledge and skills. And let's not forget his knack for innovation. Net has introduced workflow practices that are now standard across his organization, even spearheading a hackathon to boost teamwork. Bottom line, Net is the sort of leader who doesn't just clock in and out. He makes a lasting impact inside and outside the office.
Well, we have 3 nominees and only 1 award.
Now, the rules of the voting were as follows. The winner is the person who gets most points from voting. Half of the points are determined by votes from our 10-member jury, renowned software engineers and change makers, namely
Dinko Tanev, managing partner at Lab08. Doncho Angelov, director enterprise solutions at Musalasoft. Leon Anavi, software engineer and an open source enthusiast. Nikola Volchanov, managing partner at Upiatech. Plamen Mandujiev, director at Affinity Capital Exchange. Raina Stankova, software engineer at VMware. Sava Varadjakov, head of platform engineering at Beat. Simeon Monov, technical lead at Stripes Group. Stefan Vartolomeev, founder and managing director at DevCraft. Svetlin Nakov, co-founder at SoftUni. The jury has voted and you can see the results on the screen. Keep in mind that the points for the person vote as number 1 are triple, and the person votes as number 3 gets no points. That is how we get to these results.
And as you see, the jury's favorite is Martin Chauf.
And the second favorite is Anton Chulakov.
But nothing is clear until we see what's the vote of the public. And the public vote following same rules as these, which we previously mentioned. Well, as you see, things look reversed here, and now we know that Net will definitely not win the award, but he wanted to be booed on, so let's give one last boo for him. Boo! Whoa. Such a rude audience. I have never seen such a rude attitude to a man at the third place. So, well, let's see who is the big winner. And I'm sure his name starts with Ch. Chulakov or Chauf. Chulakov or Chauf.
So, as we merge the votes for the jury and the public, and at the end, we get our big winner, and that is...
Whoa, our calculations show that the difference in the voting are just 6 votes and would have different results, so the award is virtually split. We need a photo finish here.
So the big winner is
Anton Ciulakov! Поздравление на вас.
Поздравление.
This is a special feature of our statue. Congratulations, and let's hear your big applause for all the 3 nominees, but the most of them for the winner, Anton Ciulakov.
Do you want
to say something?
Yeah. Oh, okay. That was unexpected. Okay, I said a few words literally 20 minutes ago. Just one last thing from me. First of all, thank you. Thank you a lot. And second of all, I have always had one favorite word in the world. And that favorite word is inspire. So most probably in this room, there are a lot of people who are better developers than me, who are better management people than me, who are better at product or Scrum or whatever than me, especially in design, most probably. But I want to ask you guys to do one simple thing. And that simple thing is share and inspire the people around you. Let them step on your shoulder and let them become better than you. That's what we do is all about, so thank you.
Thank you. And congratulations.
But we are not done with the prizes. Not only our nominee had a chance to win a prize, prizes, each of you who is here for the long-awaited prize draw has the chance to win some fantastic gifts from our sponsors.
A quick disclaimer about our volunteers. These people has been helping make the conference better voluntarily. They're not organizers, affiliates, or connected other ways. Therefore, they are eligible for winning prizes. And now,
let's continue with the prizes.
Our first prize comes from our gold sponsor, Luxoft. This is their representative to draw the award.
Ivan, the name is Ivan Basamakov. DevOps.
Ivan Basamakov.
You have to be in the hall. You have to be here, or we will draw another one. That's the rules.
Outside. Okay.
Ah.
Can you call him?
No.
Very quickly?
He said that he will be waiting there, and I will get his present if he gets one. But
Another
it's all
one?
right.
Another one?
As the sponsor says.
This is the rules.
Rules need to be followed.
Maria Ruseva.
Maria Ruseva.
There she is.
Challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. is always challenge accepted.
As you all see, the prize is JBL Bluetooth speaker. Applause for Maria and Luxoft.
Maria, thanks to Ivan.
The next prize comes from Bosch Engineering Center, Sofia.
Please applause.
And now you will hear what the prize is.
Hello. First, I would like to say thank you to organizers and volunteers for making the conference for another year a great experience. And to say thank you to all the people who visited our booth. Thank you for the questions, even for inconvenient ones. And we expect you also tomorrow. So the prizes are 2 backpacks branded with Bosch name.
And the winner is
The winner is Todor
Todor Petrov.
Todor Petrov.
from 145.
Todor Petrov.
Plamenov. And there is a second chance for
Yes.
you guys.
The next winner is Constanza Bacheva from Flatex de Giro.
Няма ли я? Няма я.
So a third chance.
Challenge accepted.
Next one, Georgi Petrov, Bullbank Factor.
Георги Петров.
There he is.
Bank Factor.
Да благодариш на Констанца.
Благодаря.
Thank you also. That was Bosch Engineering Center Sofia and their prizes. The next one comes from Amusenet, also gold sponsor, and it is a projector. And we have to draw it, please, Tony. Бъркай много.
And the name is Lilia Georgieva. Java developer.
Company B Brown. There she is.
Lilia Georgieva. Stop. Yes, Lilia Georgieva. Please applause. Thank you. And
The next one comes from Infopulse, also our gold sponsor. And please welcome their
applause for
representative.
Infopulse.
So the price is total surprise. No one knows what it is.
It's not working?
It should be working. No?
Can you hear me? Okay,
Yeah.
perfectly. Challenge accepted.
Challenge accepted.
Shaking my head a little bit. First of all, we'd like to thank the organizers, the volunteers, gentlemen, once again, like last year. Thank you for keeping us entertained. And I think we've created a small little tradition here for Infopulse to sponsor this event. It's an absolute pleasure. And we hope we'll see you again next year. And we have been in the Bulgarian IT market for a couple of years now, and it's a joy to grow this community together, so hopefully we can collaborate in the future. And without further ado, we have a couple of prizes here. First is this basket filled with alcohol and food, which I'm sure that nobody will turn down. So, okay, my colleague wants to do the honor.
You need to spell it, because I think it must be a big mistake from my side.
Adrian Cordos. There he is.
Let's see. Yes! It's him. Come.
Наслади се на шампанското, алкохола също и храната вътре. And the second prize is going to be from our own lottery, from everyone who passed through our booth today and scanned the QR code. And the winner, give us just a second.
Who will be the winner right now using the program, and it's in real time. So you are ready? Guys, you are ready? Okay, so I hear you, it's nice. So today somebody will come home with this beautiful coffee machine, and maybe tomorrow in the morning somebody will have a beautiful morning with a cup of tea or coffee, I don't know. So, ready, steady, and go. Or if we are talking randomized. And with my pleasure, I would like to give this little prize for, I think, a big man, yeah. Big man, I think. Yeah. Big man. Kamen Yankov.
Kamen, there he is.
Kamen, it's a destiny. Yes, it's a true. Because last year this man was near to our booth. I suppose maybe 1 day or maybe 2 days.
Thank you. That was very unexpected, but very appreciated. Yeah, I'm first. If no one believes, you can come see it. Thank you very
Please
much.
applause.
Tomorrow again.
So, guys, thank you for everybody who spent this time and who lived this life and this day with us, with our company and team. See you soon next year at Dev Challenge Accepted 2024.
Thank you. And now the next prize comes from Nemechek, our last gold sponsor. It is a flight with paraplanner, 2 vouchers for 1 person, so it can be shared with loved one or with not so loved one, so to give whatever. So as the prize will be drawn on your screens. Do I have to press it? Oh! Vladimir Pasev! Oh!
Имаш ли 18 години? Пил ли си? Добре, можеш. Заповядай. Please applaud.
Congratulations. And now we're continuing with our silver sponsors prizes. The first one comes from Commerzbank. It is 3-in-1 charger, and we're drawing the prize. So let's me. Is this one?
Is this?
No. Okay.
And the name is Stefan Dimitrov. Stefan Dimitrov. Okay, Stefan. Please applause.
And next prize comes from Flutter International. Please welcome their representative to give the prize. And what is it?
Hi everyone. So I'll be the next one to thank the organizers and the volunteers as well. And it's amazing to be part of this great event. And this is our prize, which is a travel poker set. So you can enjoy one of our, the most famous brand here in Bulgaria, PokerStars. So let's see who will be the one. And this is Ivan Georgiev.
Is there any Ivan Georgiev here? There he is. Okay.
Please applause.
Bye.
Thank you.
Това са един много завистливи пляскания, май.
Чули ги в началото?
Next come from... В началото бяха много ентусиазирани.
Този го няма, да.
Next come from Bank Factor. Please welcome their representative to announce and draw the prize.
Hello, everyone. First to say, we're very happy to be here today, and we were very, surprised in the good way from the whole event. And yeah, with no further speeches, because I think we met most of you today during the whole event. Let's see who's the winner. It's Veselin
Mugilchev.
Mugichev?
Mulgichev.
Murgichev?
Veselin. Започваш. Q in box. And
AD.
Okay, the next one.
Veselin with M.
Radoslav
Yordanov.
Yordanov, okay, Radoslav Yordanov.
Radoslav.
EGT.
EGT. Applause!
You can announce what the prize is.
The prize is headphones.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
And next one comes from Blank Factor.
This is...
Oh, sorry. Kimpas Carter. And it is a Bluetooth headset. And Tony will draw it. Me? Yes, you.
Okay. Yes. Yes. Say it.
And the winner is Ivailo Yanachkov.
Ivailo Yanachkov.
Very good.
Stop. Okay. Please applause.
And the next one comes from Lab 08, and it is Lab 08 Tech Book Bundle.
Oh.
And the name of the game is Karina Aneva. Come on, she doesn't have a job or company. At least to take her prize. There she is.
Yes. And the
next prize comes from DraftKings, so let's welcome their representative to announce and draw the prize. I know what it is, but I can't say. Hi.
And the winner is Alex Vladimirov.
Alex Vladimirov.
Alex Vladimirov. Първи път. Втори път Алекс Владимиров.
Ето.
И... Yes. Трети път Алекс Владимиров. Thank you.
And now we continue with the prizes from our bronze sponsors. And the first one comes from Nuwe. Tony nije teglin. And it is, as you see, it is Samsonite backpack.
And Jana Vlaseva. Jana Vlaseva. Stop, stop. Yes, okay. But yes. Please applause.
And the next one comes from Coherent Solutions. It's a Bluetooth headset and weird, yes.
Yes.
And the winner is
Vasilena Stanoyska. Yes. Please applause.
And the next prize comes from Deaf Experts. It's Air Hockey Table Games. And the winner is
Borislav Alexandrov.
Company?
Blank Factor.
Blank Factor. Alexander Blank Factor. He is not here.
Пишеш за името.
Александър Александров, да.
Александров ли е?
Да.
Няма го.
Вие сте забравили да пишете на ръка, май. The next... Lucky.
Ето. Христо Панев. Четливо. Yes.
And the next prize comes from Milestone Systems. It's Buds Bluetooth headset. This is not the Chinese name, it's just sound effect.
Oh, Arkadis. Sorry if you... Arkadis... Грушлак. Няма го.
Грубияк.
Грубияк. Yes. Yes. It's you. Thank you.
And the next prize comes from SiteGround. It's one-time Creafunk Bluetooth speaker.
The name is Светла Сотирова. Толкова четливо, не може да няма. Светла Сотирова.
It's readable but not accessible. Okay.
Светла Сотирова.
Next one.
Okay. Ding. And Vadim Shevchuk, probably. Sorry if...
Vadim, najverjetnije.
Vadim, probably. Vadim Shevchuk.
Probably the best Vadim in the world.
Vadim. Втора проверка.
One for fit.
Ръка да види око да пипне.
Okay. Next
Вадим.
one. No.
Трети път. Окей. And Таня Бошкова. Yes. Please applause. And
next one comes from Proxiat. And it is, they will say what it is.
This is a smart power bank and other gadgets.
Oh. Do you wanna? Pling.
And the winner is Daniel Dimitrov.
Така се чете, бе.
Daniel Dimitrov. Yes. Applause.
And next one comes from Interop.io. It's Sony Bluetooth speaker.
Влади, you wanna...
Толкова хубаво четеш. Не. Александър Игнатов. Esmu.
Yes. Okay, okay.
And the next prize comes from Matrix Eastern Europe, and it is a backpack with branding materials.
And Božidar Petrov. Yes. Please, Klaus.
And the next prize comes from EGT Digital, and it is a Bluetooth headset.
Plonk. Viktor Slavov. Viktor Slavov. Yes.
And that was all from the sponsors, but don't lose your hope. We have 3 more prizes coming from our partners. And the first one comes from Carlsberg. It's 10 Carlsberg gift boxes. 10. Един подишник.
Oh. Cheers.
It's another tombola.
Okay. Oh.
Only for 18 plus.
And the winner is 155. Yes.
150.
155.
155.
Oh. Challenge
Тук
accepted.
трябва да проверяваш за 18 годишни.
Yes. Yes. Okay. 8-1.
8-1.
8-1.
Да не е наобратно.
Не.
81. No one. There it is. No? Нещо ми маха, ама не разбирам какво.
The next? 97. 97? 97? Running?
Бъркай повече. Това направо хвърли така. Последните.
Yes, 97. And the next is, because, човеката ме заболя. 136.
136.
Ето, 136. And the next is 8. 136, yes. 8. Okay.
And the next? 54. $54. There it is. Ah. Не знам.
Okay. And then next is one.
95.
Okay.
95, 95. Ого. Някой много се зарадва.
Малко утешение. Yes. And the next is 195.
195. 195. Колко остават още, че ние да броим много? 3.
Още 3. Ето.
Благодаря.
Please. And the next is 6-1. Thank you.
And next to last
is 8-9. 8-9.
89. Yes. 80. 101. 101. 101 is 404. Окей. После ще обясня.
$49.
49. Да, тук е.
And the last.
Готов ли си да хванеш? And the last one is...
Yes! The last is...
53. 5-3. Тонка, имаме още, бе. Тъкмо да бяха сървър тук. Да.
Yes.
Okay, and now the next prize comes from Diplomat Plaza Hotel and Resort. It's 2 nights stay in a luxurious room for 2 people, including a boat trip.
Boat trip.
Yes.
Okay. Bing.
It's 1 people.
Peter Prashtilov. Yes. Please applause. Okay.
Well, that was all from us for today. And while the road of this edition of Challenge Accepted has ended, the journey continues tomorrow with QA Challenge Accepted. Before we officially wrap up the conference and start the after party, we would like to thank our gold sponsors, Luxoft, Bosch Engineering Sofia, AmuseNet, Infopools, and Nemechek Bulgaria.
Our silver sponsors, Commerzbank, Flutter International, Blank Factor, Kim Plus Karta, previously known as Melon, Lab 08, DraftKings.
And our bronze sponsors, Nuvei,
a little bit music,
Coherent Solutions, Experian, Axway, deaf experts, and milestones,
as well as Accenture, SiteGround, Proxiat, Interop.io, Matrix Eastern Europe, and EGT Digital.
We will also like to thank and invite at the stage all the speakers and volunteers for our traditional grand photo.
Thanks to all of our partners and subcontractors.
And thanks to Sofia Tech Park. And the most important thing, thank you all for being part to the second edition of Dev
Challenge Accepted.
Looking forward to meeting you again next year at Dev Challenge Accepted 3 on September 28, 2024. Or why not tomorrow
at QA Challenge Accepted.
Or even better, today at the after party quiz night.
It starts in just 20 minutes.
That's all, or as developers say, control ends the day.
Challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. Challenge accepted.